Chapter 1769. General, what do you think of this competition? Li Zishuan asked Duan Jishuan in the commander's tent of the black armored army. Duan Jishuan put down the booklet in his hand and raised his head. There was a trace of admiration in his eyes as he laughed. Haha. Li Zishuan's competition method is indeed novel. I have never heard of an army going into battle without rations. This method can train the soldiers' ability to survive in the wilderness and also allow the generals and soldiers of both sides to display their strengths in the competition. I think this method is very feasible. I will get someone to make a few copies of this booklet and distribute them to the generals of each battalion. Just now, Lieutenant Li only gave you a general introduction. This booklet specifies what you can do, what you can't do, what counts as a violation, and what counts as a victory during the competition. The commanding generals of each battalion, especially the commanding generals of the 2nd Battalion and the 5th Battalion, should study it carefully. Don't violate the rules during the competition. Otherwise, you will be punished according to military law. The rules that Li Zishuan proposed not only included military formations, wilderness survival, but also military strategy. Duan Jishuan's eyes lit up. Compared to this, the previous military exercises were too one-sided and superficial. He wanted to use this opportunity to see the results of this method. If it was good, Duan Jishuan planned to implement it in the Black Armored Army in the future. Yes, sir. Zhang Shigui, Sun Tao, Zhang Kangnian, Lu De, and Sun Jiping. The 5 captains cupped their fists and accepted Duan Jishuan's order. However, the competition between the 2nd Battalion and the 5th Battalion requires them to leave the city. It's no small matter for an army to leave the city. I need to report this to the Emperor first. After the Emperor approves, the competition between the 5th Battalion and the 2nd Battalion is set. Before this, the 2 battalions will need to be well trained and prepared. General, what do you think of this competition method? In the commander's tent of the Black Armored Army, Li Zishuan looked at Duan Jishuan and cupped his fists. Duan Jishuan put down the booklet in his hand and raised his head. There was a trace of admiration in his eyes. He laughed. Haha. Li Zishuan's competition method is really novel. I have never heard of an army going into battle without rations. This method can not only train the officers' and soldiers' ability to survive in the wilderness, but it can also reproduce actual combat to the greatest extent, allowing the main generals and officers of both sides to display their strengths in the competition. This general believes that this method is very feasible. I will get someone to make a few copies of this booklet and distribute them to the generals of each battalion. Just now, Lieutenant Li only gave you a general introduction. This booklet specifies what you can do, what you can't do, what counts as a violation, and what counts as a victory during the competition. The commanding generals of each battalion, especially the commanding generals of the 2nd Battalion and the 5th Battalion, should study it carefully. Don't violate the rules during the competition. Otherwise, you will be punished according to military law. The rules of the Black Armored Army's rules. The previous military exercises in the armies were of armies. Militaries armies. He wanted to use this opportunity to see the effects of this method. If the results were good, Duan Jishuan planned to implement it in the Black Armored Army. Yes, sir. Zhang Shigui, Sun Tao, Zhang Kangnian, Lu De, and Sun Jiping. The 5 captains cupped their fists and accepted Duan Jishuan's order. However, the 2nd Battalion and the 5th Battalion have to leave the city for the competition. It's no small matter for the army to leave the city. I need to report to the Emperor first. After the Emperor approves, the competition between the 5th Battalion and the 2nd Battalion will be set. Chapter 1770. Lantian County. Although this was just a small county next to Chang'an, the scale of the city was far from the capital, Chang'an City, but the scale of business here was slowly catching up with Chang'an City. The center of Tang Dynasty's business was quietly shifting towards Lantian County. Behind all this, it was all because Li Zishuan was the lord of Lantian County. Under his guidance, Lantian County established a Department of Commerce to take over the cases of merchants and maintain the business environment in the city. The merchants, who were originally at the bottom of society, received equal political treatment with ordinary citizens in Lantian County. This political treatment not only referred to their social status, but also their children could attend Lantian County's official school. To the merchants of the world, this was an opportunity that they could only dream of. Therefore, in the course of time, there were more and more shops, inns, and restaurants in Lantian County. Therefore, today's announcement in Datong Daily, Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce is organizing a donation drive, caused a stir in Lantian County that was not smaller than Chang'an City. Boss Zhang, what do you think of the news today? In a silk shop, two middle-aged men were chatting. What do I think? What can I think? This matter was initiated by the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce, which means that it was instructed by Marquis. We can do business in Lantian County, and our business is getting more and more prosperous. Isn't it all because of Marquis' grace? Just based on this old man will donate a few hundred strings of cash to this donation drive. Boss Zhang is so righteous. That's exactly what I was thinking. Marquis' treatment of us merchants is indescribable. If not for Marquis, would my little brat be able to attend an official school? I only hope that the little brat can work hard and get into Yanhuang College in a few years. Then, I will have nothing else to ask for in this life. For this donation drive, if not for anything else, for Marquis, I will donate 500 strings of cash. Lantian County. Although this was just a small county adjacent to Chang'an, and the scale of the city was far inferior to the imperial capital, Chang'an, the scale of the business activities here was slowly catching up with Chang'an. The business center of the Tang Empire was quietly shifting towards Lantian County. Behind all of this, it was all because Li Zishuan was the lord of Lantian County. Under his guidance, Lantian County established the Department of Commerce, which specialized in taking over the cases of merchants and maintaining the business environment in the city. The merchants, who were originally at the bottom of the social ladder, received equal political treatment with the common people in Lantian County. This political treatment not only referred to their social status, but also their children could also attend Lantian County's official school. To the world's merchants, this was an opportunity that they could only dream of. As a result, the number of shops, inns, and restaurants in Lantian County increased. Therefore, today's announcement on Datong Daily, the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce intends to hold a fundraising event, had caused a stir in Lantian County that was not any smaller than Chang'an City. Mr. Zhang, what do you think about the news in today's newspaper? In a silk shop, two middle-aged men were chatting. What do you think? What can I think? This matter was initiated by the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce, which means that it was incited by Marquis. For us to be able to do business in Lantian County, and our business is getting more and more prosperous, isn't it all because of Marquis' grace? Just based on this old man will donate a few hundred strings of cash to this fundraising event. Mr. Zhang is so righteous. That's what I think as well. Marquis' treatment of us merchants is indescribable. If not for Marquis, would my little brat be able to attend an official school? I only hope that the little brat can work hard and be admitted to Yanhuang College in a few years. Then, I will have no other wishes in this life. For this fundraising event, if not for anything else, for Marquis, I will donate 500 strings of cash. Chapter 1771. Your Majesty. General Duan requests an audience. After the morning court session, Li Er had just arrived at Ganlo Hall when a chamberlain quickly walked in and cupped his fists. In recent days, most of the officials had been busy preparing for the war with the Turks. This involved the cooperation between the various yamans, and most of this was done in private. There were very few matters that needed to be discussed in the imperial court, so the morning court sessions had been dismissed early in the past few days. Duan Jishuan? Summon him in. Li Er's heart skipped a beat and he hurriedly ordered the chamberlain. Yes, Your Majesty. The chamberlain cupped his fists and left. After a while, Duan Jishuan quickly walked in and bowed to Li Er. This old official greets Your Majesty. Haha. You may rise, Minister Duan. Li Er smiled and raised his hand to Duan Jishuan. Duan Jishuan straightened up and Li Er went straight to the point. Minister Duan, do you have any business in the palace today? Currently, the various barracks in Cheng and were undergoing close training, and the generals of the various armies were stationed in the barracks. If there was no urgent matter, they could not leave the barracks. Now that Duan Jishuan had come to the palace, it meant that he had something to report. Your Majesty, this old official does indeed have something to report. Duan Jishuan cupped his fists and said, ever since Li Kanjun joined the Black Armored Army, a new set of training exercises has been introduced. However, some of the generals in the barracks have doubts about this new set of exercises, so only 3 of the 5 barracks are using the new set of exercises for their daily training. In order to prove which is better, General Chiu and Li Kanjun plan to have a competition between the 2 barracks using the new set of exercises and the old set of exercises. These are the specific rules of this competition. Your Majesty, please take a look. Duan Jishuan then took out a small booklet. It was the detailed explanation of the competition that Li Zishuan had given him in the morning. Your Majesty. General Duan requests an audience. After the morning court session, Li Er had just arrived at Ganlo Hall when a chamberlain quickly walked in and cupped his fists. In recent days, most of the officials had been busy preparing for the war with the Turks. This involved the cooperation between the various yamans, and most of this was done in private. There were very few matters that needed to be discussed in the imperial court, so the morning court sessions had been dismissed early in the past few days. Duan Jishuan? Summon him in. Li Er's heart skipped a beat when he heard this, and he hurriedly said to the inner attendant. Here. The attendant cupped his hands in acknowledgement and turned to leave. Not long after, Duan Jishuan walked in quickly. He bowed to Li Er and said, this old subject greets your Majesty. Haha. Minister Duan, you may rise. Li Er had a slight smile on his face and raised his hand towards Duan Jishuan. Duan Jishuan complied and straightened his body. Li Er went straight to the point and asked, Dear official Duan, what business do you have in the palace today? Now, all the barracks guards in Cheng and were undergoing close training, and the chief generals of each army were also stationed in the barracks. They were not allowed to leave the barracks unless there was something important. Now that Duan Jishuan had come to the palace, it meant that he had something to report. Your Majesty, I do have something to report. Duan Jishuan cupped his hands and said, ever since Li Kanjun joined the Black Armored Army, a new set of training exercises has been introduced. However, some of the generals in the barracks have doubts about this new set of exercises, so currently, only 3 of the 5 barracks are using the new set of exercises for their daily training. In order to prove which one is better, General Chiu and Li Kanjun intend to have a competition between the 2 barracks using the new set of exercises and the old set of exercises. These are the specific rules of this competition. Your Majesty, please take a look. After that, Duan Jishuan took out a small booklet from his bosom. It was the detailed explanation of the competition that Li Zishuan had given him in the morning. Chapter 1772. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Hang up all these red lanterns in the residence. You guys, go and see if there's anything left to clean. If the guests come tomorrow and find the house dusty, you won't have a good time. Why is there an old chair here? Hurry up and leave. Change everything to a new mahogany chair. You. I'm talking about you. Go to the kitchen and see if all the ingredients have been bought. Lan Province, Yong County, Provincial Governor's Residence. At this moment, the entire Provincial Governor's residence was bustling with activity. Red satin, lanterns, and ribbons decorated the entire residence, and it was brimming with joy. Tomorrow was the day of Provincial Governor Wang Renbiao's wedding, and the bride was the woman of his dreams, Li Jingqiu. Speaking of which, it was truly not easy for this pair of ill-fated lovebirds to end up together. A few days ago, Princess Tong and had tried to break them up because of Li Jingqiu's lowly status, and the 2 of them had almost gone to the Yellow Springs. Fortunately, Li Zishuan had sent an urgent letter to Lan Province, allowing him to reverse Princess Tong and Wang Yu's attitudes. Otherwise, Princess Tong and the elders of the Wang clan of Taiyuan would never have agreed to this marriage. Master, Princess Royal, the residence has been cleaned up. We're just waiting for the bride to enter the house tomorrow. The two of you can rest assured. In the backyard, Wang Yu was chatting with Princess Tong and in a pavilion. At this moment, a maidservant came over and bowed to Wang Yu and Princess Tong and Go and keep a close eye on it. Although this is Lan province, as the eldest son of the Wang clan of Taiyuan, nothing can go wrong with his wedding. Otherwise, we will lose face for the entire Wang clan. Princess Tong glanced at the maidservant and sternly said. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Hang up all these red lanterns in the residence. You guys, go and see if there's anything left to clean. If the guests come tomorrow and find the house dusty, you won't have a good time. Why is there an old chair here? Hurry up and leave. Change everything to a new mahogany chair. You. I'm talking about you. Go to the kitchen and see if all the ingredients have been bought. Lan Province, Yong County, Provincial Governor's Office. At this moment, the entire provincial governor's manor was bustling with activity. Red silk, colorful satin, lanterns, and streamers decorated the entire manor. It was brimming with a joyous atmosphere because tomorrow was the wedding of their provincial governor Wang Rinbiao, and the bride was Li Jingchu, whom Wang Rinbiao yearned for even in his dreams. Speaking of which, it was not easy for this pair of ill-fated lovebirds to end up together. A few days ago, Princess Tong tried to break them up because of Li Zishuan's lowly status, and the two of them almost died together. Fortunately, Li Zishuan wrote a letter and rushed to Lan province in a timely manner, thus reversing Princess Tong and Wang Yu's attitudes. Otherwise, Princess Tong and some of the elders of the Wang family of Taiyuan would never have agreed to this marriage. Master, eldest princess, everything in the manor has been cleaned up. We're just waiting for the bride to enter the manor tomorrow. Don't worry. In the backyard, Wang Yu was chatting with Princess Tong in the pavilion when a woman who looked like a servant girl came over and bowed to Wang Yu and Princess Tong and Keep a close watch. Although this is Lan province, my cousin is the eldest son of the Wang family of Taiyuan. Nothing can go wrong with his wedding, or else he will lose face for the entire Wang family. Princess Tong glanced at the servant girl and sternly said. Chapter 1773. Your son will remember father's teachings today and will never forget them. In the sweet nectar hall, after hearing Li Er's heartfelt advice, Li Qingxian cupped his hands and said solemnly. Li Er nodded his head approvingly. Li Qingxian's heart skipped a beat and he cupped his hands towards Li Er again. Father, your son has previously subscribed to a portion of the Yan Huang Chamber of Commerce's shares and Strange Culture's shares. Now, I can be considered a member of the Yan Huang Chamber of Commerce. Although the Eastern Palace has not been involved in the Yan Huang Chamber of Commerce's business for the past year, Little Xian still had people send over the Eastern Palace's dividends every month. Now, your son can take out about 30,000 strings of cash. For this donation drive, your son would like the shopkeeper of the Royal Shop, Craftsman Pavilion, to donate 30,000 strings of cash. Firstly, although your son is not in the business world, I still hold shares in the Yan Huang Chamber of Commerce and can be considered a part of the Yan Huang Chamber of Commerce. Now that Little Xian is using the name of the Yan Huang Chamber of Commerce to call for the Great Tang's merchants to raise funds for the country, your son should respond. Secondly, these days, father has been working hard on the northern expedition and has not been able to sleep at night. Your son and mother are both worried about your health. This 30,000 strings of cash can be considered your son's contribution to the army. I hope it can share your worries. The Craftsman Pavilion in the west of Chang and City was a shop run by the royal family. In fact, in the past dynasties, the main members of the royal family, such as the emperor, empress, crown prince, and so on, although they would not openly engage in business, they would secretly send people to run some shops to make up for their expenses. However, this money was a hidden income after all. No one would speak of it openly, especially as the crown prince. That was even more so. Think about it, why would you, a country's crown prince, earns so much money in private for? Could it be that you want to secretly cultivate power and usurp the throne and rebel? But today, in front of Li Er, Li Qingxian had openly revealed his little treasury. This kind of father-son relationship could not be said to be fake. Your son will remember father's teachings today and will never forget them. In the sweet nectar hall, after listening to Li Er's heartfelt advice, Li Qingxian solemnly cupped his hands and said, Li Er nodded approvingly. At this moment, Li Qingxian's heart stirred. He cupped his hands towards Li Er and said, Father, I have previously purchased a portion of the Yan Huang Chamber of Commerce's shares, as well as the shares of Strange Culture. Now, I can be considered a member of the Yan Huang Chamber of Commerce. Although the Eastern Palace has not been involved in the business of the Yan Huang Chamber of Commerce for the past year, little Xian still sends over the dividends that belong to the Eastern Palace every month. Right now, I can take out about 30,000 strings of cash. For this donation drive, I would like to ask the shopkeeper of the royal shop, the House of Craftsmen, to donate the 30,000 strings of coins. Firstly, although I am not in the business world, I still hold shares in the Yan Huang Chamber of Commerce and can be considered a part of the Yan Huang Chamber of Commerce. Now that little Xian has used the name of the Yan Huang Chamber of Commerce to call on the Great Tang's merchants to raise military funds for the country, I should respond. Secondly, these days, Father has been working hard on the northern expedition and has not been able to sleep at night. Mother and I are both worried about Father's health. This 30,000 strings of cash can be considered as my contribution to the army. I hope that it can share Father's burdens. The House of Craftsmen in the west of Chang and City was a shop run by the royal family. In fact, in the past dynasties, the main members of the royal family, such as the emperor, the empress, the crown prince, and so on, although they did not openly engage in business, they would secretly send people to run some shops to earn some money to make up for their expenses. However, this money was after all a hidden income. No one would speak of it openly, especially if it was the crown prince. That was even more so. Think about it, as the heir to the throne of a country, why would you secretly earn so much money for? Could it be that you wanted to secretly cultivate power and usurp the throne and rebel? But today, in front of Li Er, Li Qingxian had openly revealed his little treasury. This kind of father-son relationship could not be said to be fake. Chapter 1774. General, are you looking for us? Sun Tao and Zhang Kangnian walked in from the side tent of the black armored army and greeted Qiu Xingong. Yes. Qiu Xingong put down the document in his hand, raised his head and said to the two of them, Sit down. Thank you, General. The two of them cupped their fists and bowed. Then, they knelt down on the cushions on either side. Qiu Xingong opened his mouth and said, General, the army just came back. They said that His Majesty has agreed to the competition between the two camps in 9 days. Sun Tao, are you confident in this competition? General, in terms of strength, the soldiers of the second camp are better than the soldiers of the Wu camp. Therefore, I am confident that I can defeat the Wu camp. Sun Tao cupped his fists and said without hesitation. This guy always liked to be straightforward. He didn't like to beat around the bush and he didn't like to be humble. He felt that if he could defeat the Wu camp, he would definitely win. Good. I didn't misjudge you. Qiu Xingong was overjoyed. He laughed out loud and said, Sun Tao, as long as you can defeat the Wu camp, I will reward you generously. Thank you, General. Sun Tao bowed and said. Seeing the two of them so optimistic, Zhang Kangnian couldn't help but interrupt. General, I think that this competition is not as simple as it seems. Li Zishuan has always been cunning. Before he made the rules of the competition, it is impossible for him not to know the difference in strength between the two battalions. The reason why he dared to propose this competition in front of so many generals means that he must have made thorough preparations. We have to be on guard against him. Also, I have been worried about one thing. Will Li Zishuan participate in this competition personally? According to rumors, he is a master of martial arts. If he participates in the competition, there will be many uncertainties. Hearing this, Qiu Xingong's face instantly turned serious. After a moment of silence, he opened his mouth and said, Kang Nian, your worries are not unfounded. In the morning, this old man thought that I had guessed the little tricks that kid was playing behind the scenes. I didn't expect that I had overlooked such an important point. In a while, this general will go and tell the general that he must not let this kid participate in the battle personally. He is an adjutant of the army, not the general of the Wu battalion. General is wise. Zhang Kangmian smiled and bowed to flatter Qiu Xingong. The only person he could rely on in the black armored army was Qiu Xingong. His future also depended on Qiu Xingong. That was why he was so hardworking when he came up with a plan. There is one more thing. Qiu Xingong focused his attention and looked at Sun Tao, continuing, Sun Tao, in the next few days, there will be an additional combat training for the B battalion. As for the specifics of the training, you can secretly go to the A battalion in the afternoon to take a look. Just as they train, the B battalion will also train accordingly. Do you hear me? Hearing this, Sun Tao was shocked. He widened his eyes and said, Ah. General, didn't we agree to follow the original training method? If we suddenly, wouldn't we will for the ridicule? Besides, if I sneak peeked, if I get caught. Qiu Xingong glared at him and said in annoyance, What are you laughing at? Li Zishuan wasn't the one who created this combat training. The military had it for a long time. Letting the 2nd Battalion train in close combat techniques is to ensure that you won't panic when you encounter wild beasts in the competition 9 days later. Otherwise, not only will you not be able to hunt your prey, you might even be chased by the wild beasts in the forest. If that happens, you don't need to compete anymore. Just admit defeat and don't embarrass me. Seeing that Qiu Xingong was angry, Sun Tao shrunk his neck and admitted defeat. Yes, yes, yes. Yes, sir. Adjutant, you are very observant. To be able to see through Li Zishuan's rules so quickly, I am really impressed. At this moment, Zhang Kangnian finally understood what Qiu Xingong meant when he said that he had guessed the little trick the kid was trying to pull behind his back. He was referring to the combat training recently promoted by the Wu battalion. Thus, with a smile on his face, he gave Qiu Xingong another compliment. This might just be one of the ways Li Zishuan tampered with the rules of the competition. The two of you need to think about it carefully for the next 2 days. If you discover that the rules of the competition are disadvantageous to us, report to this old man immediately. Qiu Xingong nodded his head and ordered. Yes. General. Sun Tao cupped his fist and replied in a muffled voice. Zhang Kangmian rolled his eyes and said, General, I feel that instead of looking for problems with the rules passively, why don't we take the initiative to attack and let Li Zishuan be busy with his own matters? When the competition starts, we can win without a fight. Oh. Tell me, how should we take the initiative to attack? Qiu Xingong was shocked and asked quickly. He. I have a plan that can make the hearts of the Wu battalion fall into chaos before the start of the competition. Zhang Kangmian smiled evilly. This guy was also very alert. He knew that the tents in the camp weren't soundproof. In order to prevent what he was going to say from being heard by others, he stood up and walked to Qiu Xingong and whispered. Tell me quickly. Qiu Xingong's eyes flashed and he couldn't wait to ask. At this moment, Sun Tao also couldn't help but stand up and move closer to the two of them. Zhang Kangnian smiled and whispered, General, the training in the Wu camp is very strict, and there are so many soldiers who were injured yesterday. There must be a lot of people who have complaints about Li Zishuan. We can send people to the Wu camp to sow discord between them and Li Zishuan. This will affect the rest of the soldiers in the Wu camp. When there are too many of them, Li Zishuan will lose his prestige in the Wu camp and even in the black armored army. Once the morale of the soldiers is disrupted, even if Li Zishuan is still alive, he will still lose this competition. If this can cause a mutiny in the Wu camp, then Li Zishuan's days in the black armored army will come to an end. At that time, it will be easy for us to win the competition. It had to be said that this guy was too cunning. He didn't have the confidence to fight force with force, so he wanted to use tricks. He. Good plan. Good plan. After listening, Qiu Xingong pondered for a moment and suddenly laughed. Sun Tao couldn't help but say, General, I think that it is impossible for the second camp to lose this competition. Zhang Kongnian's plan is completely despicable and not what a real man would do. I don't think it is necessary. If we want to win, we should win fair and square. This fellow had a straightforward temperament and would say whatever came to his mind. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Kongnian's face instantly darkened and he almost vomited blood. Sun Tao, you bastard. I am obviously helping you. Don't be so ungrateful. How can you be so sure that the second camp will win this competition? If we lose, can you bear the consequences? Zhang Kongnian pointed at Sun Tao and said in exasperation. Humph. Why can't I bear the consequences? If we lose this competition, Sun Tao, am willing to bear the consequences. If we win with this scheme, then I would rather lose to the Wu camp. Sun Tao snorted and turned his head away and said angrily. Shut up. Qiu Xingong's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. At this moment, he couldn't hold it in any longer and interrupted Sun Tao, we must win this competition. If we lose, Li Zishuan will be able to control the black armored army from now on. By then, both of you can forget about having a good life. Sun Tao, you don't have to get involved in the matter of sowing discord in the Wu camp. Just focus on training the second camp soldiers. Leave this matter to Kong Nian. Yes. General. Although Sun Tao was extremely unwilling in his heart, in the face of the powerful Qiu Xingong, he could only swallow this reluctance into his stomach. Qiu Xingong looked at Zhang Kongnian and ordered, Kong Nian, go back to the camp and pick a few smart men. It would be best if they know the people from the Wu camp. Let them sneak into the Wu camp during lunchtime and secretly instigate the soldiers who were injured yesterday. Let them be dissatisfied with Li Zishuan. Zhang Kongnian clasped his fist and said, Yes, sir. Good. All right, all of you are dismissed. Qiu Xingong nodded and waved his hand. Jiping, how was the training in the morning? Noon, outside the cafeteria of the Wu camp, a group of burly men squatted on the empty ground and wolfed down the unappetizing big pot of rice. Li Zishuan, Sun Jiping, Qing Chimo and the others squatted together again. Li Zishuan took the opportunity to ask Sun Jiping during the meal break. In the morning, he was called over by Zhang Shigui and Lu De. According to Zhang Shigui, he was the Black Armored Army's adjutant and not just the Wu camp's adjutant. Since the A camp and D camp had also chosen to use the new training method, then as the adjutant, he couldn't just be biased towards the Wu camp. Therefore, he mainly guided the A camp and D camp's training in the morning. Oh, the morale of the soldiers is better than yesterday. They are also more serious in their training. It must be the effect of last night's patrol. Sun Jiping swallowed the food in his mouth and replied. That's good. Li Zishuan couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. There were two sides to everything. If there was a good side, then there would naturally be a bad side. Although high-intensity military training could increase the strength of the soldiers in a short period of time, it could also cause the soldiers to be conflicted. Once there were more and more people who were conflicted, then the morale of the army would be messed up. Once the morale of the army was messed up, then even the best training method would be useless. Li Zishuan's new training method was actually a risky move. If it wasn't done well, then it would be inviting trouble to himself. But looking at the current situation of the Black Armored Army, if they wanted to form a fighting force in a short period of time, then they had to take the risk. But the current result was still good. It seemed like it was still necessary to give the soldiers some thought. Li Zishuan thought to himself. This guy wanted to do a job again. Does the army have a map of the Nyosho mountain area? After coming back from his thoughts, Li Zishuan asked again. Sun Jiping thought for a while and nodded, I do have this, but I don't have it here. You can go ask the general will definitely have it. Good. Then I'll go find General Duan later. Li Zishuan nodded and said, in these 2 days, I'll make a sand table based on the map of the Nyosho mountain area. As for the training of the Wu battalion, you have to worry more about it. If I have time, I'll come over to take a look. After the sand table is done, if you have nothing to do at night, you can come to my tent to deduce the art of war. The Nyosho mountain he was talking about was not the famous scenic spot around Nanjing in the future. The Nyosho mountain he was talking about was located in the southwest of Chang'an. It was a branch of the Zhongnan Mountains and also belonged to the Qinling Mountains. It was under the jurisdiction of Chang'an County and was about 30 li away from Chang'an City. Chang'an County belonged to the hinterland of the Wei River Plain. It was located at the south of the 800 li Qinshuan. To the south was the Qinling Mountains and to the north was the Wei River. In the Tang dynasty, soil erosion was not so serious. There were towering trees everywhere. At the foot of the Zhongnan Mountains was a primeval forest. The reason why Li Zishuan chose the Nyosho mountain as the location for the Wu Battalion and Yi Battalion was also very thoughtful. First of all, although there were many mountains near Chang'an, there were more hills. There were not many mountains that were of a large scale. If you counted carefully, there were only Mount Li and Nyosho Mountain. But in the area of Mount Li, there was the Emperor's Palace. Normally, when the Emperor organized a hunting trip, he would come here. In this era, instead of saying that Mount Li was a primeval forest, it was better to say that it was a large tourist attraction. It was not suitable to have a military exercise here. But the Nyosho mountain was different. There was no Emperor's Palace here. Usually, there were no traces of people. There were many kinds of wild animals in the forest, such as jackals, wolves, tigers, and leopards. It was a good place to train the army. When marching to war, it was important to pay attention to the right time, the right place, and the right people. Before this, Li Zishuan had only heard that there was such a mountain in the southwest of Chang'an City. However, he had never been there personally. Naturally, he did not know the specific terrain. Therefore, he needed to understand the terrain of the Nyosho mountain before the competition. Only then could he formulate targeted tactics. Sand table? Join the army. What is this sand table? Sun Jiping was confused. Back then, Li Zishuan had made a sand table for the academy. It could be said that Li Er was completely stunned. Later, Li Jing wanted to promote the sand table in the army. However, in the past year, there was no war in the Tang Empire. The sand table had no place to be used. It only existed in the study rooms of Li Er and Li Jing. Naturally, Sun Jiping had never heard of it. Hey! I know this sand table. Using sand to build the terrain of a place, it looks like the real thing. Cheng Chimo laughed and showed off. As a student of the academy and the son of Cheng Yaojin, he naturally knew what a sand table was. Well, it's similar to what Chimo said. Jiping, you'll know when it's done. When the time comes, let's deduce how to march and arrange the army on the sand table. Li Zishuan nodded. Yes. Join the army. Sun Jiping quickly replied. Join the army, the general wants you to go to the commander's tent. At this moment, a soldier came over and saluted Li Zishuan respectfully. The general? Li Zishuan was puzzled, but he did not hesitate. After putting the bowl in his hand beside Cheng Chimo, he stood up and said, Okay. I'll go now. Chapter 1775. General, are you looking for me? The journey from the Wu barracks kitchen to the Black Armored Army's marshal's tent was about a mile long. Li Zishuan walked quickly and arrived at the marshal's tent in no time. He saw Duan Jishuan sitting at the head of the table and Qiu Xingong sitting at the side. He cupped his fist and bowed to Qiu Xingong. I hope I didn't disturb Marshal Li's lunch? Duan Jishuan chuckled and said with a kind face. Qiu Xingong frowned. He felt that Duan Jishuan's attitude towards Li Zishuan had changed greatly, but he couldn't pinpoint exactly what had changed. General, you must be joking. Military affairs are more important. What's a lunch? Li Zishuan was also curious. Qiu Xingong didn't call him over just to ask if he had eaten, right? How boring would that be? Thinking of this, he cupped his fist and asked, General, is there anything I can help you with? Take a seat first. Duan Jishuan pointed to the cushion at the side and glanced at Qiu Xingong meaningfully. It's not me who is looking for you, it's General Qiu who is looking for you. Xingong, since you're the one who raised the question, you should talk to Marshal Li. Duan Jishuan was old and shrewd. He wasn't willing to be used by Qiu Xingong. This was a direct conflict between Qiu Xingong and Li Zishuan. He only wanted to be the judge and didn't want to be stuck between the two. Qiu Xingong's face stiffened. The reason why he directly looked for Duan Jishuan and not Li Zishuan was because he wanted Duan Jishuan to help him facilitate this matter. Now that Duan Jishuan directly pushed him out, his attitude was very obvious. Ahem. I'm here today for one thing. I hope Marshal Li can clear up my doubts. Since Duan Jishuan had already put it this way, Qiu Xingong had no choice but to speak up as well. He looked at Li Zishuan with a slightly unnatural expression and said in a deep voice, regarding the competition 9 days from now, Li Kanjun has already explained the specific rules of the competition to the generals in the army. However, I wonder if Li Kanjun plans to personally participate in this competition? Hearing this, Li Zishuan's eyes flashed with understanding. This old man was worried that his participation would affect the game balance, so he came to complain to Duan Jishuan. Marshal Qiu, do you think that I should participate in this competition? Li Zishuan's eyes flashed with ridicule as he looked at Qiu Xingong and asked. Qiu Xingong's face froze. After a moment of silence, he cleared his throat and said seriously, this competition is between the 2nd Battalion and the 5th Battalion. It is also a competition between the old and new training methods of the Black Armored Army. Adjunct Li is an adjunct of the Black Armored Army, not the general or sergeant of the 5th Battalion. So for the sake of fairness, I think. Haha. Actually, Marshal Qiu doesn't have to worry. I have never thought of participating in this competition personally. Li Zishuan didn't wait for Qiu Xingong to finish speaking and interrupted him when he heard Qiu Xingong's dignified words. Qiu Xingong's expression instantly became abnormally ugly. Li Zishuan's words could be considered as directly tearing apart the disguise on his face, causing him to become a complete villain in front of Duan Jishuan. How could he not be angry? Taking 2 deep breaths, Qiu Xingong suppressed the anger in his heart and regained his composure. He looked at Li Zishuan and said with a fake smile. Marshal Li must be joking. What is there to worry about? I'm just thinking about the fairness of the competition. I'm not biased towards any side. Oh. So General Qiu is so selfless. I'm in awe. Li Zishuan clasped his hands and said with a smile. However, there was a hint of sarcasm in his voice. It was obvious that he was mocking Qiu Xingong. Then, without waiting for Qiu Xingong to react, he continued. However, in this competition, even though I won't be personally fighting with the 2nd Battalion soldiers, I will be in the Wu Battalion's tent to help them strategize. Just like what General Qiu said, this competition is a competition between the new and old training methods of the Black Armored Army. As the Marshal Qiu, I am in charge of the training of the army. The Wu Battalion is the executor of the new training method. It shouldn't be out of line for me to help them strategize, right? Qiu Xingong, who was about to explode in anger, couldn't help but frown when he heard the second half of Li Zishuan's words. If it was in the past, he definitely wouldn't have taken Li Zishuan seriously. Not to mention letting Li Zishuan strategize for the Wu Battalion, even if Li Zishuan were to fight alongside the Wu Battalion soldiers, he wouldn't have cared. Because at that time, in his eyes, Li Zishuan was just a brat who didn't know anything about military affairs. So what if he had a body full of bravery? On the battlefield, individual bravery was useless. But now, after seeing Li Zishuan's performance in the Black Armored Army, Qiu Xingong was starting to panic. New training methods, tactics, unity, etc. These were not things that a brat who had just entered the army for a few days could do. Under such circumstances, he didn't dare to let Li Zishuan participate in the competition between the 2nd Battalion and the Wu Battalion. He didn't dare to take the risk. Of course not. While Qiu Xingong was hesitating, Duan Jishuan opened his mouth and said calmly, I have said from the start that the daily training of the Black Armored Army will be arranged by Li Zishuan. This competition will be a test of the new and old training methods. As the one who proposed the new training methods, Li Zishuan should participate. Grand General. Hearing this, Qiu Xingong was shocked. He wanted to stop Duan Jishuan, but Qiu Xingong waved his hand and interrupted. Xingong, Li Zishuan has already agreed that he won't participate in the battle personally. Can't he just stay in the commander's tent and strategize? This matter is settled, there is no need for further discussion. I think this is very fair. Duan Jishuan couldn't forget what Li Er said to him in the Sweet Dew Palace this morning. Although the competition between the 2nd Battalion and the 5th Battalion hadn't started yet, the competition between the new and the old drill codes had already been decided by Li Er. Since Li Er was so supportive of Li Zishuan, there was no reason for him to help Qiu Xingong suppress Li Zishuan. Yes. Grand General. Then. I will take my leave. Seeing Duan Jishuan's determined face, it was obvious that there was no room for discussion. Although Qiu Xingong was frustrated, he couldn't say anything more and could only leave. After all, he still had a backup plan. Inside the commander's tent, there was only Li Zishuan and Duan Jishuan left. Thank you, Grand General. After Qiu Xingong left, Li Zishuan stood up and cupped his fist to thank Duan Jishuan. Duan Jishuan laughed and waved his hand. I am just doing my job impartially. Why does Li Zishuan need to thank me? Actually, you didn't have to give in just now. For this competition, even if you were to participate in the battle personally, it wouldn't be wrong. This is because the overall strength of the 2nd Battalion is much higher than the Wu Battalion. Li Zishuan smiled and said, the difference in strength between the 2 battalions does exist, but this difference is gradually decreasing. After 9 days, this difference might be negligible. Furthermore, my martial arts skills are much higher than all the soldiers in the battalion. If I were to participate in the battle personally, it would be a bit of a bully. It is enough for me to be able to command from the rear. No matter what, Li Zishuan was a grandmaster late-stage martial arts expert. There were only a few people with such strength in the entire Tang Empire. It could be said that he was now standing at the top of the pyramid in martial arts. Although a grandmaster realm expert could not fight against an army of 1,000, in a small-scale battle, a single grandmaster realm martial artist was enough to change the outcome of the battle. That was why Qiu Xingong was so concerned about whether Li Zishuan would go up or not. However, this competition was mainly to compare the new and old training methods. If Li Zishuan were to participate in the battle personally, even if he won, it would be difficult to prove anything. Because a grandmaster late-stage martial arts expert would affect the balance of the game too much. Since Li Zishuan is so confident, then I won't say anything more. But Li Zishuan, don't worry. Even if the Wu Battalion loses this competition, you will still be in charge of the training of the black armored troops. Duan Jishuan nodded. Then he smiled mysteriously and whispered to Li Zishuan. Hearing this, Li Zishuan was shocked. He said, how can that be? We had an agreement that if the Wu Battalion loses this competition, the new training method will be abolished and the training of the black armored troops will be handed over to General Qiu. A man's words carried enormous weight. How could he go back on his words? General, please don't blame me for being unjust. Duan Jishuan patted Li Zishuan's shoulder and said solemnly, Li Zishuan, this is not my idea. It is His Majesty's idea. Li Zishuan didn't understand. He asked, what do you mean by that? Duan Jishuan explained, His Majesty approves of your new training regimen. He believes that if we want the newly expanded black armored troops to become a fighting force within 2 months, the previous training regimen will definitely not work. We can only try your new training regimen. Therefore, even if the E Battalion loses this time, the black armored troops will still use the new training regimen. Hearing this, Li Zishuan suddenly understood. At this time, he couldn't help but admire Li Er's foresight and decisiveness. If it was another emperor, he might not be able to see the current situation and problems of the black armored troops at first glance. Even so, a gentleman's promise is worth 1,000 gold. Since we have agreed to the bet, we have to accept the loss. If the Wu Battalion loses the competition 9 days later, I will still abdicate my position. As for His Majesty, I will explain it to him personally. After a moment of silence, Li Zishuan still held his fists and said. But then he changed the topic and said, but I am confident that I can beat the 2nd Battalion. The Wu Battalion will definitely not lose this competition. Hearing Li Zishuan's words, Duan Jishuan was speechless for a moment. After a while, he sighed and said, all right. Since Adjunct Li insists and is so confident, then I will believe you. Li Zishuan smiled and said, thank you for your trust, Grand General. Then, he suddenly remembered that he wanted to ask Duan Jishuan for something. He held his fists and said, Grand General, I heard that you have a map of the Nyosho mountain area. I wonder if you can lend it to me? Map of the Nyosho mountain? Duan Jishuan was stunned at first, but he reacted quickly. He laughed and said, haha. Not bad, not bad. The art of war is about the right time, the right place, and the right people. Before the battle, you should first familiarize yourself with the terrain. Adjunct Li is gradually getting better in the art of war. You flatter me. Since the location of the competition is at the Nyosho mountain, then I will definitely familiarize myself with the terrain of the Nyosho mountain area. Li Zishuan smiled and held his fists together. Haha. That's how it should be. Qiu Xingong nodded and said, I do have a map of the Nyosho mountain area. It should be more or less accurate. I will ask my guards to send it to your tent later. Li Zishuan's face lit up. He quickly held his fists together and said, thank you, Grand General. After embarrassing Qiu Xingong and obtaining the map of the area around Mount Nyosho, Li Zishuan had achieved his goal of this trip. Therefore, he cupped his hands and bid farewell to Duan Jishuan in satisfaction and returned to the tent area of the Wu Battalion. It was noon. It was the time for the soldiers to eat and rest. He also wanted to return to his tent to rest for a while. Dali? So you are here. It's not easy to find you. When Li Zishuan went to the commander's tent to look for Duan Jishuan, a few soldiers quietly snuck into the Wu Battalion's dining hall. As every soldier in the black armored army was wearing the special vanadium steel plate armor made by the workshop, if one did not look carefully, one would not be able to tell if they were soldiers from the Wu Battalion. One of the soldiers found a man with a scar on his face near the pile of firewood in the north of the dining hall. He then squatted down and greeted him softly. General Bai? What are you doing here? The man with a scar was none other than the first injured soldier Li Zishuan met last night, Ding Dali. Hearing the voice, Ding Dali turned his head and looked over. He was slightly stunned. He swallowed the food in his mouth and said in surprise. This was because the person in front of him was an old acquaintance. To be more precise, it was his old superior. Ding Dali used to be a squad leader in Zhuowuwei, while the man with the surname Bai was called Bai Shanhai. He was a general in their camp. After being selected to join the Black Armored Army, Ding Dali was assigned to the V camp, whereas the man with the surname Bai was assigned to the B camp. In the Black Armored Army, although there was no explicit rule that stated that soldiers were not allowed to go to other battalions, but under normal circumstances, soldiers would rarely visit other battalions. Hey! Didn't I hear that you were injured yesterday? So I came over to take a look. Also, we are in the Black Armored Army now. I am no longer a general. You can just call me Shanhai. Bai Shanhai patted Ding Dali's shoulder and said with a concerned face. Hee hee. It's just a small injury, just a small injury. It's just a scratch on my leg. The military doctor said that I will be fine in 2 days. Ding Dali was flattered by the sudden concern from his old boss. He scratched his head and chuckled. This idiot did not know that one who is unaccountably solicitous is hiding evil intentions. Bai Shanhai rolled his eyes. Seeing that there was no one around, he moved closer to Ding Dali and whispered, Dali, how did you get injured? Can you tell me about it? Chapter 1776. I accidentally fell off the back of a horse during training yesterday and coincidentally hit a wooden pole. In the Black Armored Army, by the pile of firewood outside the Wu barracks, Ding Dali thought for a while before answering Bai Shanhai's question. If someone had asked him yesterday afternoon how he got injured, he would definitely have complained about the new training method and Li Zixuan. But last night, Li Zixuan personally patrolled the barracks, consoled the injured soldiers and even personally checked on his injuries. This made Ding Dali's impression of Li Zixuan much better. Thus, he didn't tell Bai Shanhai the whole truth. Accidentally fell off the back of a horse? Hearing this, Bai Shanhai's eyes flashed and a hint of disdain appeared at the corner of his mouth. But he quickly covered it up and asked in an incredulous tone, Dali, who are you trying to fool? When we were in the Zuo barracks, your horsemanship was one of the best in our barracks. You're telling me that you accidentally fell off the back of a horse? How is that possible? What's wrong? Now that we're in the Black Armored Army, you're not even willing to tell me the truth. We used to be in the same barracks. You can't possibly disown me just because we're in a different place, right? When Ding Dali heard this, he was so anxious that sweat started to form on his forehead. He put down his bowl and chopsticks and hurriedly waved his hands. No, no, no. General Bai Shanhai, I'm not trying to lie to you. My injury was indeed caused by falling off the back of a horse. Yesterday afternoon, when our barracks were doing charging training, Li Zixuan ordered us to charge forward. If he didn't order us to stop, we couldn't stop. So in the end, my group directly crashed into a wooden pole. But we were all wearing metal armor at that time, so the injury wasn't serious. We'll be fine in 2 days. I accidentally fell off the back of a horse during training yesterday and coincidentally hit a wooden pole. In the Black Armored Army, by the firewood pile outside the kitchen of the Wu barracks, Ding Dali answered Bai Shanhai's question. If someone had asked him yesterday afternoon how he got injured, he would definitely have complained about the new training method and Li Zixuan. But last night, Li Zixuan personally patrolled the camp, consoled the injured soldiers, and even personally checked on his injuries. This made Ding Dali have a much better impression of Li Zixuan. As such, he did not tell Bai Shanhai the complete truth. Accidentally fell off the back of a horse? Hearing this, Bai Shanhai's eyes flashed and a trace of disdain appeared at the corner of his mouth. However, he quickly covered it up and asked in an incredulous tone, Dali, who are you trying to fool? When we were in the Zuo battalion, your horsemanship was one of the best in our battalion. Now you're telling me that you accidentally fell off the back of a horse? How is that possible? What's wrong? Now that we're in the Black Armored troops, you're not even willing to tell me the truth. We used to be in the same battalion. You can't possibly disown me just because we've changed locations, right? When Ding Dali heard this, he was so anxious that sweat started to form on his forehead. He put down his bowl and chopsticks and hurriedly waved his hands, saying, No, no, no. General Bai Shanhai, I'm not trying to lie to you. My injury was indeed caused by falling off the back of a horse. Yesterday afternoon, when our battalion was doing the charging training, Li Zixuan ordered us to charge forward on horseback. If he didn't order us to stop, we couldn't stop. So in the end, my group directly hit a wooden pole. But we were all wearing metal armor at that time, so the injury wasn't serious. We'll be fine in 2 days. Chapter 1777. Every citizen is responsible for the rise and fall of the country. 2 days later, Lantian County's Longmen will host a charity event to raise funds for the country. In the Qizhou provincial governor's residence, Wang Rinbiao read the latest edition of the Datong Daily and frowned. After a while, he put down the newspaper and muttered to himself, this charity event must be little Xian's doing. Why are you so sure that the Marquis of Yong'an is behind this? But according to the reports, Marquis should be training the soldiers in the Black Armored troops right now? Hearing this, Leng Yuyao frowned and asked doubtfully. Although Wang Rinbiao's voice was soft, it did not escape her ears. After all, she was a martial arts expert close to the Grandmaster realm. Kiki. Although little Xian is in the army, he can send someone else to do this. Look at this, the Yan Huang Chamber of Commerce, a charity event. Who else but little Xian could come up with such an idea? Wang Rinbiao smiled and pointed at the article in the newspaper. After analyzing it with Leng Yuyao, he stood up with his hands behind his back. Although I don't know how much money the imperial court is lacking, the fact that His Majesty allowed little Xian to gather the merchants to raise funds for the army shows that the imperial court is somewhat stretched in the war with the Turks. Only by borrowing the strength of the citizens can we raise enough funds for the army. I'm afraid the situation is not optimistic. Every citizen was responsible for the rise and fall of the country. Moreover, Wang Renbiao was not a commoner, but the eldest son of the Wang family of Taiyuan and the Qizhou provincial governor. Knowing that the imperial court was in trouble, he would naturally be worried. Then, does young master mean that our Wang family should participate in this charity event? After a moment of silence, Leng Yuyao asked softly. Our Wang family, Kiki. Can I still represent the Wang family? Wang Renbiao suddenly smiled bitterly, a trace of coldness and desolation on his lips. Although he didn't know why Princess Tong and Wang Yu had suddenly agreed to his marriage with Li Jingchu, Wang Renbiao knew that his marriage with Li Jingchu would definitely anger the elders of the Wang clan. This meant that the resources of the Wang clan would no longer be given to him, and his status as the eldest son of the Wang clan would only exist in name. The elders of the Wang clan would nominate another descendant of the Wang clan to become the future patriarch of the Wang clan. The news of Wang Renbiao's upcoming marriage had been released for so long, but none of the elders of the Wang family were willing to come to Qizhou for the banquet. This meant that Wang Renbiao was about to be cold-shouldered and marginalized by the family. Young master, since the patriarch and the eldest princess have agreed to the marriage between you and Miss Li, I presume the patriarch won't say anything else, right? Leng Yuyao had been by Wang Renbiao's side for more than 10 years. How could she not tell what Wang Renbiao was thinking at this moment? Although she said so, she also knew that this situation was very unlikely. With the nature of the top aristocratic families like the 5 surnames and 7 hopes, Wang Renbiao was very likely to be abandoned by the Wang family. How could Wang Renbiao not understand this? He shook his head and said, hee hee. Actually, I don't care about the identity of the Wang family's eldest son. Yao, you should understand me. This identity is more of a restriction than a benefit to me. Rather than being restricted by the family, I'm more willing to be an ordinary person, do what I like, and love the person I like. Sometimes I'm quite envious of Xiao Xian. He was able to have the status and wealth he has today all because of his own hard work, so he can do as he pleases and not be restricted by his family. Although I was born with everything, those things don't belong to me. They come from the family and the family can take them back at any time. This is not what I want. Hearing this, Leng Yuyao couldn't help but be silent. She lost her parents when she was young and was adopted by the Wang family. She was trained to be a secret guard. Regarding the internal situation of the Wang family, she knew it like the back of her hand. Naturally, she knew that what Wang Renbiao said was the truth. Young master, we won't be going to the fundraiser 2 days later. After a moment of silence, Leng Yuyao asked. No. We have to go. Of course we have to go. Unexpectedly, Wang Renbiao shook his head and said firmly, since this matter was initiated by Xiao Xian, it's only right for us to help. Although I may not be able to use the Wang family's resources in the future, I should be able to transfer a lot of money from the shops in my hands. Send a message to the shopkeeper of the Craftsman Pavilion and ask him to attend the fundraiser in my place 2 days later and donate 30,000 strings of cash. Wang Renbiao had previously invested in the Yan Huang Chamber of Commerce and could be considered one of the earliest members of the Yan Huang Chamber of Commerce. The shops under him had received preferential treatment from the Yan Huang Chamber of Commerce in terms of resources and had earned quite a bit of money in the past year, 30,000 strings of cash. Young master wants to donate so much? Leng Yuyao wasn't surprised that Wang Renbiao wanted to help Li Zishuan. She was surprised that Wang Renbiao wanted to donate so much money at once. 30,000 strings of cash might be a drop in the ocean to the Wang family, but to Wang Renbiao, who was about to be abandoned by the Wang family, this 30,000 strings of cash could very well affect his livelihood for the rest of his life. Xiao Xian is my brother. Now that the court is in trouble and His Majesty has given Xiao Xian an order, although I don't know how much military funds will be collected for Xiao Xian to complete his mission, as his brother, I should do my best to help him. Moreover, Xiao Xian was the one who brought me and Jingchu together. If not for him, Jing Chu and I would have become Jiao Zhongqing and Lu Lanji, right? A mere 30,000 strings of cash isn't enough to repay Xiao Xian's kindness to me. Wang Rinbiao's gaze was deep as he spoke faintly. Of course, he knew that he might be abandoned by the Wang family. Moreover, after being abandoned by the Wang family, money would become a very important thing to him. But so what? Was he supposed to stand by and watch when his brother was in trouble? That was impossible. Yes. Young master. Yu Yao will send a message to the shopkeeper of the Craftsman Pavilion and ask him to attend the fundraiser in 2 days. Lin Yu Yao bowed. Go, Yao, Wang Rinbiao nodded and the study instantly quieted down. Chapter 1778. Yes, there's a mountain here but it's not high or steep. You can climb it on horseback. How high is not high? 100 feet or 100 feet? How would I remember that? Didn't you say that you're good at memorizing directions? That you can remember everything you've been there once? I did remember that, but I've forgotten it now. You. Think about it carefully. If you can't remember, you can go and train. I'll ask Jiping to double your training today. Don't. Xiao Xian, wait, I think I remember. That mountain is about 500 feet tall and has a radius of half a mile. There are many pine trees on the mountain. Yes. What about here? The map shows that there's a mountain here too. Do you remember how high it is? In the afternoon, in Li Zishuan's tent, he and Qing Chimo were working on a military sand table of Nyosho Mountain. Qing Chimo suddenly realized that he had made a wrong decision. Assisting Li Zishuan in making the sand table was no easier than training on the drill ground. Li Zishuan had asked too many questions. He had asked about the height of the mountain, the size of the area, the density of the forest, and the number of mountain paths around the mountain. He used to go hunting on Nyosho Mountain with a bunch of rich kids in Chang'an. However, he was there for fun and not to survey the terrain. How would he remember all these details? But it was too late for regrets now. If he wanted to get off the pirate ship now, his training today would be doubled. Wouldn't that kill him? Thus, Qing Chimo felt like his head was about to explode for the entire afternoon. It was too much for him to handle. There's a mountain here but it's not high or steep. You can go up on horseback. How high is not high? 100 feet or 100 feet? How would I remember that? Didn't you say that you're good at memorizing directions? That you can remember all the places you've been to once? I remembered that, but I've forgotten it now. You. Why don't you King think about it again? If you can't remember, then go practice. I'll ask Jiping to double your training today. No. Little Xian, wait a moment, I seem to remember something. That mountain is about 500 zhang tall and has a radius of half a li. There are many pine trees on the mountain. Yes. What about here? The map shows that there is also a peak here. Do you still remember how high it is? In the afternoon, in Li Zishuan's tent of the Black Armored Army, he and Qing Chimo were rushing to make a military sand table of Mount Nyosho according to the map. Qing Chimo suddenly realized that he had made a wrong decision. Assisting Li Zishuan in making the sand table in the tent was no easier than practicing on the drill ground. This was because Li Zishuan had asked too many questions in detail. He had asked about the height of the mountain, how wide it was, how dense the forest was, and how many mountain paths there were around the mountain. He used to go hunting on Mount Nyosho with a bunch of second-generation rich kids in Chang'an. However, he was there for fun and not to survey the terrain. How could he remember all these details? But it was too late for regrets. If he wanted to get off the pirate ship now, his training today would be doubled. Wouldn't that be asking for his life? Thus, Qing Chimo felt like his head was about to explode for the entire afternoon. It was too much for his brain. Chapter 1779. What? He wants to donate 10,000 strings of cash to the imperial court? In the back hall of the Lantian County Yamen, everyone exclaimed after hearing County Magistrate He's words. If it was in the past, all the taxes collected by the Lantian County Yamen had to be handed over to the imperial court. No one dared to withhold them, unless they were tired of living. However, ever since Li Er bestowed the entire Lantian County to Li Zishuan as a fief, Li Zishuan became the true king of Lantian County. The taxes collected by the entire Lantian County did not need to be handed over to the imperial court. Instead, they belonged to Li Zishuan's private property. However, ever since Li Zishuan returned to Cheng, and from Mount Longhu, his restaurant, Chi Chu Pavilion, Chi Chu Culture, and various other businesses flourished. In just over a year, he had earned such a huge fortune. Naturally, he did not care about the pitiful amount of taxes collected by a small Lantian county. Last year, Li Zishuan used his own money to build the Tang Alliance Medical Center in Lantian County. After that, he officially handed over the rights to use the taxes collected by Lantian County to County Magistrate He, the Lantian County Yamen. He only had one request for County Magistrate He, which was to take from the people and use it for the people. The taxes collected by the Lantian County Yamen every year had to be used to improve the livelihood of the people. For example, building roads, paving bridges, building schools, and so on. A few months ago, Lantian County underwent a major renovation. The roads in the city were all replaced with wide and flat cement roads. All these projects used the county Yamen's money. Even if the county Yamen could not fork out so much money at once, it was fine. They could borrow from Yanhuang Bank first and return the money when the taxes were collected next month. This was a little like borrowing money in modern society. Therefore, when they heard that County Magistrate He wanted to donate 10,000 strings of cash from the County Yamen's treasury, everyone present could not help but feel a little pained. This was because the money belonged to the County Yamen. Once it was donated, the County Yamen's treasury would shrink by a lot. If the County Yamen were to carry out any more projects to improve the livelihood of the people, it was very likely that they would face a financial crisis. County Magistrate, isn't 10,000 strings of cash a little too much? County Magistrate Meng swallowed his saliva and asked tentatively. Too much. Of course it was a lot. In the past, these county officials would never be able to come into contact with 10,000 strings of cash. This was because in the entire Great Tang, there was not a single county that could collect more than 10,000 strings of cash every year. Yes. County Magistrate. According to Marquis' plan, the county still had to expand the city and lay out electric wires so that the people in the city could use electric lights. Both of these projects required a lot of money. If we donate 10,000 strings of coins, we won't be able to push forward the next two projects. After a moment of hesitation, Registrar Wang cupped his hands and said, What? You want to donate 10,000 strings of cash to the imperial court? In the back hall of the Lantian County Yamen, everyone couldn't help but exclaim after hearing County Magistrate He's words. If it was in the past, all the taxes collected by the Lantian County Yamen every year had to be handed over to the imperial court. No one dared to withhold them unless they were tired of living. However, ever since Li Zishuan bestowed the entire Lantian County to Li Zishuan as a fief, Li Zishuan became the true king of Lantian County. The taxes collected by the entire Lantian County did not have to be handed over to the imperial court. Instead, they belonged to Li Zishuan's private property. However, ever since Li Zishuan returned to Cheng, and from Mount Longhu, his restaurant, Chi Chu Pavilion, Chi Chu Culture, and various other businesses were doing well. In just over a year, he had earned a huge fortune. Naturally, he didn't care about the pitiful amount of taxes collected by a small Lantian county. Last year, Li Zishuan used his own money to build the Tang Alliance Medical Center in Lantian County. After that, he officially handed over the rights to use the taxes collected by Lantian County to County Magistrate He, the Lantian County Yamen. He only had one request for County Magistrate He, which was to take from the people and use it for the people. The taxes collected by the Lantian County Yamen every year had to be used to improve the livelihood of the people. For example, building roads and bridges, building schools and so on. A few months ago, Lantian County underwent a major renovation. The roads in the city were all replaced with wide and flat cement roads. All these projects used the county yaman's money. Even if the county yaman couldn't take out so much money at once, it didn't matter. They could borrow from the Yanhuang Bank first. When the next month's taxes were collected, they could return the money. This was a little like borrowing money in modern society. Therefore, when they heard that county magistrate he wanted to donate 10,000 strings of cash from the county yaman's treasury, they couldn't help but feel a little pained. This was because the money belonged to the county yaman. Once it was donated, the county yaman's treasury would shrink by a lot. If the county yaman were to carry out any projects to improve the livelihood of the people, it was very likely that they would be faced with a shortage of money. County magistrate, isn't 10,000 strings of cash a little too much? County Magistrate Meng swallowed his saliva and asked tentatively. Too much. Of course it was too much. If it was in the past, these county yaman officials would never be able to come into contact with 10,000 strings of cash. This was because in the entire Tang Empire, there wasn't a single county that could collect more than 10,000 strings of cash every year. That's right. County Magistrate. According to Marquis' plan, the county will have to expand the city and lay out electricity lines so that the people in the city can use electric lights. These two projects will require a lot of money. If we donate 10,000 strings of cash, we won't be able to carry out these two projects. Registrar Wang hesitated for a moment, then clasped his hands and said. Chapter 1780. Bang! 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 In the Black Armored Army's camp, outside the kitchen of the Wu barracks, a soldier was sweating profusely under the setting sun. As he swung his axe again and again, round logs were chopped into halves. The series of actions could be said to be done in one go, clean and neat. It was pleasing to the eye. However, the soldier's words were not so pleasing to the eye. Hey! I am the son of a duke. How can I be reduced to chopping firewood in the army? This is so unfair. Xiao Xian. Xiao Xian. You're torturing me on purpose. Tonight, when you fall asleep, I'll stuff Bao Lin's footwear at your bedside. Hey! F***CK. How much firewood does the kitchen burn in a day? Is there a need to chop so much? Could it be that the kid just now was pranking me too? The person chopping the firewood was Ching Chumo. After all, this fellow knew martial arts. Chopping firewood was a piece of cake for him. His efficiency was 3 to 4 times faster than the average person. Although his movements were smooth and fluid, Ching Chumo was cursing as he chopped the firewood. He even threatened to prank Li Zishuan at night. But this fellow was too ignorant. Ever since he entered the army camp, when was he not the first to fall asleep? If he really wanted to prank someone, it would be Li Zishuan pranking him, not Li Zishuan. Phew. I'm finally done chopping. People who knew martial arts were different. Ordinary people would need more than 2 hours to chop all the firewood, but Ching Chumo only used half an hour to chop all the firewood. After he finished chopping, this guy began to organize the pile of firewood in front of him, piling them up into piles. There should still be more than an hour before the training ends, right? The food in the kitchen is not ready yet. Where should I go? After everything was done, Ching Chumo couldn't help but feel troubled. At this moment, the soldiers on the training ground were still training. If he were to return to his tent, Li Zishuan might chase him to the training ground to train with the other soldiers. However, if he were to stay in the kitchen, he would have nothing to do. Because the food was not ready yet, he couldn't eat even if he wanted to. Could it be that he, the son of a duke, had to cook for others? Ching Chumo quickly shook his head and threw this terrifying thought out of his mind. Where was the hottest place in the summer? It must be the kitchen. In the kitchen of the Wu battalion, there were many stoves that were burning firewood at the same time. It was simply not a place for humans. He couldn't go back to his tent, he couldn't stay in the kitchen. He didn't want to go to the training ground. Even if he wandered around the barracks, he would be punished if he was caught. Why don't I hide in the pile of firewood and rest for a while? Looking at the neat piles of firewood under the shed, Ching Chumo suddenly had an idea, and an idea came to his mind. Since he couldn't go anywhere, he might as well hide here and slack off for a while. The cooks in the kitchen still didn't know that he had finished chopping the firewood so quickly. By the time they found out, it would be almost time for dinner. On the other hand, Li Zishuan must still think that he was helping to cook in the kitchen. Naturally, he wouldn't find out that he was slacking off. This was a good plan that could kill two birds with one stone. Ching Chumo couldn't help but praise himself for his cleverness. Then, he walked to the pile of firewood and stood against the wall. Next, he placed a pile of firewood in front of him and beside him. Then, he squatted down and directly leaned against the wall to enjoy the shade. This pile of firewood was next to the kitchen. There was a shed on top of it. It was ventilated from 3 sides. At this moment, there was a slight southeast wind blowing. Ching Chumo didn't feel hot staying inside. Anyway, it was much cooler than the kitchen. If someone passed by here, they would only see the pile of firewood and wouldn't see a lazy guy slacking off in the pile of firewood. Sigh. Finally, I can take a break. Ching Chumo leaned against the wall comfortably, feeling the slight breeze from the gaps of the pile of firewood. His nerves relaxed, and for a moment, he actually felt a little sleepy. This afternoon, helping Li Zishuan to make the sandbox had consumed too many of his brain cells. Now that he was relaxed, his upper and lower eyelids began to fight. Then he actually fell asleep in the pile of firewood. Chapter 1781. After dinner, Li Zishuan returned to his tent with Yuchi Baolin. Although Sun Jiping also wanted to go over and take a look at the sand table, he still had some military matters to attend to, so he could only wait until nighttime. As for Ching Chumo's whereabouts, although Li Zishuan was worried, he wasn't too worried. Just as he said earlier, the Black Armored Army's gate was sealed. Without Duan Jishuan's permission, no one could leave the camp. Although Ching Chumo was the son of a duke, military orders came first in the army. Without Duan Jishuan's permission, he wouldn't be able to leave the gate. Therefore, Li Zishuan guessed that Ching Chumo was most likely hiding somewhere and sneaking around. When nighttime came, this fellow would definitely return to his tent to sleep. It wouldn't be too late to deal with him then. Li Zishuan and Sun Jiping went to the kitchen early, so they ate quickly. After they left, there were still many soldiers who had just gotten their food. Ding Dali was one of them. Although this person was usually carefree and straightforward, he liked to eat quietly and didn't like to talk to others at this time. Therefore, he usually ate alone by the firewood on the east side of the kitchen. Tonight was no exception. Hey! Dolly, eat. Just as Ding Dolly was half full, a rough voice suddenly sounded in his ears. Ding Dolly turned his head and saw that it was Bai Shanhai who had come to deliver medicine to him in the afternoon. Shanhai? You're here? Take a seat, take a seat. Have you eaten? Ding Dolly hurriedly pointed to a wooden stool beside him and greeted Bai Shanhai warmly. It was completely different from the coldness in the afternoon. Now, Ding Dolly was extremely warm towards Bai Shanhai. The difference in his attitude before was like heaven and earth. The reason was because of what Bai Shanhai had said to Ding Dolly in the afternoon, which made Ding Dolly feel guilty. It was because of this guilt that Ding Dolly let down his guard against Bai Shanhai and even became somewhat warm towards him. I've already eaten. Bai Shanhai waved his hand and sat down beside Ding Dolly. In fact, Bai Shanhai was pleasantly surprised by Ding Dolly's enthusiasm. This proved that the act he put on at noon was not in vain. To him, things were developing in a good direction. After sitting down, Bai Shanhai pretended to be concerned. He looked at Ding Dolly and asked, Dolly, have you applied the ointment I gave you this afternoon? Is your leg better now? It's almost healed. It wasn't a serious injury in the first place, and the medicine you gave me was very special. After applying it, it felt cool and refreshing. When I was training in the afternoon, I felt the pain in my leg lessen a lot. I think it should be completely healed by tomorrow. Ding Dolly quickly replied. Then he hesitated for a moment and said, well, Shanhai, I was a little harsh with my words at noon. Don't take it to heart. I don't know what's good for me. I apologize to you. Just treat me as a fart and let me go, okay? After saying that, he couldn't help but look at Bai Shanhai anxiously. Hearing this, Bai Shanhai patted Ding Dali's shoulder and laughed loudly. Haha. You and I are brothers, and we used to be comrades. I won't take such small things to heart. But Dali, as your brother, there's something I don't know if I should say. Towards the end, Bai Shanhai seemed to want to say something but stopped. When Ding Dali heard that Bai Shanhai wasn't angry about what happened at noon, he couldn't help but feel a little happy. But after hearing the last sentence, he immediately patted his chest and said seriously, Shanhai, what are you saying? I didn't know before, but now I know. You really treat me as a brother. If you have something to say, just say it. The two of them were talking happily, and it was really a scene of brotherly affection. But neither of them noticed that in the pile of firewood behind them, there was a lazy guy who had just woken up from his sleep. How did I fall asleep? Why is it so noisy outside? Could it be that the army's training has ended? Ching Chumo, who had been lazing around in the pile of firewood and sleeping for more than an hour, suddenly heard a burst of noise. He couldn't help but rub his sleepy eyes, and his consciousness gradually became clear. Just as he was about to stand up, he heard Bai Shanhai say in a low voice from outside, Don't worry. Dali, I heard that this Li Kanjun seems to treat people peacefully and has the style of a gentleman. But in private, he is vicious and cruel, and likes to deliberately torture people. Some of the servants in his residence have been tortured to the point where they can't even die. The reason why his fierce reputation hasn't spread outside is because this person is extremely good at disguising himself. He is one person in front of people, and another person in private. So when you guys hit the wooden stakes and got injured yesterday, I feel that it wasn't because Li Kanjun wanted to train you to obey orders, but because he likes to torture people. Think about it, at that time, he was able to torture you for fun, and he even had such a dignified excuse. How could he let go of such a good opportunity? Hearing this, no matter how stupid Ching Chumo was, he felt that something was wrong. He, who had wanted to stand up, quickly sat back down. What? How is that possible? When Ding Dali heard Bai Shanhai's words, his first reaction was disbelief. He stared and said, before Li Kanjun entered the military camp, he might have led the Sky Pheasant Brigade to exterminate the locusts in dozens of counties in the north. He solved the locust plague of the local people and saved countless people. How could he be the vicious and cruel person you are talking about? Why does this voice sound so familiar? Ching Chumo, who was hiding in the pile of firewood and eavesdropping, couldn't help but feel that Ding Dali's voice was familiar. After seriously recalling in his mind for a moment, Ching Chumo finally remembered the owner of this voice. Isn't this Ding Dali, who I met last night when I was patrolling with Xiao Xian? Why is he here? No. Who is he talking to? It doesn't sound like he's from our camp. Last night, Ching Chumo had been patrolling the camp with Li Zishuan. Although this fellow felt bored halfway through and slipped back to sleep, the camp that Ding Dali was in was the first one they patrolled yesterday. At that time, Ching Chumo was present, so he could quickly recognize Ding Dali's voice. However, he had never heard this other voice before. But from the words that person said, it was obvious that he was deliberately trying to sow discord. This made Ching Chumo feel a sense of vigilance. He planned to hide in the pile of firewood and eavesdrop for a while, waiting to see what would happen next. Ching Chumo was a simple and honest person, but he was not stupid. He still understood the principle of catching an adulterer in bed and catching a thief with the stolen goods. Outside the pile of firewood, Bai Shanhai's eyes flashed and he said in a low voice, I said, that's just his appearance. Kanjun Li is the best at one thing on the surface and another behind the scenes. Besides, didn't he do all that for the sake of being promoted? Didn't you see that after he returned from the north, he received a lot of rewards from His Majesty? That's true. After the Sky Rooster Brigade returned from the north, Li Zishuan was conferred the title of governor of Qingzhou. The whole of Qingzhou became his fief. So Ding Dali thought for a while and nodded subconsciously. But then he realized that something was wrong and quickly said, "That's not right. Last night, I heard from Kanjun Lee that our battalion will have a competition with your 2nd Battalion in 9 days. So during this period of time, he will arrange a heavier training mission for us, and some of us will inevitably get injured. But this is all because Kanjun Lee wants us to become stronger, so that we can defeat you in the competition in 9 days." Hearing this, Bai Shanhai's expression froze. But after a while, he reacted. He patted Ding Dali's shoulder and said, Dali, you are really too young. Do you know how the competition in 9 days came about?" Kanjun Lee saw that General Chiu had rich experience and outstanding ability, so he wanted to chase General Chiu out of the Black Armored Army and force General Chiu to agree to the competition. "As long as your Wu battalion wins this competition, General Chiu will leave the Black Armored Army. He said that he is training you like this for your own good, but in reality, he is training you like this for himself. He wants to get rid of the dissidents and dominate the Black Armored Army. That's why he wants you to train so hard, but doesn't care if you live or die. As long as you can win the competition, even if you get injured, he won't care. F***CK. Who the hell is this bastard? How dare he slander Xiao Xian like this?" Hearing this, Qing Chimo couldn't help but be furious. More than an hour ago, although he had secretly made up stories about Li Zishuan, and even wanted to take advantage of Li Zishuan's sleep and stuff Yuqi Baolin's smelly socks to Li Zishuan's bed, he didn't allow others to badmouth Li Zishuan. Because no matter what, Li Zishuan was the most important brother in his life to Qing Chimo. What? There's such a thing? Outside the pile of firewood, Ding Dali said in shock, "I only know that there will be a competition with your 2nd Battalion in 9 days, but I didn't know that this competition was initiated by General Li. But our battalion can't even defeat your battalion. Why would General Li do this?" "Humph. It's because you are no match for us, that's why General Li did this." Hearing this, Bai Shanhai laughed coldly and said, "Think about it, if the Wu battalion is stronger than the 2nd Battalion, then how can General Li prove that his ability is better than General Chiu's? He wants to use this competition to build his reputation in the Black Armored Army, and force General Chiu to leave the Black Armored Army. And you guys are just stepping stones on Li Zishuan's path to success. He only sees you guys as tools, and doesn't care if you live or die. That's why he came up with such a cruel training method, making you guys train so hard, and even injuring both men and horses." "What? It's actually like this?" Ding Dali's face turned pale when he heard this. What Bai Shanhai said was completely different from the image he had of Li Zishuan in his mind, and it was hard for him to accept it. "Dali." Seeing Ding Dali's pale face and dazed eyes, the corners of Bai Shanhai's mouth curled up into an imperceptible smile. He stepped forward and patted Ding Dali's shoulder, deciding to follow up on his victory. With a deep expression, he said, "The 2nd Battalion can lose this competition, because we can't bear to see you guys being tortured by General Li like this. We are all in the Black Armored Army, and that means we are fellow soldiers, brothers. Now you guys have only suffered some light injuries, but who knows if you will lose your lives in the future. You guys didn't die on the battlefield, but on the drill ground. To the Black Armored Army, this is a great humiliation." Ding Dali rubbed his forehead with a pained expression. He waved his hand and said, "Shanhai, don't say any more. I'm just a small soldier in the Wu battalion. Even if I know all this, I can't do anything. It's better for me to continue being muddle-headed." Bai Shanhai saw that the time was ripe, and his eyes flashed with joy. He hurriedly said, "Dali. Who said you can't do anything? Brother, let me tell you the truth. The lieutenant of our battalion has long been sick of General Li's atrocities. The medicine I gave you this afternoon was given to us by our lieutenant. Our lieutenant will definitely have a way to take down Li Zishuan and stop him from harming you guys. Let's do it this way. Tonight at midnight, you call the other wounded brothers in your camp over here. First, I'll give them some medicine. Second, I'll invite our captain over. He'll tell you how to resist Adjunct Li's atrocities next. How about it?" But what if we are discovered?" Ding Dali's eyes flashed with a hint of hesitation, but he was still hesitant. Seeing this, Bai Shanhai patted him on the shoulder and said, "Dolly, don't worry. Our black armored army is not something that Li Zishuan can cover with one hand. If anything happens, our lieutenant will take care of it for you. At the very least, there is still General Chiu. General Chiu is a righteous person. When the time comes, he will definitely uphold justice for us. You have to know that you are not only saving yourself, but also saving your brothers in the battalion. Can you bear to see them being abused by Li Zishuan? With Li Zishuan's atrocious personality, they will be crippled sooner or later." Bai Shanhai's last sentence had struck a chord in Ding Dali's heart. He had no other good points, but he was a righteous person. Hearing this, the originally hesitant Ding Dali suddenly became determined. He looked at Bai Shanhai and nodded heavily. "Okay. Brother Shanhai, I will listen to you. Tonight at midnight, I will bring my brothers here to meet your lieutenant. Let's see what he can do." "Good. Dolly. You are still as righteous as before. I, Bai Shanhai, did not misjudge you." Hearing this, Bai Shanhai could not help but become excited. He heavily punched Ding Dali's chest and said excitedly, "Then it's settled. I will go back to the battalion now and inform our lieutenant. Tonight at midnight, I will not leave until I see you." "Oh, right. Li Zishuan is very good at disguising himself. Most of the soldiers in the battalion have been deceived by his hypocrisy. You must be careful when you do things. Do not make a fuss about it to avoid being obstructed." At the end, Bai Shanhai reminded him worriedly. Brother Shanhai, I know. Don't worry." Ding Dali nodded. Only then did Bai Shanhai relax and leave. Chapter 1782. Damn you, Ding Dali. Last night, Xiao Xian even personally treated your injuries. Today, you're going to change sides just because someone instigated you? What af** king ingrate. After Ding Dali and Bai Shanhai left, Qing Chimo walked out from the pile of firewood. Looking at the two's departing figures, he waved his fist and said hatefully, "No. I have to tell Xiao Xian about this." Qing Chimo muttered to himself in a low voice. But as soon as he took a step forward, he retracted his foot. He rubbed his growling stomach and sighed, "Alas. Filling my stomach is more important. If I miss this meal, I can only wait until tomorrow morning to eat. I can still tell Xiao Xian after I eat." Sure enough, eating was the most important thing in the world. To Qing Chimo, nothing in this world was more important than filling his stomach. However, he knew that Ding Dali and Bai Shanhai wouldn't be able to do anything in such a short time, so he was in the mood to eat first. In the tent, Li Zishuan waited for a long time, but Qing Chimo still hadn't returned. He, who wasn't worried at first, gradually became anxious. Qing Chimo and Yuchi Baolin had entered the army camp to help him. If either of them were to meet with mishap in the black armored army, then Li Zishuan would have let down Qing Yaojin and Yuchi Jingda. Moreover, he would feel guilty for the rest of his life. Just as Li Zishuan was about to personally go out to look for Qing Chimo, a series of footsteps finally came from outside the tent, followed by Qing Chimo's shouts. "Xiao Xian, Xiao Xian. Something has happened." The curtain was lifted and Qing Chimo walked in quickly. Li Zishuan took a step forward and blocked him. His voice was cold as he said, "Chimo, where did you go during dinner?" Seeing that Li Zishuan had the intention of denouncing him, Qing Chimo couldn't help but shrink his neck. Although he said that he wanted to prank Li Zishuan behind his back, when they met face to face, this guy immediately cowered. Because he really couldn't beat him. Cough cough. "Xiao Xian. Let's not talk about this first. I found something very important. Hurry up and listen to me." Qing Chimo quickly changed the topic and said, "No matter what it is, you have to answer the question I just asked." Li Zishuan, who was well aware of Qing Chimo's nature, was not moved in the slightest. With a cold expression, he looked at Qing Chimo and said indifferently, Xiao Xian. I'm not joking with you this time. I really found something very important." Someone is trying to sow discord among our soldiers. I think it's someone from the 2nd Battalion. Just now, outside the kitchen, that person went to look for Ding Dolly. I heard everything they said. That person seems to be called Shanghai or something. In order to prove his innocence, Ching Chimo hurriedly told Li Zishuan everything he saw and heard outside the kitchen. Seeing that Ching Chimo spoke in a methodical manner and didn't seem to be lying, Li Zishuan's expression immediately became serious. Huh? Yamacho, didn't we go see this son Dolly last night? Yamacho, you even personally treated his injuries. How could he believe that person's malicious words about you, Yamacho? After Ching Chimo finished speaking, before Li Zishuan could say anything, Yuchi Baolin couldn't help but speak up angrily. Ding Dolly and I didn't have a close relationship before this. It's impossible for him to believe me just based on what I said last night. And from what Chimo said, this person called Shanghai seems to be familiar with Ding Dolly. Therefore, it's understandable that Ding Dolly would turn against him. Li Zishuan patted Baolin's shoulder to calm him down. Then he clasped his hands behind his back and said, the truly despicable person is that person called Shanghai. He said that he came from the 2nd Battalion, and this matter was ordered by 2nd Battalion Lieutenant Sun Tao. This way, it all makes sense. How does it make sense? Xiao Xian, don't just say half of it. Ching Chimo was listening attentively when Li Zishuan suddenly stopped talking. This made him very anxious, so he couldn't help but ask. Li Zishuan cast a sidelong glance at the idiot and said, why don't you tell me where you went just now? How did you hear the conversation between Sun Tao and that person? And how did you not get discovered by them? If I tell you, Xiao Xian, can you not be angry? Ching Chimo scratched his head, troubled. You tell me first. Li Zishuan said calmly with a straight face. Okay. I'll talk. Although Li Zishuan's face was expressionless, Ching Chimo, who knew Li Zishuan's character well, knew what Li Zishuan's expression meant. It meant that he would be lenient if he confessed, and severe if he resisted. Thus, he lowered his head and honestly confessed, you're right. Earlier, you asked me to help in the kitchen, so I went. In the end, the kitchen staff asked me to help them chop firewood. I had a lot of strength, so I finished chopping very quickly. But after I finished chopping, I didn't know where to go, so I rested in the firewood pile for a while. Who knew that I would accidentally fall asleep? When I woke up, I heard Ding Dolly and that Mountain Sea guy plotting something outside the firewood pile. I saw that they didn't have me, so I quietly eavesdropped. After that, you know everything. You always think about slacking off every day. Look at how steady Bao Lin is in his training all day. Li Zishuan was very smart. How could he not guess why Ching Chimo didn't return to the tent after chopping the firewood? He glared at him and said. Ching Chimo knew that he was in the wrong. He shrunk his neck and whispered, if I didn't slack off, how could I have heard their conspiracy? Li Zishuan was so angry that he laughed. He pointed at Ching Chimo and said, so not only did you not do anything wrong, but you also did something good? Should I ask the general to reward you? Ching Chimo laughed awkwardly. He quickly waved his hand and said, haha. That's not necessary. I don't need any reward. Oh, right, Xiao Xian, you haven't finished what you said just now. You can continue. Encountering such a shameless guy, Li Zishuan didn't know what to do. He secretly rolled his eyes and said, it's obvious that someone is trying to instigate the soldiers of the Wu Battalion who got injured during the training. They are trying to sow discord between me and the soldiers. They are trying to disturb the morale of the soldiers. Once the morale of the soldiers is disturbed, we don't even need to compete with the 2nd Battalion 9 days later. We can just admit defeat. Hearing that, Ching Chimo stared at him and said with righteous indignation, what? In that case, this matter must have been secretly arranged by that bastard Sun Tao. That son of a bitch is really a sinister person. He can't beat the Wu Battalion head-on, so he decided to stab us in the back. Pooh. When I meet him one day, I'll definitely beat him to death. Shut up. Li Zishuan quickly interrupted Qing Chimo and said, private fights are strictly prohibited in the military. Even if Sun Tao is the mastermind behind this, he should be punished according to military law. You better be honest and don't get yourself into trouble. Besides, we don't have any evidence to prove that this is Sun Tao's doing. So Chimo, don't act rashly. Oh. What? What do you mean we don't have any evidence to prove that this is Sun Tao's doing? This is what the guy named Shanghai said himself. Isn't the evidence obvious? Qing Chimo responded subconsciously, but he immediately refuted. Li Zishuan sighed and explained, as the saying goes, to catch a thief, you need the stolen goods. These are only your side of the story. It's not enough to be used as evidence. And even if we take this guy down, he will deny it. In this way, not only will we not be able to find out the real culprit, we will also alert the enemy and make the mastermind more vigilant. In this way, we won't be able to guard against him in the future. Then what should we do? We can't just watch them try to drive a wedge between our brothers, right? Qing Chimo scratched his head out of habit when he was unable to make a decision. Li Zishuan shook his head and said, since we know about their conspiracy, there is no reason for us to sit back and do nothing. It's just that we don't have enough evidence, so we can only beat them at their own game. Chimo, Bao Lin, come here. Li Zishuan waved to Qing Chimo and Yuchi Bao Lin. The two hurriedly moved their heads over. Li Zishuan was about to speak when he smelled a strange smell. He quickly retreated and waved his hand. Qing Chimo, how long has it been since you last bathed? Master, why did you come back today? At 7:30, the sky was not completely dark yet. Qing Yaojin was dressed in martial attire and rode back to Duke Lu's residence. Madame Qing heard the commotion and came out from the backyard. When she saw Qing Yaojin, she hurriedly went up and greeted him. Now that the 12 guards of the capital had all entered the closed training phase, the commanding general of the army usually stayed in the barracks day and night to train the soldiers. However, in comparison, the black armored troops had just been expanded and their training was heavier. The management of the generals and soldiers in the army was stricter. The other armies were not as strict as the black armored troops. If the commanding general had something to do, he could still leave the barracks. But even so, Qing Yaojin had not returned home to sleep for several nights. So when Madame Qing saw Qing Yaojin, she was a little surprised. Hey! I came back for some matters. Qing Yaojin dismounted and handed the reins to the guards in the residence as he replied to Madame Qing. Master, have you eaten yet? Madame Qing asked. Not yet. Just ask the kitchen to prepare 2 dishes and a pot of good wine. After a busy day, this old man is starving. Qing Yaojin said loudly. With that, he walked towards the main hall in the front yard. Half an hour later, in the main hall of the Qing residence, Qing Yaojin was drinking wine and eating meat with relish. He was eating happily. Madame Qing, who had already eaten dinner, sat at the side and watched Qing Yaojin eat heartily. She could not help but think that her husband came back tonight because he had enough of the coarse grain in the army and came back to improve his diet. Oh! Madam, have you seen the Datong Daily today? Just as Madame Qing was letting her imagination run wild, Qing Yaojin finally spoke. He chewed on his food and spoke with a lisp. I've seen it. Why are you asking this, master? Madame Qing, who had regained her senses, asked curiously. 2 days later, Lantian County will be holding that fundraising event. At that time, you can ask the shopkeeper of one of our shops to take 5,000 strings of money and donate it to Lantian County. Qing Yaojin raised his head and said to Madame Qing. Then, he happily drank another small cup of wine. He was very satisfied. Things were different now. Ever since Duke Lu's mansion hitched a ride on Li Zishuan's Get Rich Express last year, the mansion's monthly income was at least a few thousand strings of coins. Over the past year, not only were many old pavilions rebuilt, even the tables and chairs in the mansion were replaced with new ones. The Qing family was no longer the stingy Qing family of the past. Although 5,000 strings of money was not a small amount, with the Qing family's current financial situation, it was still completely possible for them to take it out. What? Master, you want to send someone to the fundraising event to donate 5,000 strings of money? No. I don't agree. Madame Qing almost flipped the table when she heard this. She stood up and looked at Qing Yaojin as if he was crazy. Our family's money doesn't grow on trees. It's not easy to save some money. With that meager salary of yours, our family would have long been starving. If it wasn't for Xiao Xian letting us invest in the winery last year, Chou Niu, Chu Liang, and I would still be living a hard life with you. Now that you want to donate 5,000 strings of money, I think you've been living a good life and have lost your sense of measure. Moreover, that fundraising event is a matter between merchants. What does it have to do with our residents? It must be said that in ancient times, women were the best at managing a household. Before Li Zishuan appeared, the only source of income for the Qing residents was Qing Yaojin's salary and the rent paid by the commoners in the fief. Qing Yaojin was an honest and upright person and was not the type to be a corrupt official. Thus, the Qing residents could only rely on this bit of income to survive. It was barely enough to survive. After Li Zishuan appeared, because of Qing Chimo, the Qing residents finally became rich. However, Madame Qing, who was used to living a hard life, still had a strong sense of worry. When she heard that Qing Yaojin was going to waste the residents' money, how could she sit still? It would be strange if she didn't explode. Cough cough. Madam, don't be anxious. Listen to this old man slowly tell you. Seeing this, Qing Yaojin was a little scared. On the surface, he was in charge of the Duke's residence. However, that was only because his wife gave him face in front of outsiders. Secretly, he still respected his wife by 30%, oh, no, 70%. When this tigress showed her power, it would be strange if he didn't cower. Humph. Then tell me. Madame Qing glared and said. All of you can leave first. Qing Yaojin put down his bowl and chopsticks and waved to the servants in the room. Everyone obeyed the order and only the husband and wife were left in the main hall. Qing Yaojin then said, Madam, this fundraising event was actually organized by Xiao Xian. Moreover, it was His Majesty who asked him to do it. Do you remember that I went to second brother Qin's house to drink wine a few days ago? At that time, Xiao Xian and His Majesty were also there. Chapter 1783. Before Li Zishuan went to the Black Armored Army, he had visited Qin Xiong at Cheng and City's Qin Manor. At that time, Qing Yaojin was also at Qin Manor. The three of them drank to their heart's content at noon, but Li Er suddenly arrived. That afternoon, Li Zishuan and Li Er talked about recruiting veterans, dividing the Turks, and calling for merchants to help the imperial court raise military funds. No one else was present at that time, and whether it was Li Zishuan, Qing Yaojin, Qin Xiong, or Li Er, they were all tight-lipped people and would definitely not announce these things to outsiders. Thus, Madame Qing naturally did not know that this fundraiser was organized by Li Zishuan and had been instructed by Li Er. What? This fundraiser was really organized by Xiao Xian? And His Majesty agreed? After Qing Yaojin recounted the conversation between Li Zishuan and Li Er at Qin Manor that day, of course, he only said the part about calling for merchants to raise military funds. Madame Qing was silent for a moment and said with some disbelief. How can it be fake? This old man was there at that time. After explaining, Qing Yaojin relaxed. He picked up his bowl and chopsticks and continued to eat. Unexpectedly, at this time, Madame Qing slammed the table and glared, saying angrily, You old thing, since this fundraiser was organized by Xiao Xian, then how can our family only donate 5,000 strings of cash? Moreover, this was instructed by His Majesty. If our family donates less, who knows what the civil and military officials will secretly say about our family? Hearing this, Qing Yaojin was stunned. He thought to himself, this woman's face changes faster than flipping a book. Just now, she was saying that we should donate more, but now she's complaining that we should donate less. This was truly unreasonable. Then in Madame's opinion, how much should our family donate? Qing Yaojin smacked his lips and asked tentatively. After all, in terms of finances, Madame Cheng was still in charge of the Qing manor. Madame Cheng thought seriously and then said, "Then donate 8,000 strings of cash. I checked the winery's accounts a few days ago, and there's still a lot of money left. We can still take out 8,000 strings of coins." Back then, before Qing Yaojin had made a name for himself, Madame Cheng had already followed him. The two of them could be considered as a couple who had gone through hardships together. That was why Qing Yaojin respected Madame Cheng so much. On the other hand, although Madame Cheng usually seemed unruly and shrewish, she was a very loyal person. She knew that the Qing family was making a lot of money every day because of Li Zixuan. So, when she heard that the charity event was organized by Li Zixuan, she immediately lost her petty attitude and became generous. Hee hee. Fine. Then listen to Madam and donate 8,000 strings of cash. Qing Yaojin laughed heartily and gulped down the wine in his cup. Sigh, old master, I wonder how Chou Niu is doing in the Black Armored Army's camp. Speaking of Li Zixuan, Madame Cheng could not help but think of her eldest son. She sighed and said, I heard that among the armies in Chang'an, the Black Armored Army's training is more important. I don't know if Ugly Ox can handle it. That kid's skin is tough. He'll be perfect for training in the Black Armored Army. Madam, don't worry. Everyone else might be in trouble, but he'll be fine. Besides, Xiao Xian is looking after him. Qing Yaojin felt that he had eaten enough and leaned back comfortably on the chair as he spoke. He was not worried about Qing Chimo at all. If he could endure half a year of training under the bearded man, how could he be troubled by the Black Armored Army? Even if he was worried about Qing Chimo, there was still Li Zixuan. Old Sheng had absolute confidence in Li Zixuan. You old thing, you don't care about your own son at all. You don't act like a father at all. Madame Qing reprimanded Qing Yaojin and stood up to leave. Similar situations did not only happen in the Qing family tonight. The Qin family, Yuqi family, Niu family, and Duke Wei residents also had similar situations tonight. These few families were on good terms with Li Zixuan. After they found out from various sources that the fundraiser was organized by Li Zixuan, they all made the decision to donate money. These were the officials from the military camp. Unexpectedly, there were also quite a few officials from the civil officials camp who intended to make use of this fundraiser to donate money. Duke Zhao residence. Chonger, make a trip to our family's blacksmith shop tomorrow and get shopkeeper's son to prepare 5,000 strings of coins. Donated at the fundraiser 2 days later. In the study room, Zhang Sun Wuji spoke to Zhang Sun Chong. Father? Our family is also participating in the fundraiser. I read in the newspaper that only merchants can participate in this fundraiser. Zhang Sun Chong asked doubtfully. Isn't shopkeeper Wang a merchant? Zhang Sun Wuji shook his head and said faintly, sigh. Chonger, you don't understand. This fundraiser is His Majesty's helplessness to solve the emptiness of the national treasury and the lack of military resources. Our Zhang Sun family has to contribute. As the head of the civil officials, he was naturally more well-informed than others. Moreover, just from the information that was circulating outside, he was able to deduce the general situation. The final decision-maker of the fundraiser was Li Er, and the final beneficiary was the imperial court. The Zhang Sun family was a relative of the imperial family. If they were to set an example in this matter, it would be hard to avoid losing Li Er's trust. Zhang Sun Wuji did not want to lose Li Er's trust. This fundraiser was actually organized by His Majesty. Hearing this, Zhang Sun Chong was shocked. I thought that the flaming yellow Chamber of Commerce wanted to show off in front of His Majesty. Zhang Sun Wuji shook his head again. This fundraiser might not have been His Majesty's idea, but it must have been approved by His Majesty. The flaming yellow Chamber of Commerce is just the executor. From the looks of it, this Li Zixuan's weight in His Majesty's heart is getting heavier and heavier. At such a young age, this lad was conferred the title of Marquis, and he is even holding a position in the Black Armored Army. In the future, if he performs meritorious service in the war against the Turkic Khaganate, I'm afraid that no one in the imperial court will be able to suppress him, right? There were both civil and martial arts. This was where Li Zixuan made Zhang Sun Wuji fearful. More importantly, Li Zixuan was young enough. At such a young age, he was able to achieve such meritorious service. In the future, their Zhang Sun family would not be worth mentioning in front of Li Zixuan, right? Hearing his father's evaluation of Li Zixuan, Zhang Sun Chong lowered his head and did not dare to say a word. In this 1 year at Yanhuang College, he had seen too many people and things. This had changed his mindset and outlook. While Zhang Sun Wuji was still focused on the internal strife, Zhang Sun Chong was already immersed in the magical new world of engineering. In Zhang Sun Chong's eyes, Li Zixuan was changing the entire world with his own strength. He admired Li Zixuan from the bottom of his heart. Chong, I let you enroll in Yanhuang College. What have you found out in this 1 year? What is Li Zixuan's attitude towards the Zhang Sun family? Seeing Zhang Sun Chong remain silent, Zhang Sun Wuji asked. When Yanhuang College was first established, under the leadership of the two princes, Li Tai and Li Ku, there were many officials in the capital who chose to enroll in Yanhuang College. Zhang Sun Chong was one of them. However, he was carrying a mission given to him by Zhang Sun Wuji. Zhang Sun Wuji wanted Zhang Sun Chong to get close to Li Zixuan in the academy and test Li Zixuan's attitude towards the Zhang Sun family. It would be best if he could rope them in. If he couldn't and Li Zixuan's hostility towards the Zhang Sun family was obvious, then Zhang Sun Wuji would have to consider getting rid of Li Zixuan. He did not want anyone to break his position as the leader of the officials. The ambition of a powerful official of a generation was starting to show. Father, Yamacho doesn't like fighting. Currently, he still has goodwill towards our Zhang Sun family. After all, Father has helped Yamacho a few times before. However, Father, if you want to use this to recruit Yamacho to our Zhang Sun family and use him, I feel that it's impossible. Yamacho actually likes to study and develop his skills. He has no intention of fighting in the imperial court. From what I see, Father, you don't have to care so much about Yamacho's attitude. As long as our Zhang Sun family doesn't take the initiative to provoke him, I believe that he definitely won't be our enemy. Zhang Sun Chong seriously thought for a moment before carefully speaking to Zhang Sun Wuji. These words were actually already suspicious of being biased towards Li Zixuan. Yanhuang College was a very mysterious and magical place. Anyone who stayed there for a long time would uncontrollably fall in love with it. They would fall in love with the beautiful scenery, the atmosphere, and the stubborn and pure people there. Therefore, even the pirate leader, the curly-bearded pirate, was reluctant to leave the academy. How could Zhang Sun Chong be an exception? Under the imperceptible influence of the academy, his character had gradually undergone some changes, and perhaps even he himself hadn't noticed it. As the Yamacho of Yanhuang College, Li Zixuan was the spiritual leader in the hearts of all the teachers and students of Yanhuang College. Zhang Sun Chong naturally didn't want a conflict between the father he respected the most and the spiritual idol he worshipped the most. Therefore, he said those words. No different from fighting in the imperial court? Haha. When Zhang Sun Wuji heard those words, he inexplicably laughed and said, he is in the situation, and I'm afraid that most of the time, it's not up to him. Forget it, now that the Great Tang's external threat is more serious, dealing with the Turks is the most important thing. As for Li Zixuan, let's keep an eye on him. After which, Zhang Sun Wuji tiredly rubbed his forehead and waved his hand to Zhang Sun Chong. It's getting late, Chonger, go and rest. Yes. Father. Zhang Sun Chong clasped his hands and turned to leave. Taiyuan, Wang family's ancestral residence. In a desolate courtyard, there was a room that was still lit by candlelight. Second young master, I heard that the elder hall still hasn't sent any elders to Chizhou. It seems like eldest young master's wedding this time has completely ruined his future. A middle-aged man with an aquiline nose bowed to a young man and said. That young man's hair was disheveled as he sat on the couch. When he heard those words, his originally lifeless eyes suddenly shone with a dazzling radiance. If that's the case, the family is going to abolish him soon. The young man sat up and leaned his body forward. He looked at the middle-aged man with an aquiline nose and said excitedly. Under the candlelight, that young man's appearance was completely revealed. Wasn't this the second young master of the Wang family of Taiyuan, Wang Rini? Last year, Wang Rini colluded with bandits in Chang'an City and kidnapped Han Yushi. In the end, the bandits were annihilated, and he, the second young master of the Wang family, was imprisoned. Later, Li Er returned Wang Rini to the Wang family for them to deal with. At that time, in order to seek Li Zishuan's forgiveness and appease Li Zishuan's anger, Wang Yu personally went to Chang'an City to apologize to Li Zishuan. Only then did Li Zishuan let go of his desire to kill Wang Rini. Wang Yu also promised Li Zishuan that Wang Rini would be imprisoned in the Wang family's ancestral home and would never be able to step out of the house. The aquiline-nosed man nodded excitedly and said, "It should be. Otherwise, the elders should go and congratulate the eldest son of the Wang family for his wedding. But until now, the elders haven't moved. This means that eldest young master has angered the elders, and it's only a matter of time before he is abolished. By then, second young master will definitely be the new successor of the family." Ha 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 ha. Finally. I, Wang Rini, have waited for this day. Ha ha ha. I want to take revenge. I want Li Zishuan to die. No, I can't let him off so easily. I want to kidnap his wife, kill his parents, and destroy his family. Wang Rini stood up, looked up to the sky, and laughed maniacally. This subordinate congratulates second young master on regaining your freedom. The aquiline-nosed man knelt on one knee and cupped his hands. Haha. If this young master succeeds in the future, you, Shaoqing, will be the number one person by this young master's side. This young master will help you take revenge for your brother. Wang Rini laughed maniacally for a while before finally returning to normal. But his face was still flushed with excitement. He looked at the middle-aged man and said lightly. At this moment, the dispirited and lifeless youth from before had disappeared and was replaced by an ambitious lunatic. Thank you, second young master. The aquiline-nosed man was called Shaoqing, and he was Xiao Ying's younger brother. He and Xiaoying were both from the Chui clan of Qinghe. Last year, Wang Rini instructed Xiaoying to kidnap Han Yushi in order to obtain the formula for the immortal intoxication. Although Wang Rini was lucky enough to escape death, Xiaoying was naturally pushed out to take the blame and was beheaded in the end. In the 4th month of this year, the Chui clan of Qinghe, Chui clan of Bowling, and Jing clan of Xingyang were annihilated by the imperial army in Guangqing County. Without the support of his mother's family, Wang Rini's situation became even more difficult. Shaoqing and the rest of the people from the Chui clan of Qinghe were no longer welcome in the Wang family. Thus, they were sent to this desolate courtyard to take care of Wang Rini's food and lodging. But he never thought that Wang Rini would actually have a chance to make a comeback. How could Shaoqing not be wild with joy? I can't go out now. Help me continue to pay attention to the movements outside. Once there's news, inform me immediately. Although Wang Rini's hair was still disheveled, his temperament had already returned to its usual calmness. He ordered Shaoqing with his hands behind his back. Yes. Second young master. Shaoqing accepted the order and left. Chapter 1784. The clan elders still haven't sent anyone. It seems they've decided to give up on my cousin. Qizhou Governor's Mansion, Eastern Courtyard. Princess Tong and spoke casually as she fiddled with the teacup on the table. Wang Yu frowned. After a moment of silence, he said, logically speaking, this shouldn't be the case. 5 days ago, I sent a messenger pigeon to father and told him about the pros and cons of this matter. The clans are in a precarious situation and can no longer contend with the imperial court. Li Zishuan is also a popular figure in the imperial court. He established the academy, destroyed the clans, and attacked the Turks. This child's future is limitless. If we can make use of my cousin to form an alliance with Li Zishuan, then it will be absolutely beneficial to the Wang family. Father has always been farsighted, and this old man believes that he will be able to see the pros and cons clearly and convince the other Wang family elders to make the right choice. Wang Yu's father, Wang Bing, was a minister of the previous dynasty. After he stepped down from his position as clan head, he joined the Wang clan's elder circle and assumed the position of Grand Elder. Princess Tong and frowned slightly when she heard this. She raised her teacup and took a sip before she said, "But tomorrow is the day of my cousin's wedding, yet not a single one of the elders in the clan has come to Chizhou. That represents that they don't approve of my cousin's marriage, and they don't acknowledge my cousin as their eldest son. My cousin will have a hard time in the clan. Old master, do you think they will make Ren-yi the successor of the Wang clan?" Princess Tong narrowed her eyes and looked at Wang Yu with a faint smile. Wang Ren-yi was also Wang Yu's son, but he was born of a concubine, Cui Qinfang. Wang Yu's concubine had a great background. She came from the Cui clan of Qinghe. How could a daughter of the Cui clan be married as a concubine? That was because Cui Qinfang was from the Cui clan's concubine and didn't have much of a presence. Moreover, the Wang clan of Taiyuan was one of the 5 clans and 7 hopes. It was not a disgrace to marry a daughter of a concubine to the head of the Wang clan as a concubine. Impossible. Wang Yu shook his head and said, "Ren-yi, this child is too narrow-minded." Previously, he made an enemy of Li Zishuan and even offended half of the families of generals in the capital. Even if Biao was abandoned, it would not be Ren-yi's turn to replace his position. There are many talents in the family who are more outstanding than him. Now that the Cui clan has been annihilated, Wang Ren-yi won't be able to replace cousin as long as those elders aren't senile. Princess Tong said coldly, her eyes chilling. Wang Ren-yi's greatest reliance in the Wang clan was the Cui clan of Qinghe. But now that the Cui clan of Qinghe no longer existed, his reliance had instead become a hindrance. As long as the elders of the Wang clan didn't want to be involved with the Cui clan of Qinghe, they would absolutely not help Wang Ren-yi ascend the throne. In Taiyuan, Wang Ren-yi, who was dreaming of regaining his freedom and regaining his power, had no idea that Wang Yu and Princess Tong had already sentenced him to death. He would never be able to make a comeback. Don't be so pessimistic, things haven't reached the point of no return yet. After cousin's wedding, this old man will first return to the ancestral home with you and explain cousin's situation to the elders face to face. Then, we will return to Sui province. Wang Yu looked at Princess Tong and said gently. Now that the imperial power was at its peak, it was no longer the world of the aristocratic families. Wang Yu felt that the elders of the Wang clan should understand that by dethroning Wang Renbiao, not only would they completely offend Li Zishuan, they would also offend Wang Renbiao, who represented the imperial family. This was extremely unwise. I'll listen to old master. Princess Tong smiled and said. At night, the moon was bright and the stars were sparse. Around midnight, in the camp of the Black Armored Army, a group of people walked out of the camp quietly. They avoided many waves of patrolling soldiers along the way and finally arrived at the side of the kitchen of the E Battalion. At this time, other than the patrolling soldiers, the rest of the soldiers in the camp had all fallen asleep peacefully. Thus, the camp was extremely quiet. Only the sound of burning torches and the chirping of insects and birds could be heard in the camp. Dolly, where is the lieutenant of the B Battalion? You're not lying to us, are you? The group of people arrived at the kitchen and saw that other than them, there was no one else here. One of the soldiers couldn't help but ask angrily. That's right. Dolly. Didn't you say that the lieutenant of the B Battalion would come? Where is he now? You brat, are you trying to play with us? You have to know that it is against the military rules to leave the camp without sleeping in the middle of the night. Another soldier also said. That's right, this group of people were the injured soldiers from the training in the past 2 days. After Ding Dolly heard Bai Shanhai's words, he returned to the camp and secretly contacted some of the injured soldiers who were on good terms with him. He told them everything that Bai Shanhai said to him in the afternoon. These people were mostly honest people and didn't have many tricks up their sleeves. After hearing Ding Dolly's words, they all felt that it made sense and secretly snuck out of the camp at midnight. However, they didn't expect to come here empty-handed. Sun Tao wasn't even here. Everyone couldn't help but feel a little angry. One had to know that they had secretly followed Ding Dolly here and had taken a huge risk. Don't rush, let's wait a little longer. Shanghai won't lie to us. Let's wait a little longer, Lieutenant Sun Tao will definitely come. Ding Dali was also a little scared, but he forced himself to be calm and comforted everyone. How long do we have to wait a little longer? If we come out for too long, we'll definitely be found out. The soldier who spoke first retorted. That's right. We can't stay here for too long. If the squad leader finds out, we'll be finished. As soon as he finished speaking, someone immediately agreed. Ding Dali wiped the sweat on his forehead. He didn't know if it was because of the hot weather or because he was anxious, but he pressed his hand down and said, "Be quiet. It'll be bad if we attract the patrols. Brothers, let's wait here quietly for a while. If Sun Tao doesn't come after 15 minutes, we'll go back, okay? By then, Ding Dali will be at your disposal." Okay. We'll wait for another 15 minutes. The leader pondered for a while and said. Everyone squatted at the side of the kitchen and began to wait quietly. Did you see it clearly? Is there anything unusual? Under a ginkgo tree not far away, Zhang Kangnian asked the soldiers beside him softly. Zhang Kangnian was the one who sowed discord, so Sun Tao would definitely not come tonight. This fellow, Zhang Kangnian, wasn't just adept at flattering others, he was crafty as well. Most importantly, he was extremely cautious in his actions. Before he came out to meet Ding Dali and the others, he had to confirm that there was no one else in the surroundings. After all, what he was doing now couldn't be exposed, and if Li Zixuan or Duan Zixuan noticed it, then he would be completely finished. Lieutenant, I've checked. There's nothing unusual around us. The people Ding Dali brought should be the injured soldiers from the Wu battalion. The guard next to Zhang Kangnian bowed and said. Good. Come with me. Zhang Kangnian sighed a breath of relief when he heard that. He walked out from behind the tree and walked toward the kitchen. The dozen or so soldiers beside him immediately followed after him. Someone's coming. Beside the kitchen, Ding Dali and the others quickly noticed the commotion here. Everyone's heart trembled as they stood up and looked cautiously at Zhang Kangnian and the others who were walking towards them. Dali, it's me. Bai Shanhai, who was following behind Zhang Kangnian, called out. It's Shanhai. Lieutenant Sun Tao and the others are here. Hearing this familiar voice, Ding Dali instantly shouted excitedly. God knows how much pressure he had endured during this period of waiting. Now that Bai Shanhai and the others had finally arrived, he was naturally overjoyed. Why is it Lieutenant Zhang from the 3rd Battalion? When Zhang Kangnian and the others came closer, under the moonlight, everyone quickly realized that Sun Tao wasn't among them. The one leading them was actually Lieutenant Zhang Kangnian of the 3rd Battalion. Everyone couldn't help but feel displeased. There was no other reason other than Zhang Kangnian's reputation in the black armored troops wasn't good. Almost everyone knew how Zhang Kangnian became the lieutenant of the 3rd Battalion. There was no other reason other than that he had sucked up to Qiu Xinggong. In the army, the strong were respected. People like Zhang Kangnian who didn't have any abilities and relied on sucking up to their superiors were the most disliked. Usually, everyone was unconvinced by Zhang Kangnian's actions. Brother Shanhai, where's Lieutenant Sun Tao? Ding Dali also realized that Sun Tao wasn't among them and couldn't help but ask. Bai Shanhai coughed lightly and explained, Lieutenant Sun has important matters to attend to tonight. He really isn't free, so he asked Lieutenant Zhang to come over. Don't worry, Lieutenant Sun and our Lieutenant Zhang are both righteous people. He also can't stand Lieutenant Li mistreating his soldiers. On this matter, Lieutenant Zhang will also. Without waiting for him to finish, Zhang Kangnian opened his mouth and said, Brothers, Shanhai is right. No matter how I, Zhang Kangnian, was in the past, I am of one heart and one mind with my brothers on this matter of defeating Li Zixuan. This matter was all planned by Lieutenant Sun Tao. He couldn't bear to see his brothers suffer under Li Zixuan's hands. Today, he should be the one to come over. However, Lieutenant Sun Tao had something to attend to at the last minute and couldn't leave. Thus, he asked me to come over. Everyone, don't worry, Lieutenant Sun Tao has already told me his plan. As long as you follow the plan, you will definitely be able to drive Li Zishuan out of the black armored troops. When that happens, you won't have to endure Li Zishuan's cruel training anymore. The reason why Zhang Kangmian wanted to use Sun Tao's name to win over the soldiers of the Wu Battalion was mainly because he knew that his reputation in the black armored troops wasn't good. Sun Tao was different. Sun Tao's martial arts were high and he was extremely righteous. He loved to take the lead when something happened and treated the soldiers under him even better. Thus, Sun Tao's reputation in the black armored troops was still extremely good. Otherwise, Ding Dali wouldn't have turned against him just based on Bai Shanhai's words. Amongst all of this, Bai Shanhai's use of Sun Tao's name was a huge factor. Then Lieutenant Zhang, what do you think we should do next? An Wu Battalion soldier opened his mouth and asked. Zhang Kangmian smiled and said, it's very simple. After you return to the camp, contact the other injured officers and soldiers in the camp. Persuade them to join our camp by persuading them with emotion and reason. On the other hand, you have to actively contact the rest of the soldiers who are not injured, especially those who are close to you. Tell them that although you are injured today, it might be their turn tomorrow. According to Li Zishuan's training method, before the war between the Tang Empire and the Turks, at least half of the soldiers in the Wu Battalion will die. You have to make them feel the same way and acknowledge you. Only then will they stand on the same side as us. Do you all understand? Is that it? Lieutenant Zhang? The soldier who spoke first spoke up at this time, his tone revealing some dissatisfaction. That's right. What kind of plan is this? How can we convince Li Zishuan with just this? That's right. Lieutenant Zhang, what kind of plan is this? The rest couldn't help but agree. Zhang Kangmian smiled and said, of course it's not just this. After you have contacted enough people, I will lead you to choose a time to mutiny. This mutiny is no small matter. When the time comes, the general will definitely pay attention to this matter. When the time comes, you can tell the general your request. This way, Li Zishuan will definitely not be able to stay in the Black Armored Army, and the Wu Battalion will no longer be subjected to the harsh training. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. What? Mutiny? Mutiny in the army is punishable by death. Ding Dali's eyes widened, and a layer of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. The rest of the soldiers were also panicking. After all, they could talk about recruiting people, but to mutiny, they subconsciously rejected it. This was because since ancient times, mutinies in the army always ended up in a miserable state. Brothers, you don't have to worry. Mutiny is just a way for you to express your request, not your goal. Your goal is to drive Li Zishuan out of the Black Armored Army. When the time comes, Lieutenant Sun Tao and I will also help you. If the general blames you, General Chiu and I will plead for you. As the saying goes, the law cannot punish the majority. Furthermore, you are just expressing your request reasonably. The general will not do anything to you. Zhang Kangmian naturally saw through the worries in everyone's hearts. He gestured for them to be quiet and then said in a deep voice. Everyone remained silent as they looked at each other. No one was willing to step out to express their opinions. After all, this matter was too serious. If they were to make a fuss, not only would they not be able to join the Black Armored Troops, they might even lose their lives. Walala. Mutiny? Who wants to mutiny? Just when everyone was silent, the pile of firewood on the east side of the kitchen suddenly fell down without warning. Then, 3 people walked out from it. The person in the lead was burly and had an imposing aura. That person walked towards the crowd with a majestic gait. As he walked, he spoke coldly. Chapter 1785. Grand General. Outside the kitchen of the Black Armored Army's Wu Barracks, Ding Dali, Bai Shanhai, Zhang Kangmian and the rest had a bad feeling when they heard the sudden voice. When they saw the person's face clearly, they were all scared out of their wits. The person who came was Duan Zhishuan. Just a moment ago, they were still discussing how to mutiny. The next moment, Duan Zhishuan, the highest-ranking general of the Black Armored Army, suddenly appeared in front of them. How could they not be shocked? "Grand General, please spare my life. This lowly general. Zhang Kangmian's entire body was trembling. It was the hottest day of the summer, but he felt as if his entire body was shaking. This was because the moment Duan Jishuan appeared, his entire body was cold from the inside out. Driven by his strong desire to live, he crawled towards Qiu Xingong and repeatedly begged for mercy. However, since things had already come to this, even if he was usually eloquent and had a glib tongue, he couldn't think of a way to clear his name at this moment. "Humph. Zhang Kangmian, why don't you tell me, how can this general spare your life?" Duan Jishuan snorted angrily and kicked away Zhang Kangmian, who was trying to crawl over to hug his thigh. "Grand General, this lowly general." At this moment of life and death, Zhang Kangmian forced himself to calm down. At this moment, his brain was spinning rapidly, trying to find an excuse to clear his name. But before he could think of a way to open his mouth, another person beside Duan Jishuan spoke up. "Lieutenant Zhang, I'm really sorry. The Grand General and I agreed to come here to observe the stars an hour ago. We really didn't expect to meet you here discussing such important matters." "So, the Grand General heard every single word you said just now?" "Li Zishuan." Hearing this voice, Zhang Kangmian noticed that there were two people beside Duan Jishuan. One was Li Zishuan, and the other was the lieutenant of the Wu Battalion, Sun Jiping. Li Zishuan's words really made Zhang Kangmian gnash his teeth in anger. What did he mean by, agreed to come here to observe the stars an hour ago? King observed the stars in a pile of firewood? Who are you trying to fool? However, at the same time that Zhang Kangmian was gnashing his teeth in hatred, his heart had fallen to the bottom of the valley, and he was completely disheartened. At this moment, even if he had a peerless eloquence, he would not be able to clear his name from this matter. Thinking of the tragic fate he would face next, Zhang Kangmian was terrified. Tears and snot flowed down his face. He could only kowtow his head to the ground and beg for mercy. "Great General, this general is guilty." This general was confused for a moment. "Please spare this general's life." "Humph. What a momentary confusion." Duan Jishuan's face was as cold as frost, and a strong killing intent burst out from his eyes, which made the air around him seem to have become colder. He stared coldly at Zhang Kangmian, who was lying on the ground, and said angrily, "You were muddle-headed for a moment, so you sent someone to secretly instigate discord in the Wu Battalion. You were muddle-headed for a moment, and then instigated these soldiers of the Wu Battalion to mutiny? Could it be that your actions today were completely due to a moment of confusion? Spare me, Great General. Have mercy, Great General." Although Zhang Kangmian's heart was filled with fear, he still had a trace of rationality left in him. He still didn't expose Qiu Xingong, because he knew clearly that he couldn't escape from the blame for what happened tonight. If he didn't expose Qiu Xingong, perhaps Qiu Xingong could still save him. At the very least, even if he died, Qiu Xingong could still treat his family well. "Humph. And you guys?" Duan Jishuan didn't even bother to pay attention to Zhang Kangmian. Perhaps in his eyes, Zhang Kangmian was already a dead man. It would be a waste of time to talk to him. He turned around and looked at Ding Dali and the other injured soldiers of the Wu Battalion, and said angrily, "All of you can't tell right from wrong. Just a little bit of slanderous talk, and you all waver. You don't have any persistence in your hearts. Now you are actually discussing a mutiny in the camp. Do you know what the punishment for mutiny in the Black Armored Army is?" Hearing this, Ding Dali and the other injured soldiers instantly broke out in cold sweat. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly, and could only bury their heads in the ground. "Humph. Sun Jiping, tell me, what is the punishment for mutiny in the army?" Seeing that no one in front of him spoke, Duan Jishuan snorted coldly and said. Sun Jiping immediately stood up, bowed and cupped his fist, and said, "Great General, according to the military rules, mutiny in the army should be beheaded." Chapter 1786. Zhang Kangmian, by Shanhai, and the others deliberately incited the soldiers to mutiny. They have violated the military rules, so they will be punished according to the military rules. If you execute them without permission, you will be punished even more. Li Zishuan snatched the Mo sword from Ding Dali's hand and waved it to the side. The Mo sword was stabbed into the ground. Then he looked at the rest of the soldiers behind Ding Dali, and a strange smile appeared on his face. He said, "In the past 2 days, 52 of our brothers in the Wu battalion were injured because of the training. Regarding this, as your commanding officer, I cannot shirk my responsibility. Of course, what makes me feel gratified is that among the 52 brothers, only 12 of you listened to the instigation and came to meet Lieutenant Zhang secretly. This means that most of the brothers can still understand my good intentions." On the first day of the new drill, 42 soldiers of the V battalion were injured. On the second day, 10 soldiers were injured. In total, 52 soldiers were injured in the 2 days. Although Zhang Kangnian had prepared well in order to drive a wedge between the wounded soldiers, but in the end, only 12 of them were shaken. Of course, some of them knew what was right and what was right, but they couldn't rule out the fact that Li Zishuan played an important role in patrolling the barracks last night and treating the wounded soldiers. Hearing this, the 12 wounded soldiers of the Wu battalion, including Ding Dali, all lowered their heads in shame. Indeed, after listening to Zhang Kangnian's fabricated speech, their hearts were indeed shaken. Zhang Kangnian had taken advantage of their weakness of not having a strong will, and that was why his evil plan had almost succeeded. General, although they listened to the instigation of Zhang Kangnian and the others, but when Zhang Kangnian persuaded them to mutiny, none of them agreed. This proves that they don't have the intention to mutiny. Because of this, I hope the general can give them a way out and spare their lives. Seeing the wounded soldiers of the Wu battalion all lowered their heads in shame and didn't dare to say anything, Li Zishuan turned to Duan Jishuan and bowed. Duan Jishuan's eyes flashed slightly. He didn't immediately agree, but he didn't explicitly object either. After a moment of silence, he ordered Sun Jiping, "Sun Jiping, I order you to return to the camp immediately and mobilize a group of soldiers to capture these people." In order to avoid exposing themselves, only the 3 of them were hiding in the pile of firewood tonight. But even without a single soldier, Duan Jishuan was not afraid. This was the Black Armored Army's camp. He did not believe that anyone would dare to go against his will. Even if there was, he was confident that he could subdue them with his own strength. This general obeys. Sun Jiping bowed and cupped his fists, loudly accepting the order and leaving. Duan Jishuan slowly walked up to Zhang Kangnian, and an invisible aura pressed down on Zhang Kangnian. Zhang Kangnian immediately found it difficult to breathe, and even his blood seemed to freeze. At this moment, a moment felt like 1,000 years to him. Finally, Duan Jishuan opened his mouth. "Zhang Kangnian, who ordered you to incite the wounded soldiers of the Wu battalion?" Although Duan Jishuan's voice wasn't loud, but to Zhang Kangnian, who had just suffered a great deal of mental torture, these few words were like thunder, like a huge bell, exploding in his mind. For a moment, he actually lost his mind and almost told Duan Jishuan the truth. "General, this matter was caused by a moment of confusion, and I acted on my own accord. No one ordered me to do this." Chapter 1787. Huff. Huff. After settling everything, Li Zishuan returned to his tent. Qing Chumo and Yuchi Baolin were already asleep. Even though the 2 of them wanted to know the outcome of the matter, they couldn't withstand the fatigue. After all, to Yuchi Baolin, the training during the day was extremely tiring, and to Qing Chumo, helping Li Zishuan with the sand table in the afternoon was extremely taxing on his brain. These 2 fellows. Looking at the 2 sleeping men, Li Zishuan couldn't help but shake his head helplessly. He thought to himself, I have to fall asleep while listening to the snoring of these 2 brothers again. Even though the 2 of them were nominally his personal guards, Li Zishuan had never treated them as his personal guards. To him, Qing Chumo and Yuchi Baolin were his students, and more importantly, his brothers. Although I didn't manage to uncover Qiu Xingong, the mastermind behind the scenes, I did manage to cut off one of his arms. I hope that old man can take care of himself and stop causing trouble for me in the next few months. After washing up, Li Zishuan laid on his bed and thought to himself. He only joined the Black Armored Army because he was given an order in the nick of time. After the Black Armored Army's expedition to the north was over, even if Li Er didn't allow him to leave, he would still ask to leave. Joining the army wasn't his ambition, but it was the best way to help Tang get rid of the Turks. If possible, he didn't want to become enemies with Qiu Xingong during this period of time. After all, to the Black Armored Army, he was just a passerby. After the matter was settled, the Black Armored Army would return to its original state. However, not wanting to become enemies didn't mean that he was afraid of it. Zhang Kangmian inciting the soldiers of the Wu battalion to mutiny not only crossed Duan Jishuan's bottom line, it also crossed Li Zishuan's bottom line. Since someone was trying to bully him, he naturally had to retaliate. That was why when Duan Jishuan sentenced Zhang Kangmian and the others to death, he didn't plead for mercy like the previous time. He wanted to use this opportunity to give Qiu Xingong a warning so that the old man wouldn't cause trouble for him anymore. Dong dong dong, dong 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 dong. The great general has ordered all soldiers to gather at the drill ground. The great general has ordered all soldiers to gather at the drill ground. Early the next morning, before the sun had even risen, the sound of drums could be heard in the Black Armored Army's camp. All the soldiers in the camp heard the drums, and immediately after, there were soldiers shouting to and fro in the various tents. The military camp, which had been silent for an entire night, immediately began to move. The soldiers who had been lying on the bed a moment ago stood up and quickly put on their armor. Because the plate armor produced by the Strange Interest Pavilion was a full-body armor, it was difficult for one person to put it on. Usually, two people had to work together to put it on in the shortest time possible. In fact, it wasn't just the new plate armor. The armor worn by the black armored troops in the past wasn't something that could be easily worn either. Hence, in actual battles, many soldiers couldn't take off their armor when they slept. This was because the situation on the battlefield was constantly changing. One moment, they could be sleeping peacefully, but the next moment, the enemy could break into their camp. Why do we have to gather at the drill ground today? Although the soldiers were putting on their armor and preparing to assemble out of the habit of obeying orders, they still couldn't help but find it strange. As usual, unless there was an important matter, the first thing the soldiers did when they woke up in the morning was to train according to the training schedule of each camp. The soldiers of A, D and E camps were to run 10 li with their armor on. The soldiers of B and C camps were to practice their swordsmanship or lance skills. They could only go for breakfast after they finished running or practicing. Going to the drill ground directly after waking up meant that there was likely to be an important announcement. Xiao Xian, what time did you come back last night? In the tent, Qing Chumo, who had been woken up by the drums, asked Li Zishuan as he and Yuqi Baolin helped each other put on their armor. Li Zishuan's skills were a notch higher, so he didn't need any help to put on the armor. When he heard Qing Chumo's question, he faintly replied, I came back around midnight. Why? It's 1:45. So late? Baolin and I should have been asleep by then. Qing Chumo frowned and muttered under his breath. Then, he suddenly looked excitedly at Li Zishuan and asked, then how was the battle last night? Did Bai Shanhai bring Sun Tao to the meeting? Did the Grand General go with you to catch the traitors? Seeing Qing Chumo's eagerness for knowledge and that this fellow had helped him resolve a hidden danger, Li Zishuan patiently explained. Sun Tao didn't go last night, but the lieutenant of the 3rd Battalion, Zhang Kangmian, went. That bastard instigated Ding Dali and the others to mutiny on the spot. The Grand General, me, and Jiping hid in the pile of firewood and heard their plan clearly. Then, we captured Zhang Kangmian, Bai Shanhai, Ding Dali, and the others. Captured all of them? And then? How did the Grand General deal with them? Qing Chumo listened with great interest. After all, the reason why Duan Jishuan and Li Zishuan were able to resolve Zhang Kangmian's plan so easily was mainly because he had informed them beforehand. Qing Chumo waited for a long time, but Li Zishuan didn't continue, so he couldn't help but ask. How he dealt with them, you'll know in a while. It's getting late, why aren't you gathering at the drill ground? If you're late, you'll be the ones to be punished. Li Zishuan had already put on his armor. Hearing this, he rushed out of the tent and urged Qing Chumo. Xiao Xian, wait for us. The Black Armored Army was an elite force, so the soldiers gathered very quickly. In less than a quarter of an hour, the soldiers of the 5 battalions were all gathered on the drill ground. Very quickly, the soldiers of the 3rd Battalion discovered an extremely abnormal and strange phenomenon. That was, their lieutenant was actually missing. Usually, for such a large gathering of the entire army, the lieutenant, as the commanding officer of the battalion, couldn't be absent. But today was just so strange. The soldiers of the 3rd Battalion scanned the entire drill ground with their eyes and didn't find Zhang Kangnian's figure. Not only that, some of them even discovered that there were people missing from the troop. Su Jia, where's Meng Yujiang? Where did he go? I don't know. Isn't he staying in the same tent as you? He was still here last night, but I didn't see him after I woke up early. There's such a thing? Guoming is also missing. Similar voices could be heard from more than one place in the 3rd Battalion. The situation in the 3rd Battalion wasn't any better. Reporting. Lieutenant, there are a total of 5 people from our battalion that have not arrived. They are Bai Shanhai, Yang Qingyun, Wu Feibai, Tan Qingye and Zhao Xingwang. In front of the 3rd Battalion, Sun Tao, as the lieutenant, was organizing the troops at the front. At this moment, the personal guard he sent to count the number of people ran back and cupped his fists and reported to him. Bai Shanhai, Yang Qingyun, Wu Feibai, Tan Qingye, Zhao Xingwang. When he heard these 5 names, Sun Tao's expression couldn't help but become unnatural. Because the 5 people that Zhang Kangnian borrowed from him were Bai Shanhai, Yang Qingyun, Wu Feibai, Tan Qingye and Zhao Xingwang. Where are they? After a moment of silence, Sun Tao forced himself to calm down and asked the personal guard. Last night's incident happened at midnight. Most of the soldiers in the battalion were already asleep, and the secret meeting location that Zhang Kangnian chose was extremely secretive. Unless someone purposely sent someone to investigate like Xiu Xinggong, it was impossible to know what happened outside of the 5th Battalion's kitchen last night. Sun Tao was no exception. Sun Tao didn't participate in the entire plan to sow discord. He didn't know why Zhang Kangnian transferred by Shanghai and the rest, and he also didn't know that Zhang Kangnian was going to secretly meet the wounded soldiers of the 5th Battalion in the 5th Battalion's kitchen last night. Lieutenant, according to the squad leader of Bai Shanhai and the rest's tent, they were still in the tent last night, but they were all gone this morning. The personal guard bowed and replied. Gone. Sun Tao's heart skipped a beat. He suddenly had a very bad feeling. At this moment, Qiu Xinggong appeared on the high platform in front of the drill ground. However, compared to the past, Qiu Xinggong didn't seem to be in a good mood today. Sun Tao waved his hand at the personal guard and said, All right. I know, you can leave now. Yes, Lieutenant. The personal guard cupped his fists and turned to leave. Looks like Zhang Kangnian must have started his operation last night, but it failed. Sun Tao thought to himself as he looked at the gloomy Qiu Xinggong on the high platform and the leaderless dragon in front of the 3rd Battalion. At this point, no matter how stupid he was, he could guess that something must have happened last night, and it was Zhang Kangnian who brought Bai Shanhai and the rest with him. The Grand General has arrived. At this moment, Duan Jishuan appeared on the right front of the drill ground. The 5 battalions instantly quieted down. All the soldiers stopped moving and stood straight on the spot without moving an inch. Duan Jishuan quickly walked to the front of the drill ground. The black armored soldiers below the stage shouted in unison, Greetings, Grand General. Their voices were like a loud bell that could topple mountains and overturn seas. Rise, soldiers. Duan Jishuan shouted loudly. The soldiers below the stage stood straight again. Duan Jishuan's expression turned serious as he said in a deep voice, I have gathered all the soldiers here today because I have something important to announce. Last night, Lieutenant Zhang Kangnian of the 3rd Battalion led by Shanhai, Yang Qingyun, Wu Feibai, Tan Qingye, Zhao Xingwang of the 2nd Battalion, Zhao Fei, Sun Gang, Meng Yujiang, Han Cheng, Su Peng, and Feng Chang of the 3rd Battalion to secretly meet with Ding Dali, Yao Wuda, and the injured soldiers of the 5th Battalion in the kitchen of the 5th Battalion. Zhang Kangnian instigated Ding Dali and the rest to mutiny by framing adjunctly and sowing discord among the soldiers. If it wasn't for Lieutenant Sun Jiping of the 5th Battalion arriving in time and arresting all of them, Zhang Kangnian's evil plan would have succeeded. At that time, our black armored army would have become the laughing stock of the 12 capital garrison guards. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Especially the soldiers of the 2nd and 3rd battalions. They finally knew why their battalions were short of people today. It was because something so big had happened last night. Mutiny in the army, that was a capital offense. Although the soldiers below the general appointment stage were shocked, none of them whispered to each other due to their excellent military discipline. At the same time, they could feel a trace of murderous intent from Duan Jishuan's tone. As expected, Duan Jishuan continued to speak. As the commander-in-chief of the Black Armored Army, I can't let the reputation of the Black Armored Army be ruined by such despicable people. Listen up, Zhang Kangnian led his men to secretly incite the soldiers to mutiny. His crime cannot be punished. At noon today, Zhang Kangnian, Bai Shanhai, Yang Qingyun, Wu Feibai, Tan Qingye, Zhao Xingwang, Zhao Fei, Sun Gang, Meng Yujiang, Han Cheng, Su Peng, and Feng Chang, a total of 11 people, will be executed in public. As for the lieutenant of the 3rd Battalion, Adjunct Li will temporarily take over. From today onwards, the 3rd Battalion, 1st Battalion, 4th Battalion, and 5th Battalion will implement a new training program. The soldiers below the stage were shocked. They didn't expect Duan Jishuan to be so ruthless. He killed one person in one breath, and one of them was even a lieutenant of the 3rd Battalion. It seemed like Duan Jishuan was really angry. On the other hand, Li Zishuan was a little surprised. He wasn't surprised by Duan Jishuan's treatment of Zhang Kangnian. He was surprised that Duan Jishuan had actually given him the position of lieutenant of the 3rd Battalion. This was something he had never expected. As you command. After hesitating for a moment, Li Zishuan saw Duan Jishuan giving him a signal with his eyes. He could only step forward and bow. Duan Jishuan had helped him so much. He didn't want to disregard Duan Jishuan's face. Furthermore, this lieutenant position was only given to him, and it wouldn't last forever. Furthermore, by taking over this lieutenant position, he had cut off one of Qiu Xinggong's arms in the black armored troops. From now on, the 3rd Battalion would no longer be under Qiu Xinggong's personal use. On the stage, Qiu Xinggong, who was standing behind Duan Jishuan, had flames in his eyes and his face was twitching. Just as Li Zishuan had thought, Duan Jishuan's action had directly cut off one of his arms in the black armored troops. If he could, he really wanted to stand out and object. But he couldn't. Because he was heavily implicated in last night's incident, he still didn't know how much information Duan Jishuan had obtained from Zhang Kangnian. Therefore, even though Qiu Xinggong had cut off one of his arms, he could only endure it and didn't dare to act rashly. Below the stage, after hearing Duan Jishuan's words, Sun Tao couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Last night's incident had nothing to do with him, but Qiu Xinggong's decision had a lot to do with him. Because according to Qiu Xinggong's words, Li Zishuan would temporarily take over the position of lieutenant of the 3rd Battalion, and the 3rd Battalion would also have to start training according to the new drill. In this way, their 2nd Battalion would be the only battalion in the black armored troops that still adhered to the old drill. This basically meant that Duan Jishuan had tacitly acknowledged the superiority of the new drill. Then, what was the point of the competition between the 2nd and 5th Battalions 8 days later? This was a competition that had already been lost before it even started. At this moment, Sun Tao only wanted to look up to the sky and sigh, "I am so lonely." Of course, with this fellow's literary skills, he definitely wouldn't be able to say such a poetic sentence, but the general idea was still the same. At this moment, Duan Jishuan continued on the stage. Ding Dali and the rest listened to slanderous words and disrupted the morale of the troops. They can be spared from death, but they can't escape punishment. Men, bring Sun Dali and the rest up. In front of all the soldiers, strip them of their clothes and flog them 40 times. Yes, sir. Sun Jiping hurriedly went up to receive the order. Chapter 1788. Bam! 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 On the black armored army's drill ground, Ding Dali and the other 12 wounded soldiers of the Wu battalion knelt on the stage. Behind each of them stood a soldier with a stick in his hand. They were here to enforce the military law. Under the gaze of the 5,000 black armored army soldiers below the stage, the wooden sticks landed heavily on the backs of Ding Dali and the others. It could be said that the sticks hit the flesh. Very soon, their backs were covered in blood and flesh. The punishment of the military rod in ancient times was completely different from the punishment of the rod in the government or the palace. When the government punished criminals or the palace punished disobedient servants, they would usually use the stick to hit the buttocks. There was a lot of flesh on the buttocks. Although it was painful, it wouldn't hurt the person. But it was different in the military. The punishment of the rod in the military was usually to hit the back with the stick. If something went wrong, it was very likely that the person would be beaten to a pulp. Some novels often said that if someone broke the military rules, they would be dragged down and beaten 100 times. That was pure nonsense. Because 100 strikes of the rod would be the end of anyone. Therefore, Duan Jishuan sentenced Ding Dali and the others to 40 strikes of the rod. This wasn't a light punishment. With these 40 strikes of the rod, they would have to lie in bed for at least 7 to 8 days. If it was more serious, they might have to lie in bed for 10 days to half a month. However, compared to the punishment of Zhang Kongnian and the others being beheaded, these 40 strikes of the rod were considered a fair punishment. Therefore, although Ding Dali and the others were clenching their teeth in pain, none of them complained. They knew that it was already Duan Jishuan's mercy that they were able to keep their lives this time. Li Zishuan stood below the stage and looked at the rod landing solidly on the backs of Ding Dali and the others. He couldn't help but feel a toothache. This was the first time he saw the punishment of the military in ancient times. Yesterday, when he heard Qiu Xingong say that Ding Dali and the others would be punished with 40 strikes of the rod, he didn't take it to heart. Because he thought that 40 strikes of the rod wasn't a big deal. But now, he didn't think so anymore. It could be said that if it was someone with a slightly weaker physique, like Ding Dali and the others, they would definitely die after receiving 40 strikes of the rod. Only these people who had been in the military for many years and had a strong physique could withstand 40 strikes of the rod. Great General, will something happen if we continue fighting like this? Out of humanitarian considerations, Li Zishuan still wanted to try to plead for mercy for Ding Dali and the others. Although Ding Dali and the others had listened to Zhang Kongnian's words and changed sides, they still had their own persistence at the crucial moment. Li Zishuan felt that these people did not deserve to die. Now that the main culprit was about to be executed, if Ding Dali and the others could turn over a new leaf and take this as a warning, they could still be useful. After all, he had seen these people when he was patrolling the camp that night. They were not bad people. They should be fighting the enemy instead of dying under the black armored troops' canes. Everyone should be responsible for their own mistakes. In the military, merit should be rewarded and mistakes should be punished. Ding Dali and the others are gullible and gullible. If we don't punish them, how can we convince the others in the future? Duan Jishuan shook his head and decisively rejected Li Zishuan's pleading. Then, he said to Li Zishuan, however, Lieutenant Li, you don't have to worry about them. If they can't even withstand 40 strikes of the rod, then they don't deserve to be a member of the black armored troops. I hope so. Li Zishuan sighed and said helplessly. To the soldiers below the stage, 40 strikes of the rod might not be a long time, but to Ding Dali and the others on the stage, these 40 strikes felt like years. But no matter what was done would be done. After 15 minutes, the punishment was finally over. Ding Dali and the others found it difficult to even kneel on the ground. At this moment, Duan Jishuan returned to the center of the stage and looked at the soldiers below. The black armored troops were established in the early years of Wuda. It has been more than 10 years and we have never tasted defeat in hundreds of battles. What do we rely on? We relied on our daily tough training and iron-like military discipline. Zhang Kongnian used the new drill code as an excuse to frame Lieutenant Li and sow discord between the injured soldiers of the Wu battalion and Lieutenant Li. He took the opportunity to cause a mutiny in the Wu battalion. I must kill such a despicable person who sowed discord and disrupted the military discipline of the black armored troops. However, Ding Dali and the others believed in the slanderous words of a despicable person and helped him to do evil. If it wasn't for the fact that they stopped at the last moment, I would have killed them too. These 40 strikes of the rod will be a lesson. I hope all of you can take it as a warning. Our black armored troops are the most elite cavalry of the Tang Empire and also the most disciplined troop in the Tang Empire. If anyone dares to sow discord again, don't blame me for being ruthless. Also, regarding the fact that the new training regulations will cause injuries, no one in the military is allowed to criticize it anymore. If you want to become strong in the military, you have to train as hard as you can. Sweating and getting injured on the training ground is better than getting your head chopped off by the enemy on the battlefield. Do all of you understand? Duan Jishuan ordered the execution of Zhang Kangnian and the others, as well as flogging Ding Dali and the others in front of everyone. This series of punches was to intimidate the soldiers of the black armored troops. After all, most of the soldiers in the black armored troops were new recruits. It was necessary for him to emphasize the military discipline of the black armored troops. Yes, sir. The soldiers below the stage all felt a chill in their hearts and then responded loudly. Qiu Xingong, who was standing behind the stage, had an ugly expression on his face. Duan Jishuan's last sentence and his previous action of appointing Li Zishuan as the temporary lieutenant of the 3rd Battalion meant that he was on the side of the new drill code. In this way, even if the 2nd Battalion won the competition 8 days later, it would be very difficult for them to completely abolish the new drill code. Zhang Kangnian, this idiot, how could he be so careless? And Li Zishuan, he is always ruining my plans. He really deserves to die. At this moment, Qiu Xingong hated Zhang Kangnian to the core. There was another person who had the same complicated feelings as him, and that was Sun Tao. Qiu Xingong's early actions caused him and the 2nd Battalion to completely become a lone army that stuck to the original drill code. In addition, Zhang Kangnian's ending today had caused Sun Tao, who already had a grudge against Qiu Xingong, to waver. He originally didn't like the way Qiu Xingong and Zhang Kangnian did things. In the future, if he still followed Qiu Xingong's path to the dark side, he might very well end up like Zhang Kangnian. However, Qiu Xingong was after all a veteran who had founded the country. No matter if it was in the imperial court or in the military, he had a deep foundation. How could a mere lieutenant like him offend him? In that moment, Sun Tao was caught in a dilemma. We thank the Grand General for his mercy. Ding Dali and the others had recovered a bit of their strength. They endured the injuries on their backs and came in front of Duan Jishuan, kneeling on one knee and thanking him. Duan Jishuan nodded and didn't say anything. Ding Dali turned around and kowtowed to Li Zishuan. Thank you, Adjunct Li, for pleading for me. Earlier, Adjunct Li even personally entered the tent to check on my injuries. However, I mistakenly believed the slanderous words of a despicable person and almost caused a huge mistake. Ding Dali has let Adjunct Li down, but Adjunct Li pleaded for me. After I recover, I will ask for forgiveness from Adjunct Li. Ding Dali's words could be said to be sincere. In reality, it was just as he said. If it wasn't for Li Zishuan pleading for them last night, they really didn't know what would have happened to them. Furthermore, if Li Zishuan and Duan Jishuan came out of the pile of firewood a little later, no one could guarantee that they wouldn't be possessed and agree to Zhang Kangnian's mutiny plan. At that time, they would really be consigned to eternal damnation. Therefore, no matter if it was the moment when they came out of the pile of firewood or when he pleaded for them, it was Li Zishuan who didn't care about the past and repaid evil with good. Ding Dali had no choice but to accept these two favors. Thank you, Adjunct Li, for pleading for us. The rest of the people beside Ding Dali also bowed to Li Zishuan and thanked him. Li Zishuan said in a low voice, "You don't deserve to die." This Adjunct Li was just stating the facts. You don't have to thank me. I hope you can take this as a warning. Next time, don't listen to the slanderous person's instigation and do such a foolish thing. Now, go back and treat your injuries. The General Assembly stage wasn't a good place to talk. There were thousands of pairs of eyes below, so Li Zishuan didn't say much and sent them away with a few words. Yes. Join the army. Everyone hurriedly responded. With the help of a team of military doctors, they got down from the General Assembly stage and headed towards the camp. If it was said that they treated Li Zishuan as a passerby before, now they were completely in awe of Li Zishuan. This was especially true for Li Zishuan. This guy was originally a person who valued friendship and loyalty. Under the multiple emotions of self-blame, guilt, and gratitude, Ding Dali's position in his heart had risen infinitely. Now, if anyone dared to say anything bad about Li Zishuan, Ding Dali would definitely fight it out with the other party regardless of the injuries on his back. Now, soldiers of each camp, start training according to the training plan. Since his goal had been achieved, Duan Jishuan didn't waste any more words and loudly ordered. Yes, sir. All the soldiers responded loudly, and the captains of each camp also got busy. All soldiers of the A camp, listen to my order, turn left. Old rules, run 10 miles with your armor. You can only eat breakfast after you finish running. All soldiers of the B camp, listen to my order, turn back and train the horses for half an hour. The C camp. Since Zhang Kangnian was captured and was about to be executed, he definitely couldn't come over to lead the troops anymore. Therefore, only Li Zishuan, who had just taken up the post, oh, no, it should be the temporary captain, could give the orders. Captain Lu, your D camp can run first. Li Zishuan didn't give the order immediately. Instead, he turned his head to look at the D camp captain Lu Da on his right and said. Although Lu Da didn't know what Li Zishuan meant by this, he still nodded and said, all right. Then, he raised his voice and shouted, all soldiers of the D camp, listen to my order, attention. Turn left in front, start running. As his voice fell, the 1,000 soldiers of the D camp were like dragons emerging from the sea, majestic and imposing as they ran out of the drill ground. In the past, due to the limited space, it was usually the soldiers of the A battalion who ran on the drill ground. The D and V battalions ran around the north and south tents respectively. Therefore, the D battalion had to rush out of the drill ground at this moment. After the D camp soldiers left, Li Zishuan directly shouted, all soldiers of the C camp, attention. Turn left in front and follow the D camp soldiers. Run 10 miles with your armor. If you don't finish in half an hour, you will be punished according to the military rules. Just now, Duan Jishuan had killed the chicken to warn the monkey on the stage. At this moment, everyone was still in a state of panic. Therefore, although Li Zishuan was the new captain of the C camp, the soldiers of the C camp didn't dare to disobey his orders. Therefore, under the leadership of Li Zishuan, the 1,000 soldiers of the C camp all embarked on the journey of running 10 miles with their armor. Jiping, you lead the E camp soldiers and run on the drill ground. Li Zishuan turned his head and shouted towards the direction of the E camp. Chapter 1789. Both of you, come here. In an open space to the north of the Wu battalion of the Black Armored Army, there were more than 10 people tied to wooden crosses with ropes. 2 soldiers were holding long spears and standing straight in the middle to watch over the prisoners. At this moment, a soldier walked over and greeted the 2 soldiers. The 2 of them saw that the soldier had an extraordinary aura and couldn't help but look at each other. Then, they stepped forward and clasped their fists. Brother, what can I do for you? The soldier replied indifferently, I am General Chiu's personal guard. Today, a new batch of military equipment arrived in the army and has been sent to the 2nd Battalion. General Chiu has ordered the both of you to help move it. The 2 guards hesitated and the taller one of them said, but Adjunct Li has ordered the both of us to watch over the prisoners and we are not allowed to leave. Brother, why don't you look for someone else? The soldier frowned and reprimanded, impudent. Is General Chiu or Adjunct Li more powerful in the Black Armored Army? At this moment, the soldiers of the various battalions are training. If I don't look for you, who else can I look for? Besides, their hands and feet are tied up. How can they escape? Besides, it won't take long to move the military equipment. After you leave, I will help you watch over the prisoners. If anything happens, just look for me. My name is Tian Cheng. Seeing that this person spoke in a methodical manner and that Qiu Xingong's influence in the black armored army was not to be underestimated, the two guards hesitated for a moment and clasped their fists. All right. The both of us will go and move the military equipment now. We will have to trouble Brother Tian here. Tianxing waved his hand and said, "Don't worry." The two of them then left. At this moment, a person suddenly walked out from the side of a tent not far away. Tianxing hurriedly went forward and bowed, "General." The person who came was Qiu Xingong. You can leave first. I want to ask Zhang Kangnian a few questions. Qiu Xingong nodded his head slightly and ordered softly. Yes. Tianxing turned and left to stand guard for Qiu Xingong. Ever since Zhang Kangnian and the others were captured last night, they had been tied up here. From last night until now, they had not drunk a single mouthful of water, nor had they eaten a single grain of rice. In addition, the rope had caused their blood to be unable to circulate smoothly in their bodies. At this moment, they had almost fallen into a state of drowsiness. It was still early in the morning, and the sun was not strong enough. By noon, when the sun was about to reach the top of their heads, they would probably pass out due to the heat and lack of water. In fact, this was almost a common practice in the military. Generally, people who were about to be executed would go through this before they were executed. This was not abusing the prisoner, but helping the prisoner. Yes, you didn't hear wrong. This action was helping the criminal. The prisoners on death row in the Supreme Court or the prison of the Ministry of Justice were treated with good wine and food before their execution. The good food was not important, what was important was the good wine. After the prisoner drank the wine, under the numbness of the alcohol, the prisoner's pain would be reduced a lot when they were beheaded. Naturally, the prisoner would have less resentment after death. Of course, these were all superstitions, but who asked the ancients to believe in these things? In ancient times, prisoners on death row were usually executed at 4:45 in the afternoon because that was the time of the day when the yang energy was the strongest. The prison of the government could give prisoners on death row alcohol, but in the Tang dynasty, especially the beginning of the Tang dynasty, the military was very strict. Alcohol was forbidden in the military, and violators were killed without mercy. Therefore, to the soldiers who were sentenced to death in the military, there was definitely no alcohol for them to drink. So, what could they do? Generally speaking, it was like what Zhang Kangnian was doing now. They were left out in the sun, without food or water, so that they would enter a state of drowsiness before they were beheaded. When it was time for them to be beheaded, it would not be so painful. Raise your head. At this moment, Qiu Xingong walked in front of Zhang Kangnian and shouted in a low voice. Due to the distance between the prisoners, and the fact that they did not sleep or drink for the entire night, Zhang Kangnian, Bai Shanhai, and the others were in a half-awake state. Qiu Xingong purposely lowered his voice, not wanting the other prisoners to hear his conversation with Zhang Kangnian. When the drowsy Zhang Kangnian heard Qiu Xingong's voice, his body trembled. He quickly raised his head and opened his eyes. He looked at Qiu Xingong and said, "General, save me. General, save me. I don't want to die." Woo-woo. This fellow's voice was a little loud, so Qiu Xingong quickly covered his mouth. "Lower your voice." Qiu Xingong looked around and saw that the rest of the prisoners still had their heads lowered and didn't move. Only then did he move his hand away from Zhang Kangnian's mouth. He asked in a low voice, "This general wants to ask you, did Li Zishuan use torture to extort a confession from you?" Zhang Kangnian lowered his voice and replying to the general, "Adjunct Li did not torture us. Since we were captured last night, we have been tied up here. Neither Adjunct Li nor the general has come." Hearing this, Qiu Xingong was slightly relieved. He asked again, "What happened last night? Didn't you say that your plan was foolproof? How did you get caught by Li Zishuan and General Duan?" "I don't know either. Last night, when I was about to succeed in persuading Ding Dali and the others, Li Zishuan and the general suddenly walked out from the pile of firewood outside the kitchen. They seemed to have been hiding in the pile of firewood before I arrived. Therefore, the words that I said to Ding Dali and the others naturally fell into the general's ears. Speaking of this, Zhang Kengnian still did not understand until now. He could not help but feel puzzled. Chapter 1790. Duan Jishuan knew that it wasn't a good time to touch Qiu Xingong. As the emperor, Li Er knew this as well. Furthermore, due to his personal feelings, Li Er didn't want to touch Qiu Xingong. In the 4th year of Wuda, Qiu Xingong followed Li Er to fight against Wang Shichong. Before the battle, Qiu Xingong followed Li Er to test the enemy's strength. He led dozens of cavalrymen into the enemy's formation and killed many of them. Not long after, Li Er and the cavalrymen were separated due to the obstruction of the embankment. Only Qiu Xingong followed Li Er. After which, a few cavalrymen chased after Li Er, and arrows hit Li Er's war horse. The situation was dire, and Qiu Xingong turned his horse around to shoot at the pursuing enemy. Thus, Qiu Xingong dismounted from his horse and pulled out the arrow from Li Er's war horse. He then passed his war horse to Li Er while he walked in front of his horse. With a long saber in his hand, he shouted loudly to intimidate the enemy and killed many of them to protect Li Er as they returned to the Tang camp. In the end, the Tang army defeated Wang Shichong. It was because of that battle that Li Er started to put Qiu Xingong in an important position. Li Er had been a wanderer in the Taiyuan area in his early years, so he had a Jianghu aura about him. He knew very well that he should repay the kindness of saving his life. Although he later became the king of Qin, and even the emperor, and his Jianghu aura gradually faded, Li Er had never mistreated those who had saved his life on the battlefield. For example, Qin Xiong, Qing Yao Jin, Duan Jishuan, Yuqi Jingda, and the others, which one of them didn't hold important positions. Qiu Xingong was no exception. Thus, unless he had no other choice, Li Er wasn't willing to punish Qiu Xingong. What Qiu Xingong did this time had crossed his bottom line. The Black Armored Army was the key to the victory of the Kingdom War, and this Kingdom War was the key to the survival of Tang Empire. Li Er wouldn't allow anyone to sabotage it. The 30 strikes of the military rod was Li Er's warning to Qiu Xingong. If Qiu Xingong didn't know what was important and insisted on doing things his way, then no one could guarantee that Li Er wouldn't cut the tumor for the Black Armored Army. Maintain a straight line from your shoulders to your ankles. Place your arms on your chest and keep your hands slightly wider than your shoulders. Then, use your arms to prop your body up from the ground. During the entire process, your shoulders, buttocks, and ankles must always maintain a straight line, just like what I'm doing now. Li Zishuan was leading the sergeants of the 3rd Battalion to do push-ups on the drill ground of the Black Armor Army. The 4th and 5th Battalions were doing pull-ups. Because the number of horizontal bars in the army was limited, each battalion had to do staggered training. Since the entire 3rd Battalion had never been exposed to this kind of training method before, Li Zishuan had no choice but to teach them step by step. He had done the same thing in the 1st Battalion, 4th Battalion, and 5th Battalion before, but who asked the 3rd Battalion to be the new training camp? Every time you do a push-up, you'll have to do 100 push-ups. If you can't do 100 today, you'll have to increase the number of push-ups tomorrow. If you can't do 100 push-ups today, you'll have to do more tomorrow. If you still can't meet this condition after 5 days, you won't have the right to stay in the Black Armored Army. Do you understand? Li Zishuan stood up and said after he demonstrated to everyone. Yes, sir. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts. Only now did they realize that this newly appointed lieutenant wasn't someone easy to get along with. At the very least, in terms of training, Li Zishuan was much stricter than the previous Zhang Kengnian. But today, Duan Jishuan had just punished so many people on the stage, and he was even going to behead 11 people today. At this time, even if they were dissatisfied with Li Zishuan's tyranny, no one dared to voice it out. After all, anyone could see that Li Zishuan's position in the Black Armored Troops was second only to Qiu Xingong, or even higher than Qiu Xingong. Good. Next, you'll be in groups of 2 and supervise each other. The squad leader will calculate the training progress of the soldiers under the fire and report it to the platoon leader. The platoon leader will report it to the camp's deputy general. The deputy general and I will be patrolling at any time. If we find anyone hiding or making a false report, the squad leader and the platoon leader will be punished with 200 push-ups each. Li Zishuan stood with his hands behind his back and looked at the soldiers of the third camp. Logically speaking, 100 push-ups shouldn't be a problem for the black armored army who were strong and healthy. When the fifth camp first started their push-ups and pull-ups training, only a few people failed on the first day, but all of them passed on the second day. The overall quality of the soldiers of the third camp was not worse than that of the fifth camp, so there shouldn't be any problems. Yes, sir. All the soldiers roared in agreement, and then spread out in all directions to train in groups. Gao Gong, have you memorized the main points of the push-ups? At this time, Li Zishuan walked towards a tall and burly soldier and said. This person was more than 6 chi tall, 189 m in height, and his weight was unknown. However, looking at his size, he should at least be close to 200 jin. This big fellow was the deputy general of the 3rd Battalion, and his name was Gao Gong. Li Zishuan didn't know if this fellow was in cahoots with Zhang Kongnian and Qiu Xinggong. He planned to test this deputy general properly today, and then during lunch, ask Sun Jiping about this person while he was at it. Lieutenant, I've memorized it all. Gao Gong scratched his head and responded. Good. You'll do 100 push-ups first. Li Zishuan said faintly. Good. Then, can you help me check if the movements are standard? Gao Gong responded, then simply lay down on the lawn in front of him. He supported his body with both hands, pointed his toes on the ground, and began to do push-ups. While he was doing them, he counted, "You're right. You're right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Other than Li Zishuan correcting his movements at the beginning, Gao Gong's speed of doing push-ups was very fast. It didn't take long for him to do 30 push-ups. Moreover, this guy didn't even pant after doing 30 push-ups. It could be seen how good this guy's physical fitness was. No wonder he could become the 3rd camp's deputy general. Oh, that's not right. In terms of martial strength, this big guy completely beats Zhang Kongnian. Logically speaking, the 3rd camp's commanding general should be Gao Gong. Li Zishuan thought in his heart. 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100. Lieutenant, I've finished 100 push-ups. In the time that Li Zishuan was lost in thought, Gao Gong had finished 100 push-ups. In modern times, this added up to a little more than a minute. This meant that this guy only needed about a second to do 1 push-up. More importantly, 100 push-ups obviously wasn't Gao Gong's limit. According to his movements, 500 to 600 push-ups wouldn't be a problem. This guy's physical fitness was really good. Good. Good kung fu. Li Zishuan smiled and praised from the bottom of his heart. Gao Gong scratched his head embarrassedly and said, Lieutenant, you're joking. I'm just a brute force. In terms of kung fu, how can I compare to you, Lieutenant? He wasn't trying to flatter Li Zishuan. He wasn't someone who liked to bootlick. In fact, in terms of kung fu, he really couldn't be compared to Li Zishuan, who had a famous master. After all, in terms of kung fu, Li Zishuan had gone through systematic training and even had a famous master to guide him. He, on the other hand, only had a body of brute force. In addition, he was just a person who blindly fumbled around on his own. In fact, situations like his could be found everywhere in the army. In fact, it was the vast majority. After all, not everyone could be like Li Zishuan, who could enter a famous sect and have the guidance of a famous teacher. The vast majority of people had blindly fumbled their way here. This kind of cultivation method was destined to prevent them from reaching the highest realm on the path of martial arts. Kung Fu, to put it simply, was just some techniques to use force. But to put it in a complicated way, it included the changes of moves, prediction, restraint, as well as the circulation of inner force in the meridians and so on. Without the guidance of a famous master, it was very difficult to grasp these things through personal fumbling. This was also why most of the Black Armored Army were Body Refining Realm and Chi Gatherer Realm martial artists. Chi Transformation Realm martial artists were already considered experts in the Black Armored Army. As for Grandmaster Realm martial artists, in the entire Great Tang Army, they could be counted with 2 hands. All right. Let's not talk too much. Next, you will be in charge of supervising the training of the soldiers. Report to me if there's any situation. After all, I'm also an adjutant and have to patrol the other battalions. Li Zishuan waved his hand and instructed Gao Gong. Just as he said, he was not only a lieutenant of the 3rd Battalion, but also an adjutant of the Black Armored Army. He definitely couldn't spend all his time in the 3rd Battalion. Moreover, he had just arrived at the 3rd Battalion and wasn't familiar with the soldiers in the battalion. If he had a native of the 3rd Battalion to assist him, it would be much easier for him. Yes, Lieutenant. Gao Gong didn't hesitate and immediately cupped his fists in response. Go, train them well. Li Zishuan waved his hand and Gao Gong accepted the order and left. Su Dashan, why are you sticking your butt up so high? Do you need me to help you kick it down? Big fatty Zheng, your stomach is almost touching the ground. Why aren't you pulling it in? Niu Daliang, can't your shoulder go down? Do you need me to help you press it down? What you did just now doesn't count. Let's start from the beginning. Just as Li Zishuan expected, with the help of Gao Gong, a native of the 3rd Battalion, the soldiers quickly grasped the essentials of the push-ups. It could be seen that Gao Gong patrolled seriously and taught with great effort. He was a good helper. Li Zishuan planned to find out more about Gao Gong's personality and temperament during his free time in the afternoon. If he didn't have any obvious misdeeds, then he planned to put Gao Gong in an important position during this period of time. Seeing that the 3rd Battalion was training in an orderly manner, Li Zishuan felt relieved and left in the direction of the 5th Battalion. After all, the 5th Battalion was going to compete with the 2nd Battalion in 8 days. He had to go and check on the training progress. Although such a big incident happened last night, it didn't affect the competition between the 2 battalions at all. Clang, clang, clang. At noon, the soldiers finished their morning training. Logically speaking, they should go to the kitchen for lunch. But today was a little different. The Grand General has ordered all soldiers to gather at the drill ground. The Grand General has ordered all soldiers to gather at the drill ground. A few soldiers on war horses shuttled through the various battalions and shouted loudly. The soldiers didn't know what was going on, but they still gathered at the center of the drill ground under the lead of each battalion's chief commander. After everyone had gathered and lined up, Duan Jishuan went up the stage. The bright yellow silk scroll in his hand was especially eye-catching. Many people noticed it. Qiu Xingong also noticed it. His heart couldn't help but sink. He had seen a big scene before, so he knew that Duan Jishuan was holding an imperial edict. His Majesty has decreed. After Duan Jishuan stood on the stage, he opened the imperial edict and said, Walala. In an instant, the 5,000 black armored army soldiers below the stage knelt on one knee. This was the etiquette of welcoming an imperial edict in the army. Qiu Xingong also knelt down at this moment. Duan Jishuan then continued reading. The Tang Empire's emperor decrees that Zhang Kangnian, Bai Shanhai, and the rest of the 11 people are guilty of conspiring to commit a mutiny and should be executed. The Black Armored Army's General Qiu Xingong is guilty of negligence in his management and will receive 30 strokes of the cane as punishment. The Marquis of Yong and Li Zishuan is to be appointed as the lieutenant of the Black Armored Army's 3rd Battalion. All soldiers of the 3rd Battalion will listen to his orders and not disobey. The contents of the imperial edict were very short and straightforward. It was completely different from the imperial edicts that Li Zishuan had sent out to the officials previously. The content was a little too straightforward. In fact, this was a common occurrence in the army. Everyone was already used to it. This was because most of the soldiers in the army were rough men. If the contents of the imperial edict were too scholarly, no one would be able to understand it. Simple and straightforward like this was the best. However, after Duan Jishuan finished reading the imperial edict, everyone on the drill ground was shocked. It wasn't because Li Zishuan wanted to execute Zhang Kangnian, Bai Shanhai, and the rest, nor was it because Li Zishuan had officially appointed Li Zishuan as the Black Armored Army's lieutenant. It was because Qiu Xingong was being punished for this incident. 30 strokes of the cane wouldn't be able to do much to Qiu Xingong. After all, he was also a martial arts expert. However, Qiu Xingong was a veteran in the Black Armored Army. Wouldn't this make him lose face in front of the soldiers? It could be said that the 30 strokes of the cane were more symbolic than practical. I'm guilty of negligence in my management. Qiu Xingong was also a little confused. He subconsciously guessed that Li Zixuan already knew that he was the mastermind behind last night's incident. However, after thinking about it carefully, he realized that something wasn't right. This was because if Li Zixuan already knew, he wouldn't just be punished with 30 strokes of the cane. He would have sent someone to arrest him directly. Therefore, the 30 strokes of the cane were more like a warning from Li Zixuan. At this moment, Qiu Xingong's heart was filled with fear and vigilance. He couldn't help but secretly regret listening to that idiot Zhang Kangnian's words. I, Qiu Xingong, am willing to accept my punishment. Qiu Xingong bowed in the direction of the palace, then stood up and cupped his hands. Although it was embarrassing to be hit with the cane, at this moment, losing face was better than losing his life. Xingong, I'll have to trouble you then. Duan Jishuan kept the imperial edict and walked over to pat Qiu Xingong's shoulder. He then ordered his bodyguards, men, help General Qiu with the punishment. Chapter 1791. Pung. 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 According to past practice, it was time for the soldiers to eat. However, today was different. The soldiers were gathered at the military drill ground to witness a special execution. The executioner was Duan Jishuan's personal guard, and the one being executed was the Black Armored Army's general, Qiu Xingong. In the Black Armored Army, there was one general and two generals. When the Black Armored Army was first established, Qin Xiong, Qing Yaojin, Duan Jishuan, Yuqi Jingda, and the other generals had all taken up positions in the Black Armored Army. However, due to their military exploits, they were all promoted to other positions. Only Duan Jishuan and Qiu Xingong remained in the Black Armored Army. Today, more than 90% of the people in the Black Armored Army had not been in the Black Armored Army as long as Qiu Xingong. However, such a senior general was actually being flogged in public. This was truly unprecedented. Since the executioner was Duan Jishuan's personal guard, there wasn't a situation where he didn't dare to hit Qiu Xingong. Instead, every hit was very solid. After more than 10 strikes, Qiu Xingong's back was already completely red. However, he didn't really care because these were only superficial wounds at most. What he really cared about was how the soldiers below the stage would look at him after this incident. At this moment, Qiu Xingong's back was facing the soldiers below the stage. He could not see the expressions on their faces. However, he felt as if there were countless pairs of mocking eyes staring at him from behind. This made him feel as if his entire body was being pricked by needles. Li Zixuan, this old man will remember this. I can't touch you now, but that doesn't mean that I can't touch you in the future. Moreover, it was still unknown who would emerge victorious in the competition 8 days later. As long as the 2nd Battalion wins, your new drill manual will become a joke. At that time, this old man will see if His Majesty will still protect you. Qiu Xingong thought to himself as he clenched his teeth under the cudgel. As an old man, how could he not know that these 30 strokes were a warning from Li Er? Now that things had come to this, he knew that he couldn't secretly scheme against Li Zixuan anymore. Otherwise, if Li Er found out, even if there was no proof, he wouldn't have a good ending. But so what? If he could not scheme, then he would use an open scheme. As long as the 2nd Battalion won the competition 8 days later, the new drill manual that Li Zixuan relied on to establish himself in the Black Armored Army would become a joke. Li Er would have no reason to protect Li Zixuan. It had to be said that Qiu Xingong's eyes were indeed shrewd. He could tell at a glance why Li Er was so biased towards Li Zixuan. Wasn't it because Li Er had set his eyes on Li Zixuan's new training manual? However, Qiu Xingong had neglected a problem. Even Li Er felt that the new drill was more suitable for the current Black Armored Army. How could the new drill be defeated by the 2nd Battalion 8 days later? Li Er was going to be the emperor soon. Before he ascended the throne, he had been through hundreds of battles. His understanding of military affairs was not inferior to Qiu Xingong's. The reason why Qiu Xingong did not like Li Zishuan's new drill manual was because he was in the game and looked at Li Zishuan through biased lenses. Naturally, he did not like Li Zishuan's new drill manual. General, the 30 strikes have been carried out. After a while, the sound of the strike stopped. The soldiers kept the wooden sticks and cupped their fists towards Duan Jishuan on the podium. Duan Jishuan said sternly, "Bring Xingong away for treatment." "Yes, sir." The soldiers accepted the order and left. "Thank you, General." Qiu Xingong cupped his fists towards Duan Jishuan. Then, with the help of 2 of Duan Jishuan's bodyguards, he walked towards the tent. Duan Jishuan turned towards the soldiers below the podium and said loudly, "In the Black Armored Army, everyone is treated equally. Anyone who breaks the rules will be punished. General Qiu is not an exception. I am not an exception. I hope that all of you will focus on training and abide by the rules. Don't be like Zhang Kangnian and the rest. They didn't die on the battlefield, but instead died in the army because they broke the rules." "Yes, sir." After Duan Jishuan finished his words, the 5,000 soldiers on the drill ground replied in unison. "Dismissed, let's eat." Seeing this, Duan Jishuan waved his hand and left. The Black Armored Army on the drill ground then dispersed and ran towards the kitchens of the various battalions. "Hey! Xiao Xian, this is really satisfying. Those who wanted to harm you either had their heads chopped off or were beaten. This is really satisfying." During lunch, Qing Chimo said excitedly to Li Zishuan as he ate his food. Li Zishuan rolled his eyes and said angrily, "Eating won't stop you from talking." Although he had already become the lieutenant of the 3rd Battalion, he still habitually came to the 5th Battalion when it was time to eat. After all, there were only a few people he knew in the 3rd Battalion. Qing Chimo swallowed the food in his mouth and said, "Hey! Xiao Xian, can you not be so calm? In any case, we've managed to get rid of a few enemies this time. Shouldn't we celebrate?" Li Zishuan couldn't help but ask, "Celebrate? How do we celebrate? Set up a table and let's eat and drink to our heart's content?" "Great, great. I haven't drunk in a long time." Hearing this, Qing Chimo's eyes lit up and he quickly agreed. "Great my ass." Li Zishuan stared at this idiot and said, "If you dare to drink in the army, the one who will be chopped off tomorrow will be you." "Oh, right. We can't drink in the army." Qing Chimo immediately reacted. He sighed helplessly and said, "Sigh, when can we leave the army camp?" When he was in the academy, he wanted to go to the army camp. But when he was actually in the army camp, especially the Black Armored Army, he wanted to go back to the academy. At least the academy wasn't as closed off and boring as the army camp. Xiao Xian, this time we were able to get rid of this despicable Zhang Kangnian. No matter what, I've helped a lot, right? Since you've been promoted, shouldn't I be rewarded as well? Qing Chimo suddenly rolled his eyes and said excitedly. "Helped a lot? I haven't pursued the matter of you slacking off yesterday. Your merits offset your faults. I won't reward you or punish you." Li Zishuan smiled and said. Although he said this, but he also understood that Qing Chimo's contribution to successfully unraveling Zhang Kangnian's plot was not to be ignored. This friendship, he would remember it in his heart and there was no need to mention it. "Damn! Xiao Xian, you're too mean." Qing Chimo scolded jokingly. The two of them bickered again. At this time, Li Zishuan looked at Sun Jiping and said, "Jiping, Gao Gong of the 3rd Battalion. Have you heard of this person before?" Previously, when Sun Jiping saw Li Zishuan and Qing Chimo teasing each other and playing around, he couldn't help but feel envious. This was because that was the true feelings between brothers. At this time, when he saw Li Zishuan turn to ask about him, he was stunned for a moment before replying, "Gao Gong? I've heard of some things about this person before, but I haven't had any concrete contact with him. What is it? Tell me about it." Li Zishuan asked with interest. Sun Jiping recalled for a moment, then he put down his bowl and chopsticks and explained to Li Zishuan, "Gao Gong is a brave man. He can be considered as a veteran in the Black Armored Army. He had achieved many military merits in his early years. Before the expansion of the Black Armored Army, he was a team leader under General Zhang Shigui. This year, with the expansion of the Black Armored Army, based on his previous military merits, logically speaking, he could have been promoted to a lieutenant of a battalion. However, for some reason, he was assigned to the 3rd Battalion and became Zhang Kangnian's lieutenant. There were rumors in the army that although Gao Gong's martial arts were better than Zhang Kangnian's, and he was braver than Zhang Kangnian in battle, he was too straightforward. He even contradicted General Qiu and General Duan many times. Therefore, Zhang Kangnian received General Qiu's recommendation to become a lieutenant of the 3rd Battalion. As for Gao Gong, he could only be Zhang Kangnian's lieutenant. In the past 2 months after the expansion of the Black Armored Army, Zhang Kangnian had not spared Gao Gong. In the beginning, he was beaten twice by Gao Gong, but because of this, Gao Gong was beaten up many times. He was even almost expelled from the Black Armored Army. In the end, if not for General Duan's intervention, Gao Gong would have already been kicked out of the Black Armored Army. After that, Gao Gong became more honest. Although he was secretly unhappy with Zhang Kangnian, he rarely fell out with Zhang Kangnian in public. In addition, although Zhang Kangnian and Gao Gong don't get along, he still recognizes Gao Gong's ability. Before this, the daily training of the officers and soldiers of the 3rd Battalion was basically handled by Gao Gong. Overall, he can be considered to have fulfilled his responsibilities. After Sun Jiping finished speaking, Li Zishuan could not help but fall into deep thought. At this moment, Qing Chimo laughed loudly. Hey! This Gao Gong is to my liking. If there's a chance, I, old Cheng, will go and meet him. Birds of a feather flocked together. Just based on Gao Gong's way of doing things, he was 80% similar to Qing Chimo. Therefore, Qing Chimo was interested in him. These two people were both straightforward people. Li Zishuan rolled his eyes at this guy and could not be bothered with him. At this moment, Sun Jiping asked tentatively, "Why did you suddenly ask about Gao Gong? Are you thinking of using him in the 3rd Battalion?" "Yes." Li Zishuan nodded and said, "His Majesty has officially allowed me to take on the position of lieutenant of the 3rd Battalion. However, I still have the duty of an army adjutant, so I can't spend all my time in the 3rd Battalion. Moreover, I have just arrived at the 3rd Battalion and know nothing about the situation there. If Gao Gong can be of great use, for me, that would be the best. When the time comes, I only need to hand over the training mission to him and let him lead the training of the soldiers in the battalion. Army adjutants' worries are not without reason." Hearing this, Sun Jiping nodded and said, "From what I understand of the situation, it is not a big problem to let Gao Gong go to the training camp. However, we still need to find out what his attitude towards the new training manual is." "Yes. You're right. He was previously in charge of the daily training of the 3rd Battalion. There is nothing wrong with letting him continue to do it. However, his attitude towards the new training manual is very important. If he doesn't approve of the new training manual and goes against it in public, then it will be difficult to handle." Li Zishuan first nodded, then frowned and said, "However, from my interaction with him this morning, he doesn't seem to dislike the new training manual. This person can be observed first. If he really has the ability, what's wrong with letting him be the lieutenant of the 3rd Battalion?" After a pause, Li Zishuan added, Xiao Xian, you see that you are so busy. How about letting me be the lieutenant of the 3rd Battalion? Treat it as a reward for my contribution this time." Qing Chimo suddenly interrupted at this time. It had to be said that this guy's way of thinking was really novel. He could come up with all kinds of ideas. *CK off. After a moment of silence, Li Zishuan spat out. After they finished talking about the important matters, they quickly finished their lunch while talking and laughing. According to the usual practice, the soldiers could return to their tents to rest for a while after lunch. However, today was a little different. After lunch, the soldiers all walked in the direction of the Yuan Gate without prior agreement. "Xiao Xian, it's almost noon. How about we go to the Yuan Gate to see Zhang Kangnian's head being chopped off?" Ching Chumo usually had a bad memory, but today his memory was especially good. He obviously didn't forget that Zhang Kangmian, by Shanghai and the others' heads would be seen at noon. Therefore, he pulled Li Zishuan's arm and said, "What's there to see about chopping off heads? You guys go, I'll go back to my tent to rest for a while." Li Zishuan frowned and said. Although he had killed people in the past year since he transmigrated to Great Tang, those people he killed were people who wanted to kill him. He had no choice but to kill. Besides, he usually went for the vitals when he killed people. He rarely saw people's heads being chopped off. This scene was too bloody and violent, and he didn't like to see it. Therefore, he naturally had no interest in watching Zhang Kangmian and the others being executed. TSK. If you don't want to go, then we'll go. Baolin, Zhiping, let's go. Ching Chumo shook his head with a look of pity. Then, he pulled Yuchi Baolin and Sun Zhiping and left. "Miss, now that you and the young master of the Wang clan are together, Yuelan is really happy for you." Qizhou, Yong County, west of the city, Li residence. Looking at the beautiful woman wearing a wedding dress and a phoenix crown in the mirror, the maid Yuelan couldn't help but say happily. This beautiful bride was naturally Li Jingchu, who was waiting for Wang Renbiao to bring people to escort her. Today was the day of her wedding with Wang Renbiao. This was a big event for the entire Yong County and Qizhou. The marriage customs of the Tang dynasty were mostly inherited from the Northern dynasty. At the beginning of the Tang dynasty, the time to escort the bride was usually at dusk. It was only after the middle of the Tang dynasty that people changed the time to early morning. Back when Li Zishuan married Han Yushi, it was in the afternoon. After the bride was escorted back, the residents would officially have a banquet. Today, the streets of Yong County were hung with red silk and colored satin. This wasn't forced by Wang Renbiao, but by the people themselves. This was because ever since Wang Renbiao took office, the governance of Qizhou had gradually become clearer, and the people's livelihood had also improved greatly. The people were still very supportive of this young provincial governor of Qizhou. It's a pity that father is no longer around. Now, the only person by my side is you, Yuelan, who can be intimate with me. Li Jingchu looked at herself in the mirror, sighed, and said. When other girls got married, they would be accompanied by their parents. However, she could only wear red makeup all by herself. How desolate. Chapter 1792. Young miss, don't say that. Today is your big day. If master and madam are watching from the heavens, they would definitely wish for you to be happy. Moreover, second aunt wouldn't dare to harm you now. Yong County seat, Li Jingchu's boudoir. Seeing Li Jingchu's sorrowful expression, Yuelan couldn't help but console her. Humph. She's not afraid of me. She's afraid of the Wang family's power. Li Jingchu frowned and coldly retorted. Back then, Li Zishuan had gone north to eliminate the locusts and untied the knot in her heart. Only then did she open her heart to Wang Renbiao, and their relationship progressed at lightning speed. During that time, Li Jingchu's status in the Li family in the western part of the city soared. Even second aunt, Lu Yuerong, who had always bullied her, became respectful when she saw her. However, good times didn't last long. Wang Yu and Princess Tongren, who were far away in Suizhou, found out about Li Jingchu and Wang Renbiao. These 2-foot boss-level bosses had personally come to Qizhou a few days ago to break up this pair of lovers. Li Jingchu didn't want to make things difficult for Wang Renbiao and the family, so she took the initiative to leave Yong County and go far away. Lu Yuerong was naturally overjoyed when she saw this. She seized control of the Li family once again and replaced all the shopkeepers with her own people. She also announced to the public that Li Jingchu had been expelled from the Li family. She wanted to use this to draw a line between the Li family and Li Jingchu so that Wang Yu and Princess Tong wouldn't vent their anger on her. At that time, Lu Yuerong was in high spirits and extremely pleased with herself. After all, the Wang family of Taiyuan was a 1,000-year-old family. How could Wang Yu and Princess Tong allow their eldest son to marry a merchant's daughter? Without Wang Renbiao's protection, Li Jingchu posed no threat to her. Just when she thought that the Li family would forever be under her control, Li Jingqiu actually returned. She had returned for the bedridden Wang Renbiao. What was even more inconceivable was that after Li Jingqiu returned, Wang Yu and Princess Tong and didn't send people to capture her. Instead, the Li family received a letter of appointment and betrothal gifts from the provincial governor's office. The dignified eldest son of the previous family, as well as the governor of Qizhou, actually wanted to marry a merchant's daughter. Lu Yuerong felt as if her worldview was about to be overturned. But for her, after the confusion came fear. If this marriage went through, then Li Jingqiu would completely leap onto the branch and become a phoenix. She had done so many things to Li Jingqiu when Li Jingqiu was depressed. If Li Jingqiu really climbed onto the branch of the Wang family, how could she let her off so easily? Therefore, driven by fear, Lu Yuerong had completely transformed into a bootlicker during this period. She did her best to prepare for Li Jingqiu's marriage. Whenever Li Jingqiu had a request, she would readily agree to it. Moreover, she often acted as if she did not retaliate when hit or scolded. As a result, Li Jingqiu found it difficult to punish her. However, Li Jingqiu knew that Lu Yuerong's change in attitude was entirely due to her marriage with Wang Renbiao. Once there was a change in the marriage and she couldn't get married to Wang Renbiao, Lu Yuerong would immediately revert to her former attitude. That was why she said that Lu Yuerong was not afraid of her, but of the Wang family's power. Young miss, no matter what, after you marry Provincial Governor Wang, you can be considered to have escaped the sea of bitterness. In the future, you won't have to look at concubine Lu's face. You should be happy. Maid Yuelan's expression froze when she heard this. After a moment of silence, she softly spoke. Li Jingqiu gently shook her head and said, Yuelan, although I'm married, I won't ignore the matters of the family. Father worked hard for half his life to establish this large family business, especially the carriage business. It is the culmination of father's blood, sweat, and tears. I don't need to say what concubine Lu's character is like. I can't leave the family business to her. Otherwise, father's blood, sweat, and tears will be ruined in her hands. Back when Li Xingyun committed suicide in the county's prison, Lu Yuerong quickly took over the Li family's business and replaced all the family's shops with her own people. The key was that this woman was not cut out for business. Under her control, the Li family's business deteriorated day by day. In the end, it was Li Jingqiu who took back the family's power that the Li family's business gradually improved. It was because of the lessons learned from the past that the preliminary experience came about. But young miss, you're about to marry Provincial Governor Wang, and the Wang family is a large aristocratic family. After you become the provincial governor's wife, I'm afraid it won't be easy for you to manage the family business, right? The maid carefully said as she combed Li Jingqiu's hair. Li Jingqiu thought for a moment and said, Don't I still have you? Yuelan, you've been by my side since you were young. I've never treated you as a servant. When I get married this time, you'll come with me. If it's inconvenient for me to appear in the family business today, then help me. Moreover, I believe that young Master Wang will understand my difficulties. Pfft. The maid was very touched by the first half of Li Jingqiu's words, but after hearing the last sentence, the maid covered her mouth and laughed. Young miss, now that you're about to marry Provincial Governor Wang, why are you still calling him young Master Wang? You should be calling him Lord Husband, hee hee. Wretched girl, how dare you make fun of me? Hearing this, Li Jingqiu's face turned slightly red, and she couldn't help but reach out to scratch Yuelan. Yuelan hurriedly begged for mercy and said, Ah. Young miss, please spare Yuelan. Yuelan won't dare to do it again. The two of them fooled around, and Li Jingqiu's reluctance to part with her about to get married was somewhat diluted. Creak. At this moment, the door to Li Jingqiu's room was pushed open from the outside, and a woman in luxurious clothes walked in. As she walked in, she said with a face full of smiles, Jingqiu, are you done with your makeup? The provincial governor's wedding procession is about to arrive. Let Andy help you with your makeup. The newcomer was Li Xingyun's second concubine, Lu Yuerong. She was sarcastic, but during this period, she had been Li Jingqiu's super bootlicker. There's no need. Yuelan has already helped me with my makeup. Auntie, you should help me greet the guests in the front yard. Li Jingchu, who had been fooling around with the maid a moment ago, said coldly as she tidied up the phoenix hairpin and crown on her head when Lu Yuerong came in. Today was her wedding day, and she didn't want to get into a conflict with Lu Yuerong, so she didn't call her by her name. Instead, she called her auntie. Okay. Then I'll go greet the guests in the front yard. Jingchu, our Li family hasn't been so lively in a long time. Your aunt, uncle, and some of your husband's friends from the business world are all here to celebrate. Auntie, you must greet them well. Lu Yuerong nodded and beamed with joy. Go ahead, auntie. Li Jingchu said lightly. Hee, that's good. Oh, that's right. Jingchu, when Provincial Governor Wang comes to escort the bride and recites the makeup poem, you should come out after he recites too. Don't embarrass Provincial Governor Wang, understand? Auntie is doing this for your own good. Lu Yuerong was about to leave when she suddenly turned around and said this. Understood, auntie. Li Jingchu replied carelessly. She and Wang Renbiao were originally in love, but after a long period of suffering, they were separated and reunited. Now that they were together in public, she naturally wouldn't make things difficult for Wang Renbiao over such a small matter. Most importantly, she couldn't bear to part with him. Only then did Lu Yuerong leave with peace of mind. When father was framed by that dog official Zhang Liang, no one was willing to speak up for the Li family. But now, those people are all here to congratulate me. Yuelan, do you think they're sincere or not? Li Jingchu muttered with a sigh after Lu Yuerong left. It was clear that Lu Yuerong's words about the Li family's front yard being filled with distinguished guests had provoked Li Jingchu. Young miss, the young maidservant didn't dare to answer. She could only lower her head and keep her mouth shut. The fickleness of human nature, the fickleness of the world. I will make the Li family better and better. After a moment of silence, Li Jingchu muttered to herself. The bridegroom is here. The bridegroom is here. Near the hour of the evening, Wang Renbiao, wearing his wedding robes and a large red flower on his chest, rode on a large horse and led the escort party to the Li residence. The guests of the Li family in the front yard all rushed forward to congratulate Wang Renbiao, all kinds of auspicious words coming out of their mouths. The scene was very lively. Wang Renbiao was anxious to see the bride he yearned for day and night. After dealing with the guests with a few words, he led the party to the rear yard. The bride, hurry her out. 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 The guests of the Li residence also followed and they all began to jeer behind Wang Renbiao. Because the next step was the most important part of the escort ceremony, makeup urging. At this time, Lu Yuerong walked over with a smile on her face and said enthusiastically, Governor Wang is very knowledgeable and talented. I'm sure you can easily compose a makeup hastening poem. My Jingchu is waiting inside. After saying that, she leaned close to Wang Renbiao and whispered, Provincial Governor Wang, this humble woman has asked someone to prepare a few makeup urging poems. Do you think they are useful? While speaking, Lu Yuerong took out a piece of paper from her sleeve and wanted to give it to Wang Renbiao. She wanted to help Wang Renbiao cheat. It had to be said that this woman really had no bottom line when it came to being a bootlicker. Her little action naturally couldn't escape Leng Yuyao's eyes. Seeing this scene, Leng Yuyao couldn't help but turn her face away with disdain in her eyes. She thought that Li Jingchu was indeed an outstanding woman, but this concubine of hers was really a bit vulgar. Her young master was the eldest son of the Wang family's first wife and had read tens of thousands of books. Why would he need to rely on others for two mere makeup-urging poems? Wang Renbiao clearly didn't expect Li Jingchu's concubine to be so lacking in integrity. When a woman got married, shouldn't the elders of the bride's family be reluctant to let their daughter get married? When it came to Lu Yuerong, why did it seem like she was afraid that Li Jingchu wouldn't be able to get married today? After being stunned for a moment, Wang Renbiao discreetly pushed away the small piece of paper Lu Yuerong handed over and said, Thank you for your good intentions, but I don't need it. After saying that, Wang Renbiao flung his sleeves and stood with his hands behind his back. Then he looked towards Li Jingchu's boudoir. At this time, the boudoir door was open, but Li Jingchu was sitting behind a screen. Wang Renbiao could only vaguely see Li Jingchu's figure. As for when Li Jingchu would come out, it would depend on whether his makeup-urging poem could move Li Jingchu's heart. Regarding this, Wang Renbiao was already prepared. In fact, he had already thought of a few makeup-urging poems last night. At this time, he pretended to ponder for a moment and then said, "It's said that the candlelight lowers the rouge powder. Don't be pretentious in front of the mirror. You don't need to put on heavy makeup, leave your eyebrows to be painted." The general idea is that the bride is sitting in front of the candlelight, combing her hair and putting on makeup in front of the mirror. You don't need to put on a full set of makeup, leave your eyebrows, and someone will come and paint them for you. Wang Renbiao's makeup-urging poem was simply a clear stream in the makeup-urging world. Most people urging makeup were praising the bride's beauty, but he directly said that he didn't need to wait, he would help her draw her eyebrows in the future. However, it wasn't easy for him and Li Jingchu to be together, so he naturally had a reason to be impatient. Everyone was stunned at first, but after they understood the meaning of this poem, they all cheered loudly. "Ah! Good! What a good, you don't need to put on heavy makeup, leave your eyebrows to be painted." Provincial Governor Wang really has deep feelings for Miss Li. That's right. Provincial Governor Wang and Miss Li are really a match made in heaven. "Miss Li, quickly come out." Li Jingchu, who was behind the screen, couldn't help but tremble after hearing this poem. Wang Renbiao was willing to recite this poem in public, it was enough to show his feelings for her. At this moment, the servant girl Yuelan covered her mouth and laughed, "Hee hee. Miss. Son-in-law can't wait any longer. Should we go out?" "Hey, miss, wait for me." However, before she could finish her words, Li Jingchu had already stood up and ran out. "She's out. The bride is out." Everyone didn't expect that Li Jingchu would come out from behind the screen after Wang Renbiao recited a makeup-urging poem. They couldn't help but burst into cheers. At this moment, Li Jingchu was wearing a phoenix coronet on her head, wearing a bright red shirt with a long skirt that reached the ground. The skirt was tied with a belt, making her look slender and luxurious. She originally had a peerless appearance, and today, she had specially put on light makeup on her face, making her originally pure and beautiful face appear even more beautiful and moving. Wang Renbiao was greatly stunned. After he reacted, he hurriedly went up and said, "Jingchu. Renbiao." Looking at the lover in front of them who they yearned for day and night, Li Jingchu and Wang Renbiao's eyes were filled with tears at the same time. Carefully counting, it had been nearly a month since they last met. In this month, they had almost paid the price of their lives for this love. Today, they were finally together. The two of them looked at each other for a long time. At this time, Leng Yuyao stepped forward and said, "Young master, the auspicious hour is almost here. You have to go back and perform the ceremony." "Oh. Okay." Wang Renbiao came back to his senses and pulled Li Jingchu's hand. He looked at Li Jingchu affectionately and said, "Let's go, Jingchu. Let's go back and perform the ceremony. From now on, you and I are husband and wife, and we will never leave each other." Li Jingchu nodded heavily and replied. Thus, after the two of them bid farewell to Lu Yuerong, the nominal elder of the Li family, Li Jingchu boarded the bridal sedan and Wang Renbiao rode on the horse. The wedding procession turned around and went back to the provincial governor's mansion. That was the main event of this wedding. Chapter 1793. Qizhou Provincial Governor's Mansion. At this moment, the place was filled with guests and bustling with noise and excitement. Wang Renbiao was the Qizhou provincial governor and the eldest son of the Wang family of Taiyuan. Who in the Qizhou officialdom would dare to not attend his wedding? It wasn't just the officialdom. All the wealthy merchants and gentry in Qizhou were trying their best to attend the wedding. After all, Wang Renbiao was the boss of Qizhou. Furthermore, Wang Yu and Princess Tong, two important figures, were also in Qizhou. If they could use this wedding to establish a relationship with Wang Renbiao or the Wang family, they would be completely rich. Therefore, even if many people could not get an invitation, they still came to send congratulatory gifts. They wanted to get familiar with Wang Renbiao, Wang Yu, and Princess Tongren. Even if they could not get an invitation, it was still good to form a good relationship. However, as a 1,000-year-old family, the Wang family naturally did not lack money. Therefore, in terms of congratulatory gifts, they did not accept any gifts from guests who had nothing to do with the Wang family. If one came to celebrate Wang Renbiao's wedding, they were welcome to eat at the banquet outside the provincial governor's mansion. However, if one wanted to use this opportunity to bribe Wang Renbiao, then sorry, the Wang family would not accept these gifts. This rule was set by Wang Yu. Currently, the Wang family was in a precarious situation. 3 of the 5 families and 7 hopes were gone. Only 4 of the 7 great families were left, including the Li family. Now that Wang Renbiao and Wang Yu were both court officials, Wang Yu was quite cautious in his style. In his opinion, with the Wang family's foundation from 2 years ago, when had they ever lacked money? There was no need to let the imperial censors get hold of their weakness for such a small profit. After the fall of the Cui and Jing families, the imperial censors in the court now especially liked to collect information about the evil deeds of the children of the aristocratic families to prove their integrity and noble character. Wang Yu would definitely not make a low-level mistake in this matter. Moreover, Wang Renbiao was very supportive of his decision. As the Qizhou provincial governor, Wang Renbiao naturally did not want the officials of the counties under him to send expensive congratulatory gifts because of his wedding. Qizhou was not rich and most of the officials could only live on the salary of the court. Of course, corrupt officials were excluded. Under such circumstances, how could Wang Renbiao be willing to accept their congratulatory gifts? Moreover, this could easily lead to the wind of comparison. Therefore, when Wang Renbiao sent people to send invitations to the officials of Qizhou, he had asked his servants to clearly inform them that they could come, but they would not accept any congratulatory gifts. Such a way of doing things naturally received unanimous praise from the officials in Qizhou. At the beginning of the Tang dynasty, the governance of various places was still relatively clean. It could not be said that there were no corrupt officials, but the proportion of corrupt officials was definitely very small. Most of the officials were still relatively honest. Before this, many officials were worried when they found out that Wang Renbiao was about to get married. Wang Renbiao was both the governor of Qizhou and the eldest son of the Wang family of Taiyuan. If the congratulatory gifts they gave him were too shabby, wouldn't they offend their superiors and the Wang family for no reason? But if this gift was too expensive, his money pouch wouldn't allow it. This was truly a dilemma. Therefore, Wang Renbiao's action allowed most of the officials in Qizhou to breathe a sigh of relief. Not only that, but the commoners were also full of praise for Wang Renbiao and Li Jingchu's marriage. Today, there were over 1,000 banquets set up on the streets outside the provincial governor's manor. Moreover, this banquet would be held for 3 days. During this period, all the commoners could eat for free. This was Wang Renbiao's handiwork. Last year, when Li Zishuan and Han Yushi got married, almost all the commoners in Chang and city were invited to eat gnawed chicken. Of course, there was a prerequisite at that time, which was that everyone had to bring a bouquet of flowers before they went. Now that Wang Renbiao and Li Jingchu were getting married, Wang Renbiao naturally wanted to make it lively. This was because Li Jingchu had suffered too much for him, and he wanted to use this opportunity to compensate her. The bride is here. The bride is here. At 5 in the evening, the bridal procession finally returned. The crowd outside the provincial governor's manor took the initiative to open a path. Wang Renbiao flipped over and dismounted from his horse and led Li Jingchu out of the carriage. Looking at the newlyweds, the surrounding commoners and the guests in the provincial governor's manor couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Provincial Governor Wang is young and handsome, and Miss Li is beautiful. They are a match made in heaven. Who says they aren't? The bride and groom are really a match made in heaven. Miss Li is from our Yong County. This will bring glory to our Yong County. Maybe Provincial Governor Wang will stay in Qizhou because of this. The commoners of Qizhou will also be blessed. Haha. That's right, that's right. There were those who praised from the bottom of their hearts, and naturally, there were also those who made sarcastic remarks. However, these sarcastic remarks only dared to whisper in small voices. But I heard that the Li family is only a merchant's family, while Provincial Governor Wang is from the Wang family of Taiyuan. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? That's right. It's said that this time, the head of the Wang family and Princess Tong and traveled thousands of miles from Suizhou just to break up this pair. Then why are they still together now? You don't know about this, right? It's said that Wang Renbiao and Li Jingchu naturally couldn't be bothered to listen to these gossips in private. The two of them were clear that it wasn't easy for them to be together now. Naturally, they wouldn't add to their troubles because of other people's opinions. Wang Renbiao and Li Jingchu held a red silk ribbon together and walked on the red carpet into the provincial governor's manor. Next, the newlyweds had to go through 3 checkpoints, crossing a brazier, crossing a saddle, and crossing a rice bag. In the courtyard, the master of ceremonies sang loudly, "The jade phoenix raises its foot and crosses a brazier of fire. The evil spirits hide on both sides. Good fortune descends from the heavens to the nest of blessings. Good days are prosperous." The newlyweds cross a brazier. A piece of sandalwood carved into a jade saddle. When the newlyweds cross, each step is safe. The newlyweds cross a saddle. There's food and clothing. Each generation is better than the previous. The newlyweds cross a rice bag. At this moment, taking advantage of the newlyweds entering the manor, the senior official of the provincial governor's manor also began to sing the congratulatory gifts. This congratulatory gift singing was an essential part of the wedding. Firstly, it showed the groom's family's connections. Secondly, it was a form of respect for the guests who came to send congratulatory gifts. Previously, Wang Yu and Wang Renbiao had indeed told the officials and commoners in Qizhou that came to the banquet not to bring congratulatory gifts. However, that was because those people's relationship with the Wang family hadn't reached that level. Even if they sent congratulatory gifts, they didn't come to sincerely congratulate Wang Renbiao on his marriage. Instead, they used it to curry favor with Wang Renbiao and climb up to the Wang family. However, this didn't mean that the provincial governor's manor didn't accept congratulatory gifts today. For those who had a closer relationship with the Wang family or Wang Renbiao, they still had to accept their congratulatory gifts. After all, this was a courtesy that should be reciprocated between friends and acquaintances. If they didn't accept it, it would seem unreasonable. At the entrance, the senior official held a long list of gifts and sang loudly. Xiangzhou Provincial Governor Lu Wenchang has come to congratulate. Gifts of 400,000 yuan. A pair of pure gold buttons inlaid with jewels, a pair of white jade mandarin duck buttons, and a golden hairpin with longevity fruits in its mouth. Sui County Magistrate Zhang Wenfang has come to congratulate. Gifts of 100,000 yuan. A jade Buddha, a pair of golden cups, and 6 silver necklaces. Xiangyang County Magistrate Deng Guangcai has come to congratulate. Gifts of 100,000 yuan. A pair of white jade mandarin duck buttons, and a jade Buddha. Sui County Magistrate Zhang Jing has come to congratulate. Gifts of 30,000 yuan. A set of the 4 treasures of the study, and a set of calligraphy by the sage of calligraphy, Wang Yujun. Xiangzhou Provincial Governor He Wenqing has come to congratulate. Gifts of 30,000 yuan. A copy of the zither chiseling painting. The zither chiseling painting was created by the East Jin Dynasty painter Gu Kaiji. His representative work was the Luotian painting. The people at the front of the list of gifts were mostly local officials in Sui County or nearby Sui County. Of course, there were also teachers from local schools. Wang Yuyu had been an official in Sui County for a long time, so of course, he knew many local officials. The Wang family naturally had to accept these people who came to congratulate and send gifts. Among these gifts, there were gold, silver, jewelry, calligraphy, and paintings of famous people. In general, these gifts could not be considered to be extremely valuable. However, the gift was light, but the sentiment behind it mattered. After all, these people were either officials of a region or teachers of a government school. They could not be said to be extremely wealthy and wealthy. They weren't rich or wealthy. As for the Sui County officials who came to congratulate, the people and guests who knew the inside story weren't surprised. However, everyone felt that these gifts were lacking. After all, 10,000 yuan was only about a dozen strings of coins. 100,000 yuan was only about 100 strings of coins. For a 1,000-year-old family like the Wang family, it wasn't worth mentioning at all. But soon, the nouveau riche that everyone was looking forward to arrived. Fanyang Lu family's Lu Qingqing came to congratulate. He sent 4 million yuan for gold necklaces, 6 silver necklaces, 1 golden phoenix with pearls, 1 golden phoenix hairpin with 2 phoenixes holding longevity fruits, a pair of golden phoenix hairpins with pearls, a pair of Hetian white jade phoenix hairpins inlaid with jade, and a pair of phoenix hairpins inlaid with jade. Zhao County's Li family's Li Jingxian came to congratulate. He sent 4 million yuan, a pair of white jade mandarin duck buckles, 4 pairs of pearls with pearls, 2 small knives with ivory handles, 4 gold necklaces, and 6 silver necklaces. The crowd immediately let out a burst of exclamations. Wow! 4 million yuan. People from Fanyang Lu family and Zhao County's Li family actually came. Provincial Governor Wang really has a lot of face. Lu Qingqing, Li Jingxian. They are the eldest sons of Fanyang Lu family and Zhao County's Li family. They actually came in person. Only the Wang family can have such influence. While the crowd was discussing, the chief official of the provincial governor's office continued to read aloud. Chang and Marquis of Yong and sent people to congratulate his adopted sister on her marriage with provincial governor Wang. He sent 8 million yuan, 4 pairs of top-grade night pearls, 1 golden phoenix hairpin with pearls inlaid with jade, a pair of phoenix hairpins inlaid with jade, a pair of Hetian white jade phoenix hairpins inlaid with jade, a carriage from Strange Taste Pavilion, 3 second-generation bicycles, and a special electric car from Strange Taste Pavilion. More than a month ago, there was a locust plague in Guangzhou and Qizhou. When Li Zishuan led the Sky Pheasant Brigade north, he passed by Qizhou and wiped out all the locusts in Qizhou's farmland within a few days. The people of Qizhou all remembered Li Zishuan's kindness. Now that they heard the chief official of the provincial governor's office read out the 3 words Marquis of Yong, how could the people and guests not be shocked? Not only were the people shocked by the gifts in the list, they were also shocked by the bride's other identity. 8 million yuan. The Marquis of Yong and is really generous. What? The Marquis of Yong and also came to congratulate? I heard that the Marquis of Yong and Provincial Governor Wang are good friends. I didn't know if this rumor was true, but it seems like it's true now. If that's the case, then won't the people of Qizhou be blessed? The Marquis of Yong and's flaming yellow Chamber of Commerce has many new and interesting items. When the time comes, I wonder if they can open a branch in Qizhou. Who says there won't be a branch? The carriages sold by Miss Li's family's carriage shop are all from the flaming yellow Chamber of Commerce. There's actually such a thing? TSK. 8 million yuan. How much money is that? I've never seen so much money in my life. Tisk. What is this? Listen to the last 2 gifts in the list, they are the most precious. What gifts? There. It's the second-generation bicycles and the special electric car from Strange Taste Pavilion. Second-generation bicycles? The second-generation bicycles that were mentioned in Datong Daily a while ago? Even our Qizhou doesn't have many of them, right? Isn't that so? Look at how generous the Marquis of Yong and is, giving away 3 at once. Actually, this isn't much. The most precious gift is the special electric car from Strange Taste Pavilion. What's this electric car? Why haven't I heard of it before? This electric car is too amazing. Most people don't even know about it. My uncle has always been doing business in Chang'an, so he heard some news. It said that this electric car is a huge metal box. When a person sits in it, they don't need animals to pull it, nor do they need to use their feet to push it. The car can move by itself. It's amazing. Wow. There's such a car in this world? Yes. Before this, there was only one in the entire Tang dynasty. It was given by the Marquis of Yong, and when the son of the Minister of Works, Yan Shaoning, got married. I didn't expect that the Marquis of Yong, and would give one to our provincial governor Wang for his wedding. If I could see it with my own eyes, I would have no regrets in life. Wait, did you guys hear the provincial governor's office say that Miss Li is the adopted sister of the Marquis of Yong'an? Yes, yes, yes. I heard it too. When did Miss Li become the adopted sister of the Marquis of Yong'an? Previously, there were people who said that Miss Li and provincial governor Wang's families were not compatible. Let's see who dares to say that now. Yes. Miss Li and provincial governor Wang are obviously a match made in heaven. If anyone dares to say that they are not compatible in the future, I will tear their mouths apart. A month ago, Li Zishuan had saved hundreds of thousands of acres of farmland in Qizhou, which meant that he had saved tens of thousands of people in Qizhou. In the hearts of the people in Qizhou, Li Zishuan had already become their savior. Therefore, when they heard that Li Jingchu was Li Zishuan's adopted sister, they began to respect and love Li Jingchu, the bride, even more. This was Li Zishuan's reputation in Qizhou. Although he was not an official in Qizhou, his reputation was not much worse than Wang Rinbiao, the provincial governor of Qizhou. Adopted sister? Wang Rinbiao, when did I become Marquis's adopted sister? While the people were discussing and cheering, Li Jingchu's mind was filled with questions. She had just finished crossing the rice bags with Wang Rinbiao and couldn't help but stop in her tracks. She tugged at the red silk in Wang Rinbiao's hand and asked softly. Chapter 1794. This. I don't know either. In truth, Wang Rinbiao was just as confused as Li Jingchu, because he didn't know much more than Li Jingchu. But suddenly, Wang Rinbiao recalled that when his parents were about to break up the couple, a letter from Li Zishuan had arrived in the nick of time, completely reversing Princess Tong and Wang Yu's attitudes toward this marriage. Coupled with the fact that Li Zishuan had addressed Li Jingchu as his sworn sister, Wang Rinbiao seemed to understand something. He paused, looked at Li Jingchu, and whispered, I know a little about this matter. I'll tell you in detail tonight. For now, let's go through the wedding ceremony. Okay. Li Jingchu nodded. Today, the important guests of the provincial governor's residence were all seated in the main hall. The less important ones were seated in the front courtyard, while the ordinary passers-by were seated in the flowing seats outside the residence. In the main hall of the provincial governor's residence, all the important guests of the Wang clan and Wang Rinbiao were present. There were people from the Lu clan of Fanyang, the Li clan of Zhao County, the representatives sent by the Xiangzhou provincial governor to attend the wedding, and a few members of the imperial clan who were on the fringes of the court. After all, Princess Tong was born of the imperial clan, and as her son, Wang Rinbiao could be considered half an imperial relative. Now that Wang Rinbiao was getting married, the imperial clan would definitely send people over. However, none of the favored princes had come. Li Er had only sent 2 princes who were on the fringes of the court. With the upcoming war, Li Qingxian, Li Ku, and Li Tai all had important matters to attend to. How could they have the time to come all the way here to attend a wedding? Even though he had sent 2 unfavored princes, this was already giving Princess Tong and Wang Yu a lot of face. If not for the fact that Li Er had a good relationship with Princess Tong An's aunt, he probably wouldn't have sent anyone. I don't know about that either. In truth, Li Jingchu was not the only one who was dumbfounded. Wang Rinbiao was just as dumbfounded, because he did not know much more than Li Jingchu. But suddenly, Wang Rinbiao recalled the day when his parents were about to break up the couple. A letter from Li Zishuan had arrived in the nick of time, completely reversing Princess Tong and Wang Yu's attitudes toward this marriage. Combined with the fact that Li Zishuan had addressed Li Jingchu as his adopted sister, Wang Rinbiao immediately understood. He paused, looked at Li Jingchu, and whispered, I might know something about this. I'll tell you in detail tonight. Let's go through the wedding ceremony first. Yes. All right. Li Jingchu nodded. Today, the important guests of the provincial governor's residence were all seated in the main hall. Those of lesser importance were seated in the front courtyard, while the ordinary passers-by were seated in the flowing seating area outside the residence. In the main hall of the provincial governor's residence, all the important guests of the Wang clan and Wang Renbiao were present. There were people from the Lu clan of Fanyang, the Li clan of Zhao County, the representatives sent by the Xiangzhou provincial governor to attend the wedding, and a few members of the imperial clan who were on the fringes of the court. After all, Princess Tong was born of the imperial clan, and Wang Renbiao, as her son, could be considered half an imperial relative. Now that Wang Renbiao was getting married, the imperial clan would definitely send people over, but none of the favored princes had come. Li Tai had only sent 2 princes who were on the fringes of the court. With the upcoming war, Li Qingxian, Li Ku, Li Tai, and the others all had important matters to attend to. How could they have the time to come all the way here to attend a wedding? Chapter 1795. Poisoned Wine. Princess Tong had given him a cup of poisoned wine. Li Jingchu, who had finally married the person she loved, was overjoyed. However, Princess Tong's words made her feel as if she had fallen into an ice cave. She had not expected that Princess Tong would not let her and Wang Renbiao off even now. However, she could not understand why Princess Tong would use such a method to kill her. After all, no one knew which of the 2 cups of wine was poisoned. If Wang Renbiao drank the poisoned cup, wouldn't Princess Tong lose her beloved son? Or perhaps Princess Tong had the antidote on her and would immediately save Wang Renbiao if he was poisoned? No. Princess Tong dared to gamble with Wang Renbiao's life, but Li Jingchu did not. She thought back to the half a year she had known Wang Renbiao. From the time they first met at the city gates, to the time they kept their distance because of their father's death, to the time when Wang Renbiao was bedridden due to his illness, to the time when they finally confessed their feelings to each other. Then, Wang Yu and Princess Tong personally went to Qizhou to break them apart. In the end, for some unknown reason, she and Wang Renbiao still ended up together. After going through so much together, the 2 of them had long regarded each other as the most important part of their lives. Li Jingchu had thought that after the storm, there would be a rainbow, and that after overcoming all obstacles, there would be a broad road ahead. However, Princess Tong's poisoned wine had instantly jolted her out of her beautiful fantasy. The world had not changed. The aristocratic families were still the same, and the difference in status still existed. It was impossible for her and Wang Renbiao to be together because they belonged to 2 different worlds. It was time to wake up from the dream. All right. Mother, thank you for your concern. Wang Renbiao had no idea what Princess Tong and Li Jingchu had been whispering to each other. When he heard this, he did not suspect anything and stepped forward to pick up a cup of wine from the tray. Wait. Seeing that Wang Renbiao's hand was about to touch the wine cup, Li Jingchu panicked and hurriedly called out. As soon as she finished speaking, she quickly stepped forward and pushed Wang Renbiao's hand away from the wine cup. Then, she looked at her husband affectionately. Yes, that's right, he was her husband. After bowing to heaven and earth, they were already husband and wife. Although they hadn't consummated their marriage, their status was already there. After gazing at him affectionately for a moment, Li Jingchu opened her mouth and said, "Husband, you just recovered from a serious illness a few days ago, so you shouldn't drink alcohol at this time. This concubine will drink this cup of wine that mother gave you." After she finished speaking, she didn't hesitate any longer. She directly picked up a cup of wine from the tray and drained it in one gulp. After finishing the cup, she didn't stop and drained the other cup as well. Poisoned wine. Princess Tong actually gave him a cup of poisoned wine. Li Jingchu, who had finally married the person he loved, was overjoyed these past few days. However, Princess Tong's words made him feel as if he had fallen into an ice cave. She didn't expect Princess Tong to not let her and Wang Renbiao off even now. However, she couldn't understand why Princess Tong would use such a method to kill her. After all, no one knew which cup of wine was poisoned and which wasn't. If Wang Renbiao drank the poisoned cup, wouldn't Princess Tong lose her beloved son? Or perhaps Princess Tong and had the antidote on her and would immediately save Wang Renbiao if he was poisoned? No. Princess Tong and dared to gamble with Wang Renbiao's life, but Li Jingqiu didn't dare. She thought back to the half a year she had known Wang Renbiao. From the time they first met at the city gates, to the time they kept their distance because of their father's death, to the time when Wang Renbiao was bedridden due to his serious illness, to the time when they finally confessed their feelings to each other. After that, Wang Yu and Princess Tong and personally went to Qizhou to break them apart. In the end, for some unknown reason, she and Wang Renbiao still ended up together. After going through so much together, the two of them had long regarded each other as the most important part of their lives. Li Jingqiu had thought that after the storm, there would be a rainbow, and that after overcoming all obstacles, there would be a broad road ahead. However, Princess Tong's poisoned wine had instantly jolted her out of her beautiful fantasy. The world hadn't changed. The aristocratic families were still the same aristocratic families, and the difference in social status still existed. It was impossible for her and Wang Renbiao to be together because they belonged to two different worlds. It was time to wake up from the dream. All right. Mother, thank you for your concern. Wang Renbiao had no idea what Princess Tong and Li Jingqiu had been whispering to each other. When he heard this, he didn't suspect anything and stepped forward to pick up a cup of wine from the tray. Wait. Seeing that Wang Renbiao's hand was about to touch the wine cup, Li Jingqiu panicked and hurriedly called out. She quickly stepped forward and pushed Wang Renbiao's hand away from the wine cup. Then, she looked at her husband with deep affection. Yes, that's right, he was her husband. After bowing to heaven and earth, they were already husband and wife. Although they hadn't consummated their marriage, their status was already there. After gazing at him affectionately for a moment, Li Jingqiu said, "Husband, you've just recovered from a serious illness a few days ago, so you shouldn't drink wine at this time. I'll drink this cup of wine that Mother has bestowed upon you." Then, she didn't hesitate any longer. She picked up the cup of wine from the tray and downed it in one gulp. After finishing the cup, she didn't stop and downed the other cup as well. Chapter 1796. On the other side, in the bridal chamber. Ever since she was brought into the bridal chamber, Han Yushi had been quietly waiting for death. It was undoubtedly torturous for her to not have the company of her beloved on the last journey of her life. She only hoped that the poison would take effect as soon as possible so that she could end this torment as soon as possible. However, reality often went against one's wishes. A quarter of an hour had passed, an hour had passed, and even 2 hours had passed. Li Jingqiu still did not feel any discomfort in her body. After experiencing more than 2 hours of mental torment, she was now completely exhausted both physically and mentally. She couldn't help but wonder if the 2 cups of wine that Princess Tong gave her had been poisoned. After all, even if it was a slow-acting poison, it should have taken effect in 2 hours. However, if Princess Tong didn't poison her, then what was the meaning of those words during the wedding ceremony? Was he just trying to scare her? Li Jingqiu gradually fell asleep in the midst of this physical and mental exhaustion. Creak. After an unknown period of time, with a creak, the bedroom door was pushed open from the outside. Wang Renbiao walked in quickly from the outside. Upon entering the room, Wang Renbiao saw Li Jingqiu lying on her side on the bed. Her eyes were tightly shut, and her face was haggard. She didn't even take off her shoes. Wang Renbiao instantly recalled what he said to Princess and when he entered the backyard. "Biao, you've married a good wife. Oh, tell her later not to worry too much. No one in this residence will harm her life." Wang Renbiao's expression suddenly changed. He quickly walked to the bed and hugged Li Jingqiu, whose eyes were tightly shut. He called out anxiously, "Jingqiu, Jingqiu, what's wrong? Wake up. Wake up." Ah. When Wang Renbiao was shaking Li Jingqiu suddenly opened her eyes. This made Wang Renbiao, who thought that something had happened to Li Jingqiu, couldn't help but be shocked. He stared with a stunned expression. When Li Jingqiu saw this, she couldn't help but ask, "Renbiao, what's wrong with you?" As she spoke, she had already struggled out of Wang Renbiao's arms and sat up. I saw your haggard face just now and thought that you were sick, so I couldn't help but worry." Wang Renbiao was so embarrassed that he didn't know where to put his hands. He hesitated for a moment and made up an excuse. "Oh. I was a little tired from waiting and accidentally fell asleep." "You don't have to worry." It was rare to hear such silly words from Wang Renbiao's mouth. Li Jingqiu didn't tease him. Instead, she felt warmth in her heart. This was the feeling of being cared for by someone she loved. "I'm sorry for making you wait. I should have come earlier." Wang Renbiao held Li Jingqiu's hand and looked at her delicate and slightly haggard face as he said softly, "No." Li Jingqiu shook her head and said, "So many guests came to the estate today, you should be accompanying them in the front courtyard. According to the etiquette, doesn't every bride have to wait for the bride in the bridal chamber for a few hours? In my eyes, there are no rules or etiquette. As long as you don't suffer, it's fine." Wang Renbiao squeezed Li Jingqiu's hand and said seriously. All of a sudden, he recalled what Princess Tong had said to him and asked seriously, "Jingqiu, are you sure you don't feel any discomfort?" No. "Renbiao, why are you suddenly asking this?" Li Jingqiu's heart skipped a beat when she heard Wang Renbiao mention this again. Did Wang Renbiao know something? But she still said so. Although she wasn't sure if Princess Tong had poisoned the wine or what kind of poison it was, she didn't intend to tell Wang Renbiao the inside story. Even if the wine was poisoned, she only wanted to die peacefully. She didn't want Wang Renbiao and Princess Tong to fall out because of this. Without the support of the Wang family, Wang Renbiao's life wouldn't be easy. I met my mother outside the courtyard just now. She said something very strange. She told me that you're a good girl and that you shouldn't worry unnecessarily. No one in this estate will harm your life." Wang Renbiao hesitated for a moment but still told Li Jingqiu the truth. Li Jingqiu was stunned. She had always been an intelligent person. If she still couldn't understand after hearing Wang Renbiao's words, then she wouldn't be Li Jingqiu. Clearly, Princess Tong hadn't hidden any poison in the wine. She had only said that during the wedding ceremony to test Li Jingqiu's sincerity toward Wang Renbiao and whether she was willing to die for Wang Renbiao at a critical moment. Princess Tong Anne's "no one in this estate will harm your life" had two meanings. First, she had no intention of harming Li Jingqiu's life and this was only a test. Second, she meant that now that she had passed the test, no one in the Wang family would harm Li Jingqiu again. So that's how it is. After understanding everything, Li Jingqiu couldn't help but feel relieved. This test had tormented her physically and mentally, but she didn't resent Princess Tong. She understood that Princess Tong had already made a huge concession for her to be with Wang Renbiao in the end. After all, the Wang family was one of the 5 great clans and 7 great nobles. In the eyes of ordinary people, it was unattainable and noble. As a mother, there was nothing wrong with wishing the best for her son. Furthermore, after going through this test, Li Jingqiu also faced her own heart. It turned out that Wang Renbiao was so important to her that she would protect him at the cost of her life. "Jingqiu, are you and my mother hiding something from me?" Wang Renbiao couldn't help but ask when he saw Li Jingqiu's relieved expression. "No. It's nothing. I'm just very grateful to your mother. I'm grateful that she agreed to let us be together." Li Jingqiu shook her head and smiled. After all the mysteries were solved, her previous worries could finally vanish into thin air. Now, she could finally be together with the person she loved. No one could stop them anymore. "Grateful to my mother?" Wang Renbiao smiled bitterly, a look of disapproval on his face. "You still don't know that my mother almost sent people to kidnap you back then, right? Jingqiu, I feel that we should be even more grateful to little Xian for being able to be together in the end. Back then, my father and mother changed their attitudes completely because of a letter that little Xian sent over." Wang Renbiao reached out and pulled Li Jingqiu into his embrace as he sighed softly. "The Marquis of Yong'an? A letter?" Li Jingqiu was stunned. She suddenly recalled that half a month ago, she had seen Princess Tong and obstructing their marriage at every turn, and Wang Rinbiao had fallen ill from his worry and was bedridden. Thus, she had written a letter and asked Leng Yuyao to use the provincial governor's estate's channels to deliver the letter to Li Zishuan. The letter that Wang Rinbiao was talking about that changed Princess Tong An's attitude was very likely Li Zishuan's reply after he learned of the situation here. I was wondering when I became Marquis's adopted sister. It seems that Marquis acknowledged me as his adopted sister in that letter to persuade your father and mother to agree to our marriage. Li Jingqiu suddenly realized something when she recalled the coronation ceremony of the provincial governor's estate today. That must be the case. Wang Rinbiao nodded thoughtfully and said. But there's something I don't understand. Even if the Marquis of Yong acknowledged me as his adopted sister, it shouldn't have been able to change the princess's attitude completely, right? After all, the Wang clan is a 1,000-year-old clan. Li Jingqiu frowned and asked in confusion. The relationship between an adopted brother and an adopted sister was clearly not as close as that between biological siblings. If she was Li Zishuan's biological sister, Princess Tong might agree to their marriage, but she was only Li Zishuan's adopted sister. In this case, it would be difficult. Wang Rinbiao pondered for a moment before shaking his head. It's not completely impossible. Jingqiu, you've underestimated the importance of Little Xian in the eyes of us great clans. After all, how prestigious were the Qinghe Chui clan, Bowling Chui clan, and Xingyangzhen clan. But in the end, they were all indirectly destroyed by Little Xian. While the great clan's 1,000-year-old foundations are deep, they are no match for imperial power. Although Little Xian is only a marquis, he is no less important than a king in the eyes of the great clans. Secondly, I'm guessing that Xiao Xian might have promised the Wang family some benefits in the letter in order to fulfill the marriage between us. Or perhaps he had shown enough determination in his heart to make our marriage happen, causing my father and mother to be wary of him. Right now, the aristocratic families are in a precarious situation. My father and mother aren't willing to offend a powerful marquis with unlimited potential. Perhaps they also felt a sliver of pity for me. Thus, they agreed to our marriage in the end. Although the second point was only Wang Rinbiao's guess, it had to be said that his guess was infinitely close to the truth. Hearing this, Li Jingqiu couldn't help but say, back then, I only wanted to ask Marquis to counsel you and help you resolve the knot in your heart. I didn't expect that Marquis would go to such an extent for us. I'm afraid I won't be able to repay this favor in this lifetime. Wang Rinbiao patted Li Jingqiu's shoulder and said gently, it's fine. If you can't repay it, I'll repay it with you. Now that we're husband and wife, I owe Little Xian a favor as well. Right, Jingqiu, when we were performing the ceremony earlier, you still called me husband. Why aren't you calling me that now? At this point, Wang Rinbiao suddenly teased. Hearing this, Li Jingqiu's face instantly turned red. When she found out that Princess Tong had poisoned the wine during the ceremony, she thought that she was about to leave Wang Rinbiao. Before she died, she naturally didn't have any qualms about calling Wang Rinbiao husband because she didn't want to leave any regrets. However, when Wang Rinbiao came in and told her about Princess Tong An's words, she knew that it was just a test. There was no poison in the wine, so she wouldn't die. Thus, how could she still have the face to call him husband? My husband. At this moment, Li Jingqiu finally remembered that tonight was her and Wang Rinbiao's wedding night. She bit her red lips and hesitated for a moment before finally calling out the two words, my husband. Wang Rinbiao's face lit up with joy. He looked at Li Jingqiu affectionately and said, wifey. With that, the two of them hugged each other tightly. The wedding night was naturally filled with tenderness and endless scenery. There was no need to tell outsiders. Chapter 1797. Master, what exactly was written in the letter sent by the first elder? The provincial governor's residence, the study of the eastern courtyard. Princess Tong asked Wang Yu, who was sitting in front of a desk and reading. In the evening, the Wang family's first elder had sent a hidden guard to deliver a letter and a ruler to Wang Yu, but Wang Yu did not open the letter in front of everyone. Princess Tong understood Wang Yu's intentions, so she only came to ask after the guests had left. Hearing this, Wang Yu raised his head and pulled out an opened letter from under a stack of books. He handed it to Princess Tong and said, "Madam, take a look for yourself." Wang Yu's expression was emotionless, like an ancient well. Princess Tong couldn't help but frown, because this meant that there was no good news in this letter. She took the letter from Wang Yu's hands and opened it. She skipped the opening greetings and got straight to the point. It said, "Ren Biao is getting married." This old man should have personally come to congratulate him, but Ren Biao's wife is the daughter of a merchant. There are many voices of opposition in the clan, and they are all blaming you for not being able to stop the two of them. Ren Biao is the eldest son of the first wife of the Wang family. The Wang family has been noble for generations, and for thousands of years, no eldest son of the first wife has taken a commoner as his wife. This time, Ren Biao has ignored the clan's reputation and interests for his own personal feelings, violating a great taboo in the clan. However, you sent a letter a few days ago saying that the Marquis of Yong has a close relationship with Ren Biao and Li Jingchu, and that the Marquis of Yong is doing his best to facilitate the marriage between the two. You are not willing to offend the Marquis of Yong. This old man can understand, but the other 4 elders of the clan do not, especially the second elder. He said that Ren Biao's status as the eldest son of the first wife must be abolished and replaced with other descendants to inherit the Wang family's 1,000-year legacy. They have lived in the ancestral home for a long time and do not know that the world has changed. No matter how strong a clan is, it can no longer match imperial power. The Marquis of Yong is young and impetuous, and he is favored by the emperor. Moreover, he has a deep background in the court. The Wang family cannot completely offend him, or else they will follow in the footsteps of the Cui and Jing families. Within the family, I can still stabilize the situation with my status as the great elder. You can do whatever you want outside. Now that you and Ren Biao are both provincial governors of a province, the heavy responsibility of revitalizing the Wang family rests on the two of you. As long as I am around, I will not allow anyone to take away Ren Biao's status as the eldest son of the first wife. However, I hope that Ren Biao can take this as a warning. In the future, he must not act recklessly and disregard the interests of the family. As the future head of the Wang family, he cannot live under the protection of others forever. Wang Bing. Master, what exactly was written in the letter sent by the first elder? In the study room of the eastern courtyard of the governor's office, Princess Tong asked Wang Yu, who was reading in front of the desk. In the evening, the Wang family head elder sent a hidden guard to deliver a letter and a ruler to Wang Yu, but Wang Yu did not open the letter in front of everyone. Princess Tong understood Wang Yu's intentions, which was why she had come to inquire after the guests had left. Hearing this, Wang Yu raised his head and pulled out an opened letter from under a stack of books on the desk. He handed it to Princess Tong and said, "Madam, take a look for yourself." Wang Yu's expression was emotionless, like an ancient well without any ripples. Princess Tong couldn't help but frown, because this meant that there was definitely no good news in the letter. She stepped forward and took the letter from Wang Yu's hands. After opening the letter, she skipped the opening greetings and went straight to the main topic. It said, "Ren Biao is getting married." This old man should have personally come to congratulate him, but Ren Biao's wife is the daughter of a merchant. There are many voices of opposition in the family, and they are all blaming you for not being able to stop the two of them. Ren Biao is the eldest son of the first wife of the Wang family. The Wang family has been noble for generations, and for thousands of years, no eldest son of the first wife has taken a commoner as his wife. This time, Ren Biao has ignored the family's reputation and interests for his own personal feelings, which is a great taboo in the family. However, you sent a letter a few days ago saying that the Marquis of Yong has a close relationship with Ren Biao and Li Jingchu, and that the Marquis of Yong is doing his best to facilitate the marriage between the two. You are not willing to offend the Marquis of Yong, and because of this. This old man can understand, but the other 4 elders of the family do not, especially the second elder. He said that Ren Biao's status as the eldest son of the first wife must be abolished and replaced with another descendant of the family to inherit the Wang family's 1,000-year foundation. They have lived in the ancestral home for a long time and do not know that the world has changed. No matter how strong the family is, it can no longer match imperial power. The Marquis of Yong is young and vigorous, and he is favored by the emperor. Moreover, he has a deep background in the court. The Wang family cannot completely offend him, or else they will follow in the footsteps of the Cui and Jing families. Within the family, this old man can still use my status as the first elder to stabilize the situation. You can do whatever you want outside. Now that you and Ren Biao are the provincial governors of a province, the heavy responsibility of revitalizing the Wang family rests on the two of you. As long as this old man is alive, I will not allow anyone to abolish Ren Biao's status as the eldest son of the first wife. However, I hope that Ren Biao can take this as a warning. In the future, do not act recklessly and disregard the family's interests. The future head of the Wang family cannot live under the protection of others forever. Chapter 1798. Husband, I saw on Datong Daily yesterday that the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce is going to hold a fundraising event to raise military funds for the country. Father's carriage business was built by boss Lin Wenyuan of the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce when he was alive. After father was killed, boss Lin still took care of my family and the goods never stopped. Now that the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce is calling for Tang Dynasty's merchants to raise military funds for the country, I also want to contribute on behalf of father. What do you think, husband? In the bridal chamber, after the husband and wife played for a while, Li Jingchu suddenly thought of something and said to Wang Renbiao seriously. Wang Renbiao thought for a while and said, Lin Wenyuan, I know this person. And wife, don't forget that your husband is also a member of the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce, so I will also send people to participate in this fundraising event. Wife, you don't have to worry about it. After seeing the headlines on Datong Daily yesterday, Wang Renbiao had already ordered Leng Yuyao to send a letter to the shopkeeper of the Craftsman Pavilion in Cheng and City, asking him to bring 30,000 strings of cash to the fundraising event. Li Jingchu thought for a moment and shook her head, no. Husband, sending people to participate is your kind intention. I am doing my part for father. This money must be paid by the Li family. Although the Li family is not as rich as the Wang family, we can still take out 2,000 to 3,000 strings of cash. But the fundraising event will be held the day after tomorrow. Even if I want to participate, I'm afraid it will be too late. Although Qizhou was only 200 to 300 miles away from Cheng and City, she was a woman. It was impossible for her to ride a horse, so she usually took a carriage. The carriage's speed was not as fast as riding a horse. Moreover, she had just gotten married and her parents-in-law were still in Qizhou. It was not appropriate for her to go out at this time. Hearing this, Wang Renbiao smiled and said, since wife insists on donating alone, then it's easy to do. Tomorrow morning, I will send a letter to the shopkeeper of the Craftsman Pavilion in Cheng and City and ask him to donate another 2,000 strings of cash in the name of the Li family when he participates in the fundraising event. What do you think, wife? Li Jingchu smiled and said, that's great. Then I'll have to trouble you, husband. As for the 2,000 strings of cash, I'll ask Yuan to go back and get it for you tomorrow. Husband, don't be in a hurry to refuse. Although we are a family now, this is of heaven. Wang Renbiao could not help chuckling and said, okay. Then I won't refuse. The couple continued to be intimate for a while before Wang Renbiao suddenly said, Jingchu, if there comes a day when I'm no longer the eldest son of the Wang family and I can't get any resources or help from the Wang family, will you still be willing to be with me? As soon as she finished speaking, the sweet atmosphere in the room suddenly turned dull. Li Jingchu was obviously not prepared for this. She was stunned and asked doubtfully, husband, why did you suddenly say that? Wang Renbiao sighed and said, wife, do you still remember the letter and ruler sent by the Wang family's great elder this afternoon? The grand elder of the Wang family is my grandfather, who is also the previous patriarch of the Wang family. Grandfather has been very strict with me since I was young. This time, I went against the will of the family and married you. It is very likely that I have angered all the elders in the family. If my guess is correct, the ruler that grandfather sent me today is a warning to me to be careful when dealing with people and things. As for the elders, it is very likely that they will remove my status as the eldest son of the Wang family and change it to another descendant of the family to be the future successor. This way, I will become the abandoned son of the family. Not only will I not receive any support from the family in the imperial court, even for my daily expenses, the family will not give me a single cent. The reason why mother was so strongly against our marriage was because she was worried about this. Li Jingqiu thought for a while and could not help but ask, "But husband, didn't you just say that the elders of the Wang family do not dare to completely offend the Marquis of Yong'an?" Wang Renbiao shook his head and said, "This is not the same. Now that you and I are married, the elders did not do anything to stop us. This is giving Xiao Xian face. But regarding who will be the future successor of the family, this is an internal matter of the Wang family. Not only Xiao Xian, even the current emperor cannot interfere. If my guess is correct, then I might become a poor provincial governor, a penniless one at that time. Your husband does not really care about the status of the eldest son of the Wang family, but I am afraid that I will implicate you and cause you to suffer together." "Husband, what are you saying?" Li Jingqiu hurriedly said, "What this concubine likes is the righteousness and knowledge of husband, not the power of the Wang family. Even if husband leaves the Wang family, this concubine is willing to love and stay together with husband until death. You and I are one as husband and wife, so we should share weal and woe. Moreover, I have said before that I will continue to manage the Li family's business. Even if I lose the support of the Wang family, this concubine will be able to ensure that husband does not have to worry about food and clothing. Husband only has to be a good provincial governor and bring benefits to the people of Qizhou. Although the Wang family is powerful, the appointment of officials in the imperial court is decided by His Majesty. If husband is able to love the people like his own children and is honest and upright, then even without the support of the Wang family, husband will be able to have a smooth life in the imperial court and will be entrusted with important tasks by His Majesty." After hearing Li Jingqiu's explanation and analysis, Wang Renbiao was greatly moved. He pulled Li Jingqiu into his embrace and said in a gentle voice, "My wife can see things clearly. With a wife like this, what more can a husband ask for? Rest assured, my wife, Wang Renbiao, will not let you down in this life." This was an oath, and also his promise to Li Jingqiu. Li Jingqiu raised her head to look at Wang Renbiao's face and said softly, "All right. Husband, it's getting late. It's time to sleep. Tomorrow morning, we still have to serve tea to parents-in-law. We can't be late." Li Jingqiu was still a little afraid of her mother-in-law, Princess Tong. All right. Wang Renbiao nodded and said. Soon, the sound of steady breathing could be heard from the room. "Father, please have some tea." The next day, early morning. In the main hall of the Qizhou provincial governor's office. Li Jingqiu, who had woken up early, had already prepared new tea. After waiting for Princess Tong and then Wang Yu to sit down in the main hall, she held the tea and knelt in front of the two of them, offering tea with both hands. On the second day of the wedding, the bride would serve tea to her parents-in-law. This was a very important ceremony in the wedding. If the parents-in-law accepted the tea offered by the daughter-in-law, it meant that they had acknowledged and accepted the daughter-in-law. Although the Tang dynasty did not practice kneeling, the ancients were loyal and filial and believed that kneeling to the heavens, earth, and parents was a must. Therefore, when the bride offered tea, she naturally had to kneel. All right. Wang Yu smiled and reached out to take the tea. Although Li Jingqiu's marriage into the Wang family had caused Wang Renbiao a lot of trouble, what was done could not be undone. Moreover, Li Jingqiu had become Li Zishuan's godsister. As a father-in-law, he naturally had no reason to make things difficult for his daughter-in-law. "Mother, please have some tea." After Wang Yu finished his tea, Li Jingqiu took another cup of tea from the tray carried by the maidservant behind her and offered it to Princess Tong, and with both hands. Princess Tong did not accept the tea immediately. She looked at Li Jingqiu indifferently and thought to herself, "This girl is quite pretty. No wonder my cousin is so infatuated with her." After a moment, Princess Tong took the teacup from Li Jingqiu's hands. She lifted the lid and took a sip before returning it to Li Jingqiu. You may rise. Many thanks, mother. Hearing this, Li Jingchu finally heaved a sigh of relief. She got up and bowed to Princess Tongren. Now that you and my cousin are husband and wife, you should respect and love each other. The Wang family is the royal clan of the Great Tang. As the matriarch, you should not only manage the affairs of the estate well, but also do your best to help my cousin. Do you understand? Princess Tongren sternly said to Li Jingchu. Many thanks for mother's teachings. Jingchu will remember them all. Li Jingchu curtsied and replied. Princess Tongren nodded. Although she had always been very dissatisfied with Li Jingchu, even wanting to have her destroyed, after yesterday's ordeal, she found Li Jingchu even more pleasing to the eye. At this moment, she took off a jade bracelet on her wrist and said to Li Jingchu, "This jade bracelet was given to me by mother. This jade bracelet was given to me by my mother when I got married. Now, I'm giving it to you. Wear it well and don't lose it." Since she had recognized this daughter-in-law, as an elder, she naturally had to express her gratitude. However, her gesture made Li Jingchu feel flattered. Li Jingchu hurriedly bowed and said, "This jade bracelet is mother's personal item. It's incomparably precious. How would Jingchu dare, wife, you don't dare refuse an elder's gift. This is mother's kind intentions. Quickly accept it." Wang Renbiao hurriedly reminded Li Jingchu when he saw the displeasure on Princess Tongren's face. Li Jingchu was shocked. She hurriedly took the jade bracelet from Princess Tongren and bowed. Many thanks for mother's gift. Princess Tongren's expression eased slightly, and she nodded in satisfaction. At this moment, Wang Yu stood up and said, "All right. Now that the tea is served, it's time to eat. Cousin, your mother and I will be leaving Qizhou after eating. Remember to accompany Jingchu back home in the morning." Father and mother are leaving? Wang Renbiao was slightly surprised when he heard that. He hurriedly said, "Father and mother, it's rare for you to come to Qizhou. Why don't you stay for a few more days and let me play host?" No matter how much Wang Yu and Princess Tongren had objected to his marriage with Li Jingchu, as their son, it was hard for him to hate them. On the contrary, he had always respected his father, Wang Yu, from the bottom of his heart. Wang Yu waved his hand and smiled. "Haha. We can't stay any longer. As the provincial governor of Sui province, how can I always be away? Moreover, there are some matters at the ancestral residence in Taiyuan. Your mother and I plan to go back to the ancestral residence first before returning to Sui province." The Wang family's ancestral residence? Wang Renbiao frowned and asked, "Is it because of my matter that I caused trouble for father?" Wang Yu stepped forward and patted Wang Renbiao's shoulder. He said solemnly, "Cousin, you don't have to worry about the ancestral residence. Father will take care of it. You did act recklessly this time, but you are my son. If others want to touch you, they have to ask for my permission first. You just have to be a good provincial governor in Qizhou. If you can make outstanding achievements in politics within 2 years, His Majesty will definitely put you in an important position. When that time comes, no one in the family will doubt you anymore." Wang Yu's words could be said to be sincere. Wang Renbiao was greatly moved after hearing it. He cupped his hands solemnly at Wang Yu and said, "I will remember father's teachings. I hope father and mother will be careful on the way to Taiyuan." "Haha. All right. Let's eat. We still have to hurry after dinner." Wang Yu waved his hand and laughed. Now that he could temporarily experience the rare joy of a family reunion, he couldn't help but feel comforted. Back then, he had listened to Li Zishuan's suggestion and agreed to let Wang Renbiao marry Li Jingchu. Perhaps it was the right decision. Otherwise, Wang Renbiao would probably be bedridden or become enemies with his father. How could there be such a filial father now? Chapter 1799. Brother Lu, based on yesterday's situation, the Wang family's relationship with the Duke of Yong is indeed shallow. In an inn in Yong County in Qizhou, Li Jingxian, who had just woken up from his hangover, met Lu Qingqing in a private room to drink tea. The tea was top-notch divine tea. A small place like Qizhou naturally didn't have such tea. Li Jingxian had brought it himself when he came to Qizhou. In the past, he liked money, power, and beauties. Ever since the Yan Huang Chamber of Commerce introduced the divine tea, he had another hobby, and that was divine tea. The fragrance of the tea lingered in the air. After a moment of silence, Li Jingxian spoke. Why go to this extent? Brother Li, don't forget that Wang Yu is still the emperor's son-in-law. His relationship with the royal family is shallow. Now, he has close ties with Li Zishuan, and Li Zishuan is the vanguard of the emperor's suppression of the aristocratic families. Tell me, is the Wang family's heart with the emperor or the aristocratic families? Lu Qingqing fiddled with the teacup with one hand and fanned himself with the other. He looked like an elegant young master as he spoke casually. Li Jingshuan's gaze darkened. One Li Zishuan is already so difficult to deal with. If the Wang family is in cahoots with Li Zishuan, then won't we have no chance to regain our former glory? Lu Qingqing raised his head and said, Jingxian, the world has changed. It's no longer the 5 families and 7 aristocratic families. There's only the 3 families and 4 aristocratic families left. Among them, there's the Li Tang royal family and the ambiguous Wang family of Taiyuan. In terms of strength, we're already at a disadvantage. In the past, the 7 aristocratic families were led by the Cui family. But now, the Wang family has the emperor's support and Li Zishuan's help. I'm afraid they'll rise above the Lu and Li families. Brother Lu, based on yesterday's situation, the Wang family's relationship with the Duke of Yong is indeed shallow. In an inn in Yong County in Qizhou, Li Jingxian, who had just woken up from his hangover, met Lu Qingqing in a private room to drink tea. The tea was top-notch immortal tea. A small place like Qizhou naturally didn't have such tea leaves. Li Jingxian had brought it himself when he came to Qizhou. In the past, he liked money, power, and beautiful women. Ever since the Yan Huang Chamber of Commerce launched the immortal tea, he had another hobby, and that was immortal tea. After a moment of silence, Li Jingxian said, Don't worry. Why do you have to do this? Brother Li, don't forget that Wang Yu is still the emperor's son-in-law, and his relationship with the imperial family is quite shallow. Now, he has close relations with Li Zishuan, and Li Zishuan is the vanguard in the process of the emperor suppressing the noble families. Tell me, is the heart of the Wang family on the emperor's side, or on the noble family's side? Lu Qingqing gently fiddled with the teacup with one hand, while his other hand gently fanned himself. He looked like an elegant young master as he spoke casually. Li Jingshuan's gaze darkened, and he said, One Li Zishuan is already so difficult to deal with. If the Wang family also wallows in the mire with Li Zishuan, then wouldn't the 5 families and 7 factions have no chance of recovering to their former glory? Lu Qingqing raised his head and said calmly, Jingxian, the world has changed. It's no longer the 5 families and 7 factions, but only the 3 families and 4 factions. Among them, there's also the Li Tang royal family and the ambiguous Wang family of Taiyuan. In terms of strength, we're already at a disadvantage. In the past, the 7 great noble families were led by the Cui family. But now, the Wang family has the support of the emperor and Li Zishuan's help. I'm afraid that they'll rise above the Lu and Li families. Chapter 1800. Second young master, it's not good. Lu Yanjing, who was by the first elder's side, has disappeared. Taiyuan, Wang family's ancestral home. A man with a hooked nose ran into a desolate courtyard in a panic. After entering the house, he bowed to the youth in the house. Lu Yanjing? What does his disappearance have to do with me? The youth was reading a book. Hearing this, he raised his head and said indifferently. This person was Wang Renbiao's half-brother, Wang Rini. The hooked-nosed man was his loyal servant, Shao Qing. Ever since he found out that none of the elders of the Wang family had gone to Qizhou to congratulate the newly married Wang Renbiao, Wang Rini, who had always been in a dispirited state, finally saw hope. He saw the hope of turning things around. From then on, he began to pay attention to his appearance and bearing. Although he was wearing old clothes, the aura on his body had already returned to its former calm and unfathomable state. Second young master, Lu Yenjing is the commander of the shadow guards by the first elder's side. If there is nothing important, he will never leave the first elder's side. Therefore, this subordinate guesses that the first elder must have sent him to Qizhou. Shao Qing cupped his fist and said in a deep voice. This fellow was different from his brother Shao Ying's simple-minded mind. He was very intelligent when it came to handling matters. Because of this, Wang Rini valued him very much. In terms of attitude, Wang Rini was much more polite to Shao Qing than to Shao Ying. Of course, this was also because Wang Rini was currently in a state of depression. Qizhou? You're saying that grandfather sent Lu Yenjing to Qizhou to congratulate Wang Rinbiao on his wedding? Hearing this, Wang Rini instantly reacted. His eyes narrowed as he suddenly stood up and said. Second young master, it's not good. Lu Yenjing, who was by the first elder's side, has disappeared. Taiyuan, Wang family's ancestral home. A man with an aquiline nose ran into a desolate courtyard in a panic. After entering the house, he bowed to the youth in the house. Lu Yenjing? What does his disappearance have to do with me? The youth was reading a book. Hearing this, he raised his head and said indifferently. This person was Wang Rinbiao's half-brother, Wang Rini. The hook-nosed man was his loyal servant, Shao Qing. Ever since he found out that none of the elders of the Wang family had gone to Qizhou to congratulate the newly married Wang Rinbiao, Wang Rini, who had always been in a dispirited state, finally saw hope. He saw the hope of turning things around. From then on, he began to pay attention to his appearance and bearing. Although he was wearing old clothes, the aura on his body had already returned to its former calm and unfathomable state. Second young master, Lu Yenjing is the commander of the secret guards by the first elder's side. If there is nothing important, he will never leave the first elder's side. Therefore, I guess that the first elder must have sent him to Qizhou. Shao Qing cupped his fists and said in a deep voice. This guy was different from his brother, Shao Ying, who was simple-minded. He was very intelligent when it came to doing things. It was because of this that Wang Rini valued him so much. In terms of attitude, Wang Rini treated Shao Qing much more politely than Shao Ying. Of course, this was also because Wang Rini was currently in a state of frustration. Qizhou? You're saying that grandfather sent Lu Yenjing to Qizhou to congratulate Wang Rinbiao on his wedding? Hearing this, Wang Rini instantly reacted. His eyes narrowed as he suddenly stood up and said. Chapter 1801. Fenzhou, Shihe County. Mr. Amo, how was everyone's sleep last night? Has everyone rested enough? In the first-floor hall of the best inn in the county, Peng Lian, Li Tai was having breakfast with Iron Egg and the others as he asked Mo Chui. This time, the academy had sent out a total of 32 members of the trump card project. Most of them were students, and some of them were teachers from the academy's physics department. No matter what, the teachers from the academy were older than the students and had more experience living outside. Therefore, the students' meals and lodging were all arranged by Mo Huai and the other teachers. Haha. This inn is not bad. It's quite quiet at night. Just now, I saw that everyone was quite energetic. I think you must have had a good rest last night. After breakfast, we'll set off. This place is more than 100 miles away from Taiyuan Prefecture. We definitely won't be able to make it today. We won't stop to rest at noon. We'll try to settle down in Qi County before it gets dark. We'll set off from Qi County tomorrow morning. We'll probably reach Taiyuan by tomorrow evening. Mo Chui smiled and replied with a relaxed expression. This time, the academy had given them sufficient activity funds to lead the teachers and students to the north. Before they left, Yen Silu had specially instructed him that the teachers and students of the academy must eat, drink, and live well along the way. They must not be stingy about money. This was Yen Silu's idea, and also Li Zishuan's idea. This was because this group of 32 people were the elite members of the academy's trump card project. They were the academy's treasures. This time, the journey to the north was long and tiring. The students were already working hard. Naturally, the academy would not let them suffer in terms of food and lodging. Therefore, on their journey from Lantian County to Shiha County, Mo Choi and the rest of the academy stayed in the best inns and ate the best delicacies, all in order to reduce the fatigue of the students on the journey. Then bring some dry food and try to reach Chi County by tonight. Li Tai nodded and decided. Although he was a student and Mo Choi was a teacher, Mo Choi was the overall commander of this operation. The final decision maker should naturally be him. Moreover, Mo Choi recognized Li Tai's talent in engineering, so he was not unhappy with Li Tai overseeing the overall situation and commanding the troops. On the contrary, he was happy to help Li Tai by his side. Although Li Tai was born in the royal family and had a certain level of command ability, he was still young and did not have as much life experience as Mo Choi. Often, Mo Choi needed to step in at times like this. After the two came to an agreement, Dugu Exine walked in from outside and whispered into Li Tai's ear, "Your Highness, this general has already ordered the scouts to open up a path. The rest of the army can move out at any time and wait for your Highness to leave the city." Even though Mo Choi had booked the entire inn last night, and there were no other guests in the main hall, Dugu Exine, who was used to being in the army, had a strong sense of vigilance. He still chose to speak in such a manner to avoid revealing the whereabouts of Li Tai and the rest. This time, accompanying the teachers and students of the academy to the north was 1,000 imperial guards led by Dugu Exine and Dugu Feiying. Because this mission was confidential, they did not alert the local government. When they came to a county, only the people of the academy entered the city to stay in the inn, while the imperial guards were secretly stationed outside the city. Under normal circumstances, Dugu Exine would bring a few personal guards to protect Li Tai, while Dugu Feiying would lead the army outside the city. It was not that Li Tai and Mo Choi were discriminating, but that the physical fitness of the students and teachers of the academy was definitely not as good as Dugu Exine and the others, who had been in the army for many years. This journey was already very tiring. If they were to sleep in tents outside the city like the imperial guards, most of the people in the academy would have collapsed before they reached Taiyuan. Are the resources of the academy safe? Li Tai nodded and asked softly. The main purpose of their journey to the north this time was to build a telegraph relay station. When they left Lantian County, 3 of the carriages in the academy's team were loaded with the machinery, parts, and other materials needed to build the telegraph relay station. Such important things naturally couldn't be brought into the city or into the inn. If they encountered thieves, then their journey would be in vain. Therefore, the imperial army under Dugu Exine had been guarding the academy's materials all along the way. "Don't worry, Your Highness. The resources are safe," Dugu Exine replied briefly. To be able to take away 3 carriages of the academy's resources under the protection of 1,000 imperial guards, unless the enemy could send 5,000 soldiers to kill all of the imperial guards, it was impossible to take away the resources of the academy. "That's good." Li Tai nodded. At this time, he was almost done eating. He stood up and said to Iron Egg, Meng Wenhao, Mo Choi, and the others, "Everyone, hurry up and eat. After eating, go back to your rooms and pack up. We will leave the city in 7 minutes." "Yes." Everyone answered in a low voice. Not far away, the innkeeper and the manservant did not dare to make a sound when they saw this scene. They did not even dare to look in their direction because Dugu Exine and the people around him all had swords in their hands. It was obvious that they were not people to be trifled with. Those who did business knew that it was better to avoid trouble. The innkeeper had instructed his servants to serve Li Tai and the others carefully last night. He did not ask anything that should not be asked. He only thought that Li Tai and the others were some powerful people passing by from another county. If possible, he would not provoke them. 7 minutes later, the 32 people of the academy, including Dugu Exine and the others, all left the inn and walked out of the city gate. As for the cost of the accommodation, Mo Choi had already settled it with the innkeeper. "Innkeeper, who do you think these people are?" Their carriages were all made by the Wonderful Taste Pavilion. After Li Tai and the others left, the servant of the inn could not help but ask. "Perhaps they are the young masters of some family on a trip." Although the shopkeeper was also curious, he indifferently replied to the manservant's words. Ha! Then that slightly plump youth must be that rich family's young master, and that person who just walked in must be their family's guard. But I saw those youths sitting beside that young master, they don't seem to be his family's servants. The servant pinched his chin and made a serious guess. Smack! However, as soon as he finished speaking, the shopkeeper's palm landed on the back of his head. The shopkeeper angrily roared, "Brat, do you have nothing better to do? Why do you care who they are and where they come from? Get someone to clean the table and tidy up the guest room." The servant jumped to the side in pain and rubbed the back of his head. "Oh. I'll go right away." Ha! Curiosity killed the cat. This kid will suffer sooner or later. The innkeeper muttered to himself as he watched the servant's back. However, his attention was quickly attracted by the stack of Tang Yuan on the counter in front of him. This was the money that Mo Choi paid him for the room just now. Peng Lai Inn was the largest inn in Shihe County. There were nearly 50 guest rooms. Li Tai and the others had booked the inn this time. The money for a night's stay was not small. Who cares what they are doing? We just need to pay for the room, the innkeeper said with a smile as he picked up the stack of Tang Yuan. Yo! Sir, are you eating or staying at the inn so early in the morning? At this moment, a dark-skinned, burly man wearing coarse short clothes came in from outside the door. The waiter hurriedly went up to greet him, but the burly man simply ignored him and walked straight to the shopkeeper at the counter. Innkeeper, did dozens of young men stay at your inn last night? The burly man knocked on the counter and asked the innkeeper with an authentic Guangzhou accent. Yo, sir, this is a place to stay, not a place to ask for information. The innkeeper narrowed his eyes. He heard the other party's accent and knew that the other party was very likely from the capital area. However, the other party's attire did not look like a rich person at all, so he could not be bothered with him. Smack! Unexpectedly, the burly man took out a string of copper coins from his waist and slapped it in front of the innkeeper. Then he said, "This is a string of coins. If you answer a few questions truthfully, I will reward you handsomely." String of coins was a string of coins. In the eyes of ordinary people, a string of coins was already a huge sum of money for Tang Chu, where prices were extremely low. The innkeeper was naturally rich and did not lack this string of coins. However, to be able to get a string of coins by answering a few questions was still a very good deal for him. However, he was a little curious. Did the other party not find it heavy with so many copper coins hanging on his body? Here, it had to be said that ever since the establishment of the Yanhuang Bank and the imperial court personally came out to promote the Tang Yuan, more and more people in the Tang dynasty slowly began to use and gradually accept the Tang Yuan. After getting used to the convenience brought by the Tang Yuan, almost no one was willing to use copper coins again, especially in the Guangzhou area. It was very difficult to see copper coins in large transactions in many counties. Chapter 1802. Qingke, aren't you overthinking it? We've been living in seclusion all this time. Very few people know our identities, let alone our purpose in going north. No matter how resourceful the Turks are, they can't predict everything in advance, right? Qin Huayu, who was sitting next to Iron Egg, frowned and said to Li Tai. Qin Huayu was also a member of the group heading north this time. Previously, Qin Huayu's grades were among the best in the School of Mathematics. Later, when he came to Yanhuang College, Qin Huayu's grades were considered to be in the upper echelons of the entire grade. Moreover, he was also part of the first batch of members of the college's trump card project. However, in comparison, in the first batch of students of Yanhuang College, Li Tai, Li Ku, Li Yan, Jia Jiayin, and the other young geniuses were too dazzling, so much so that Qin Huayu and Meng Wenhao, who were originally of superior talent, were somewhat overshadowed. In the original plan, a total of 7 people from Yanhuang College's Class 1 were selected for this trip north: Li Tai, Iron Egg, Meng Wenhao, Qin Huayu, Tsing Ziren, Qing Chumo, and Yuqi Baolin. The first 5 were selected because of their talents and were members of the college's trump card project. Qing Chumo and Yuqi Baolin were selected because of their martial arts. They were considered to be the most powerful among the students of Yanhuang College. With the two of them protecting Li Tai at all times, Li Zixuan and the other teachers of the college would feel more at ease. However, who knew that before the people of the college were about to set off, the two brothers, Qing Chumo and Yuqi Baolin, were ordered to enlist in the Black Armored Army. Therefore, among the students heading north this time, there were only 5 people in Class 1. Because a carriage could seat 4 people, Tsing Ziren was sitting in the carriage behind. Huayu, although you're right, there's no such thing as an impenetrable wall in the world. Who knows if the Turks have planted spies in Chang'an? When the Tujue state preceptor entered Yanhuang College, he must have found out through some channels that the college has something he wants. This time, we can't let our guard down. Li Tai frowned and shook his head. It had to be said that little Fatty was quite cute when he was serious. Of course, to his opponents, he was also quite scary. Yes. If that's the case, we really have to be careful. Qin Huayu nodded thoughtfully and said, just as you said, Taiyuan is fine. After all, Yunzhou is in the northern border of the Tang Empire, bordering the Turks. After we go to Yunzhou, we must be very careful. I suggest that the people of the academy should not leave the site of the Imperial Army to avoid accidents. Li Tai felt the same way. When we go to Yunzhou from Taiyuan, I will tell General Dugu. Along the way, we have to be alert and vigilant. I have a feeling that the Turks won't let us build the relay station smoothly. Hearing this, Iron Egg, Qin Huayu, and Meng Wenhao cupped their hands and replied, yes. Li Tai was the commander-in-chief of this northern operation. Logically speaking, they had to listen to Li Tai's arrangements. However, Li Tai did not know that his vague intuition had come true this time. Big brother, where did you go this time? At this time, Dugu Xian galloped alone from behind and caught up with Dugu Feiying, who was leading the way. Seeing this, Dugu Feiying said helplessly, I just went back to Shihe County. Dugu Xian replied. Then, with a serious face, he asked softly, Feiying, do you feel that someone is following us? What? Someone is following us? Hearing this, Dugu Feiying's eyes widened. Without thinking, he replied, Big brother, are you kidding me? There are so many of us. Who would be so blind as to follow us? Unless they are tired of living. Chapter 1803. Hey. Hey. Who? Ha. Late in the morning, the Black Armored Army's training ground was in full swing. In the past, at this time, only the A, D and E battalions were doing combat training. The B and C battalions were practicing their equestrian skills according to the original training method. But now, the 5 battalions of the Black Armored Army were doing combat training for 2 hours starting from 7 in the morning. The reason why the C battalions changed their training plan was because the original captain of the C battalions had violated the military rules and was executed. The current captain of the C battalions was Li Zixuan. The B battalions made the change because Qiu Xingong had requested Sun Tao to do so. A few days ago, Qiu Xingong had instructed Sun Tao to secretly learn from Li Zixuan's new training manual. This was because Li Zixuan's rules included hunting, which required the soldiers to have a certain level of close combat ability. In order to win this competition, Qiu Xingong had no choice but to copy Li Zixuan's new training manual. Ever since Zhang Kongnian had fallen from the horse, Qiu Xingong's influence in the Black Armored Army had been reduced by more than half. Now, only the B battalion was under his control. Of course, what made him even more furious and fearful was Li Er's imperial edict that day. In front of all the soldiers, Li Er had punished him with a cane. This caused him to lose all faith in the Black Armored Army. Even though he was extremely furious in his heart, he didn't dare take revenge on Li Zixuan right now. Because he understood that the punishment of 30 strikes was Li Er's warning to him. If he dared to do anything, then Li Er would definitely not let him off easily. To Qiu Xingong, since he couldn't do it secretly, he would do it openly. He wanted to lead the B battalion to defeat the E battalion in the competition in a few days. He wanted to completely destroy Li Zixuan's reputation and make Li Zixuan understand that Li Zixuan was completely inferior to him in terms of training soldiers. Therefore, Qiu Xingong had been coming to the training ground more frequently than before. To be precise, he was coming to the B battalion more frequently than before. Even though it was part of the military's job to supervise the training of the soldiers, Qiu Xingong was still the general of the Black Armored Army. No one dared to say anything when he came to visit. Not far from the B battalion's training ground was the C battalion's training ground. Li Zishuan happened to be patrolling the C battalion's training ground. Stop. Are the two of you training or playing house? Get your facts straight. The ones standing in front of you are Turks. Are you going to use such soft movements to attack the enemy? At this moment, Li Zishuan saw a pair of soldiers fighting with extremely perfunctory and weak movements. He couldn't help but stomp his foot and loudly berate them. Swoosh! At this moment, a burly man suddenly appeared beside Li Zishuan. Without another word, the man stepped forward and kicked the two soldiers in front of Li Zishuan to the ground. He then pointed at the two soldiers and scolded them loudly, "You're a traitor! You're a traitor! Pang Guang, Du Zidong, you two bastards always slacked off during training when Zhang Kangnian was here. Now that Sergeant Li is the C Battalion's lieutenant, you two are still slacking off. If you don't want to train, get out of the C Battalion as soon as possible. Don't tarnish the reputation of the Black Armored Army." The burly man was the C Battalion's lieutenant, Gao Gong.